The following is a live production of the Warchant.com Multimedia Network. Fire up the grills and turn up the volume. Welcome to Warchant GameDay, presented by Zaxby's of Tallahassee.
He is off, one man to beat, cuts it back. He landed on somebody. They're going to say touchdown.
Warchant.com's Jeff Cameron and Tom Lang bring you the latest news, updates, and analysis around the FSU program ahead of today's kickoff on Bobby Bowden Field.
I know what this game means. And if you don't get up for this one, then go somewhere else. Go do something else, because it is not for you. This is why you play.
Tallahassee Game Day is brought to you by Zaxby's, the official chicken of sports fans. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles! Now live and worldwide on Warchant TV, here is Warchant Game Day.
And away we go. Welcome into Warchant Game Day. Very, very excited, as I imagine all of my fellow Noles are. I'm Jeff. That is Tom Lang. You guys know that. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us. It is Florida State-Miami time. We had the build-up all day long, right, with all these other games. Georgia is throttling Tennessee right now, but we've had so much football to take in, and now we're nearly at our time, and obviously that makes you feel a certain way. Makes me feel a certain way. Very excited for Florida State football tonight as the Noles have an opportunity to make a statement against a rival in Miami that has not played well as of late. And I think Florida State is, in my opinion, certainly tuned and ready to roll as they get healthier throughout the last 2 weeks. The bye week followed by an easy win against Georgia Tech. This is a team that's getting a lot of guys back, and I think in a nice position here. Most importantly, I think when you look at this, Tom, welcome in, brother. I think most importantly, you look at the mismatches here, and the mismatch is Florida State's offense, I think, an explosive play offense against a defense that gives up explosive plays. The line of scrimmage might be a wash, but Florida State makes plays down the field, and Miami likes to give them up.
Yeah, it's go time, brother. It's nice to be doing this pregame show on a Miami Saturday. I don't know. Maybe I'm the guy who's feeling a little bit different than I usually do. This is a big one. You could just feel the gravity of this game. And if it's going to go the Noles' way, I think it starts with the offense. You're absolutely right. Even though the line of scrimmage can be controlled by Miami at times, they do that against most everybody they played for stretches, at minimum for stretches. They don't handle misdirection very well. They don't handle communication on the back end of the defense very well. And sometimes their corners just get beat man-to-man. So you like all of those things, especially when Jordan Travis' legs are a part of the equation. I mean, it's hard not to envision a night. And I looked at our colleagues here at Warchant.com, their predictions and predictions across the internet from people who cover this team for a living. It seems like upper 20s to lower 30s at the minimum is the landing spot for Florida State. Vegas had it at around 30.5 points. That's where the number was as of this morning. It feels like a night that the Noles have to crack the 30-point barrier. And if you do that, you got to really like your chances of coming out of this game with a win to put you in a position to be staring 8-4, 9-3 right in the face.
Florida State's offense obviously has been very, very good on the whole. You look at the Seminoles, they're ranked 24th in offensive success rate. You know, I bring up that number an awful lot. They are ranked 39th by SP+. So if you want to look at other metrics, that's why I included that one. Florida State's passing game is 29th in PPA. They're 24th in explosiveness. Florida State is 5th in PFF's passing grade, by the way. PFF thinks Florida State's one of the elite offenses in the country. I think it's a good offense. I don't think it's an elite offense. They're 44th in success rate. And I tend to look at that number a little bit more. But I do think that Florida State is primed to score a lot of points here. And the reason I bring that up, I marry the fact that defensively for Miami, they're 129th in the FBS in passing explosiveness allowed. They give up huge plays. That's why I brought it up right from the get-go. It's why I think Florida State's going to have its fair share of big moments in this game. You do have to hold on to the football. You do have to win special teams. You do have to convert in the red zone. You do have to have all the things that make a team complete. But at the same time, I just think when you see what Miami's bad at and what Florida State's good at, it's got to make you feel pretty good. Again, the game's going to be played by kids. Emotion's a part of that. Turnovers are a part of that. Weather's a part of that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I do think things line up nicely tonight for Florida State.
Yeah, there have been times in this rivalry's history where one team travels to the other building and they're a much better football team, and yet the score is closer for longer than it should be. Think about 2014 was a great example of the Florida State team that they did that every single week. The games were way closer than they had to be. Came down to a couple of big plays, an Aguayo field goal from 50+, Dalvin Cook taking over, and then Jalen Ramsey sealing the deal. And then in Willie Taggart's final game as Florida State's head coach, that game was a 10-point margin in the third quarter, and you felt like Florida State could never get to 20 points, but Florida State hung around for a while, and you thought, man, could they maybe pull this off? This is a really bad football game. I don't want to be here in the third quarter saying to myself as a Nole, this is a really ugly football game. This is one that you got to be sharp. And it's the ramp-up effect that when they released the schedule before the season started, you said, man, that's nice. Bye week, Georgia Tech, Miami. If you're going to play Miami on the road, that's how you want to arrive as you play the Canes. You can ramp up and shake off whatever rust you may have after the bye week. And hopefully that's exactly what it was for Florida State in the first quarter and the first half against Georgia Tech, was just a little bit of rust.
Kimba wrote in and contributed to our cause. I really appreciate that. Feeling good is what he writes. I appreciate that, Kimba. Thanks so much for your contribution. I have been bullish on Florida State all week long. I don't tend to lean towards trolling, as somebody noted in the chat there, when I make a score prediction. Now, I'll troll people on the air and make fun of fan bases and certain teams' histories and stuff like that, sure. But when I'm making a score prediction, I try to give it to you the best I can from my heart based on what I've seen, the analytics, the emotions, all of it wound in one. I really do feel like it's a big night for Florida State. Now, I know that makes me nervous, and I'm sure it makes a lot of Florida State fans nervous when they hear it. They're, what? Because you're going out on a limb when you say that in a rivalry game. And so many times, as Tom correctly pointed out, this has been a game where at times Florida State was a definitive underdog and they hung in there and had a chance to win games. At times Miami was a definitive underdog and they hung around and had a chance. The emotions of this game tend to do that. These kids know each other. I understand that. I just think that the essence of these two teams are very different right now. I feel like the transitional stage that Miami is in right now in year one under Mario Cristobal with a brand new offensive coordinator, you're watching an entire coaching staff have to latch on with these kids and get them to buy into something new. They've met with some failures and big moments. They've been embarrassed at home. Florida State, meanwhile, completely buys into Mike Norvell and this coaching staff, completely buys into the day-to-day work ethic that they espouse. They've never really wavered, even in the midst of losses, even in games where they've been in a period of really discontent where they're down big and you think, oh, man, they could pack it in here. That hasn't happened. So I think Florida State's going to come out and play really hard. I think Florida State will come out and play sharp. We'll see if Miami can respond to that. Perhaps the answer is yes, but my bet obviously is no.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's within Miami's power. Let me just say it this way. I think it's within Miami's power to keep this close. But the way that Miami gets there is to do 10 things that they haven't done so far this season. Got to be better blocking it up. The receivers can't drop the football. Van Dyke has to be healthy and playing well. The running game has to be more explosive than it's been. Their longest run this season for Miami so far, I think it's 26 yards. Longest run all year long. The secondary has to communicate better. The linebackers have to be better. I mean, you just stack all these things up. They have the potential. I think they do. But when you're in transition, it's tough to not play and think at the same time. And that's what you're seeing a lot with Miami. Some of these busts in the secondary. Oh, man, I thought that you had deep third or deep half of the field. Whoops. That's a 60-yard touchdown right behind us. Things like that on defense. Then on offense, it just looks at times like the quarterbacks aren't in sync with the philosophy. It's very much not Rhett Lashley's offense under Coach Gaddis here in Miami. So I'm not saying that they're talentless. They've got some players, but they just have not put it all together. And if you look at the schedule, too, that they've played, man, they're struggling against some bad teams. Middle Tennessee State, for example, in FEI, that's efficiency across the board, is 106th entering this week. They dropped 45 on Miami. I mean, and Duke dropped 45. They were helped out by 8 turnovers. Don't get me wrong. 8 turnovers will help the cause. But, I mean, my God. Now, this building, the one thing about this kickoff and this time, Miami was done a favor by the ACC and the networks. This building will be packed. I think that it's going to be close to a 50-50 building between Noles and Canes. It might be something more like the LSU atmosphere than a Miami Road atmosphere from 2 years ago, let's say, or 4 years ago, certainly. But we'll see. We'll see. Miami has to put an awful lot together to be competitive in this football game. Florida State has already proven that it can be dominant for stretches. If they do that again tonight, I like their chances to pull away in a 10 or 15-minute window where you go, my goodness, the Noles overwhelmed the Canes.
Yeah, and I tend to look at things, and I've been in that building a million times. I've been down to a ton of Florida State Miami games. I've seen that atmosphere. I've watched it rise to a crescendo and how difficult that can be to deal with. I can still remember absolutely being in horror as I watched them drop DeAndre Francois back, and I can think of the moments where it swings in favor of Miami. But a mature football team and a football team that has been through it, a team that has been through some tough games, a team that has fought through some adverse moments, tend to stay the course. And, Miami fans don't stay the course very often. That's why they're not there most weekends. And I think that is the whole reason that you hope that the maturity of Jordan Travis and this football team that has bought in and been in a lot of big games and had their fair share of success and disappointment can weather the storm of emotion that usually occupies the field and the stands through the first 7 or 8 minutes of a football game. I think today about watching Tennessee and Georgia, and I watched those two teams come out in that first quarter, and I would say that within the first 7 minutes of that game, there were more vicious hits, nasty moments where you're like, they are laying it on the line. Well, what's going on in that situation is they're trying to establish dominance. They're trying to establish the way that things are going to be that day. There's a bully element to the game of football, and one side is trying to wrestle away control of the physical and emotional elements of football. But the teams that don't lose their head, the teams that stay in control, the teams that think about execution can survive that early on, and then it just becomes a football game. Then it just becomes about down and distance leverage. Then it just becomes about me whooping your ass. Then it just becomes about me executing in the moment, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, sustaining drives, flipping field position. So tonight, when you talk about that emotion, when you talk about those stands and those fans and how loud it's going to be, that's all true. But I think Florida State is prepared for that. I mean, it was that way at Louisville.
Yeah.
It was certainly that way at NC State, and they came out without any trouble dealing with their emotions. Let's hope they don't revert to what we saw a year ago on the road at Florida, where very early on they were very emotional. They were goaded into a situation where they lost their cool. I thought that sort of really placated to what Florida wanted to do. I think Miami may try something like that early in this game, where a little shove after the fact, a little shove under the chin, a little hands to the face action, because these are kids again that know each other well. They have gone to war many times. They have all been fighting their whole lives to get into a position to play this football game. And it's easy to fall victim to I have to show you that I'm not weak in these first 5 minutes. I have to show you that I'm prepared to deal with this in the first 5 minutes. But in truth, if you keep control and you are intensely focused and dominant physically, you don't back down, but you're intensely focused to what you have to do, the job at hand, that emotion wears off, that marine layer, it goes away, and you have that opportunity to just physically dominate a football team.
Look at you, the poet with the marine layer. He's going Pebble Beach on a Miami Saturday. Yeah,
swing on the ball, Tom. That's all you got to do, man. Don't worry about that marine layer.
Yeah, it's the nerves are here because of where Florida State is relative to where Miami is in the transition. You could call this year 2 if you want to with the COVID year. It's funny how we went from year 0 with Mike Norvell to now we're just calling this year 3. It's not year 2. Like somewhere that one of those years got skipped.
That's how it works.
It is the 3rd year of this regime, and you need to be ahead. This is a point in the race where you need to be ahead. And you've got to make that announcement to recruits throughout the state. And they've got a laundry list of good recruits coming out down there to Miami. You could stay tuned to warchant.com for all that information. Michael Langston, Austin Cox will be all over that. But you've got to make that impression. Some of those kids that are there tonight, we're in on, both of us, Miami and Florida State. You've got to prove that we are ahead, because if Miami comes out ahead on the scoreboard tonight, they just jumped us in the race. And you can't let that happen, because I don't know that you can recover from that. I don't mean to be fatalist, but that would be an awfully devastating blow considering how bad Miami has looked this season and how early they are into their transition. So the stakes are high here. That's why I'm nervous. But we have the better football team. And for quite a few years in this rivalry, I'd even say last year as well, we did not have the better football team before kickoff. This time you do. You have better weapons at receiver. You have the better running backs. You have the better offensive line. Hello, that's crazy. So go ahead and do what you're supposed to do tonight, even though Miami might have its quarterback returning, as Tyler Van Dyke apparently is going through warmups. He's still a game-time decision. Apparently, Jake Garcia got extended work, says our own Irish Rafael. That was about 20, 25 minutes ago. Now all of the quarterbacks are on the field for the Canes. They're dressed out and they're throwing. So we'll see if it's a quarterback shuffle for the Canes, but they might be at full strength at that particular position. We'll see, though. Even if Tyler Van Dyke takes the first snap tonight, we'll see how willing he is to stand in there if there's pressure from Jared Verse, Fabian Lovett up the middle, and if he's favoring that arm a little bit. But Van Dyke is at least dressed tonight for the Canes.
Well, you have a quarterback who gives them the best chance to win, meaning Tyler Van Dyke. If he plays, they could hang in there because we've seen his best, and his best is pretty good. It could be really good, in fact. But he is coming, as you said, off that injury. And so I do wonder just what that shoulder is like at this point, how tender it is. And I think the Noles should probe that. I think within the boundaries of the rules, I would certainly finish plays and ensure that he felt our presence. And I mean that as from a football sense. You've got to hit people when they have injuries. This is as old as the game. I mean, if you've got a bad thigh and you're a running back and I can square you up on that thigh, well, I'm going to see what you got tonight. I'm going to see if you can handle that within the bounds of the rules. If you're a defensive back and you've been dealing with an ankle, I might send a fly early with my fastest receiver to see if you can turn and burn. I mean, these are things that we all do. It's part of football. So Tyler Van Dyke is in there tonight. You dial up a blitz. Maybe you're a half step late. Maybe you get penalized. Maybe he gets driven in the ground. I don't know. It's just something you got to find out whether or not he's able to handle that because it is football after all. And I would suspect Florida State will do their best to probe that situation.
And for the first time in a long time, Florida State seems to be getting healthy at a lot of positions. And, Fabian Lovett was active last week. Trayshawn Ward should be available tonight. We don't have confirmation on that just yet. I see the questions going on in the chat right now, Warchant TV. And to the nearly 700 of you, please hit the like button underneath this video. Subscribe to Warchant TV. It is absolutely free, and we appreciate your support. You help us find more Noles who love good content. That's what we do at Warchant TV. But Trayshawn Ward, Mike Norvell said on Wednesday, his final meeting with the media, unless something negative happens late in the week, he's going to be a go tonight. So you get that particular player back. That's really, really important. He's still your leading rusher, even though he's missed a couple of games by just a few yards over Trey Benson. The one name we will be looking at tonight, and I think it's fair to bring up now as it's closer to the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. We're not quite there just yet. But Tatum Bethune is somebody that we'll be looking at in warmups, and we'll see if he is available tonight.
It's a big deal, Tom. I'm sorry to interrupt. If he's not playing, I was unaware that there was even a chance he wouldn't be playing. So if that's the case, it does change the game for Florida State. He's your best linebacker. It's really not close. So if for some reason he's not playing, you do get a little concerned. So, you're right. We're going to have to update people to find out if he's warming up. Tatum Bethune is an important part of what Florida State does. And I mean that in the sense of competence, right? He's played a lot of football. He's a very productive player. He's not an elite player, but he's our best linebacker, and it's not close. So I would tell you that in terms of diagnosis and closing and production, you got to have that guy out there. If he is not out there, as much as I like Deloach, I got to tell you, anybody other than Bethune is a question mark.
Look, it might be much ado about nothing. All I'm saying is that's just a name to watch, folks. I see you, in the chat saying, what the hell? Just, we're getting close to 7 o'clock. This is when the team comes out for warmups. We'll have a full report from our friends and our colleagues at warchant.com, and we'll have that either in the lower third of this graphic, or we'll just tell you what's going on, in particular in warmups. But again, as we're about 45 minutes away from kickoff, I think they kick off shortly after 7:30. This is one that you got to have and you should have. And I saw somebody earlier, you made me laugh in the chat. I think it was Chad, but he said it's like a coming to America moment where, hey, Stoops, your rent's due. Don't try that falling down the stairs. I know you're conscious. That's what this has to be. The rent is due. Make Miami pay the rent tonight.
Yeah. Pre-game, post-game, no game at all. Any time is the right time for Zaxby's platters. Just as long as you're hungry, of course, feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings for that matter. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget the world-famous sauce from Zaxby's. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app today. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster now for 17 years. Yeah, we'll continue with Warchant GameDay in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Welcome back, and that's my dog barking. Oh, man, that's good. That lets you know. It's the downside of working at the house for a pregame show.
Well, that's also the barking of Miami fans outside the stadium, in the parking lots, before the game starts. The question is, will they be barking as loudly when the game's over? Or will they already be gone? And will there just be a lot of empty parking spaces and bags of trash in that parking lot?
Well, my favorite part was I actually saw this coming, Tom, and that's well done. Look at you making a way to put this together. I saw a gentleman walking past. I was just debating whether or not to shut the curtains this evening and bury myself in here and ready for football without the outside world intruding. And I thought, I'll leave them open. There's a little bit of light left. Soon enough, it's going to be dark too early anyhow. And then I sat back down for us to come back on, and I saw a dog, and I went, oh, man, this is not good, because my dog will know if there is another dog anywhere near our house. So there's that.
Ira Schafel reporting now on warchant.com that Tyler Van Dyke is taking snaps behind the first team center. So it looks like TVD will give it a go. I wouldn't be shocked if you see 3 quarterbacks tonight, because Ja'Cory Brown is somebody that Miami uses in short yardage situations, and we'll see if Van Dyke can last the entire time in this game health-wise. And if he doesn't look sharp, they might pull him. They've already done that earlier this year. Everybody wanted Garcia to play. He looked okay against Middle Tennessee. But since then, they've been clamoring for TVD to come back. So they might be playing the 1-2 shuffle with the quarterbacks tonight. And if they need a spark on offense, Ja'Cory Brown is somebody who, again, can run the read option and convert on short yardage situations as a running quarterback. So I would imagine that Miami's going to throw the kitchen sink at Florida State tonight. Gaddis already likes to call flea flickers and reverses and all kinds of trick plays. If you're Florida State, you just got to be prepared for all the they're going to pull out all the stops tonight, I would think.
By the way, Caked is here in the chat, and happy birthday, Caked. I want to say that first of all. He writes, she writes, don't know which it is. It's my 30th birthday. All I want is a win tonight. Hopefully the offense can have a fast start and not put our defense in bad field position. Yeah, no, all the little things, right? All the little things certainly add up. And I would think for Florida State, if you can get out to a quick start, it's the recipe for the score that I predicted. The opportunity to win a game big, the opportunity to win a rivalry game like this going away, all starts with you being buttoned up, taking care of the little things on the road, handling the pressure, the intensity of the rivalry, the sound of the crowd, no false starts. Don't put yourself behind the chains. Certainly don't give yourself too many situations where you're turning the football over and you're in. Provide opportunities and momentum for the opposing team. These are all cliches, but they're all very, very, very true. So it's things that you worry about, but you worry about these things regardless, just because you're a fan and you want Florida State to win, and you know the importance of the game, and you freaking hate Miami in the same way that I hate Miami. And the more you hate them, the more nervous you get about all of the what ifs, all of the things that could happen. It's called whataboutism. You see it in politics all the time. I get it, man. I get it. I'm sitting here in my head saying logically this is the way things should be. But at the same time, that inner voice that's been to, I don't know, let's see, I'm 51 years old. I've been to Florida State Miami games probably 36, 37 times. So I have a sense of this rivalry. I've certainly felt it my whole life, and I've seen the craziest things happen. And at the same time, I've been, nervous about all of the things that can happen. But more often than not, it's a football game. And if you take care of business when you're the better team, now when they're even, throw it out the window and who knows what's going to happen and we'll see and all that good stuff. But Florida State is the better team tonight. And that really is the root of the nervousness, is that you need to, as you just got done explaining, Tom, you've got to pay the rent. You got to do the right thing here and reward yourself for all the hard work to get yourself in a position that you're in year 3, you're, whatever you want to call it. You're further along in the transition than Miami is. Got to cash the check, baby.
Yeah, I know it. Those are the stakes tonight. Nothing on the line at all in a Florida State Miami game. Typically when I was growing up, certainly for at least 25 of the 37 games you've been to, there was more at stake for Florida State or Miami. A lot more at stake, and it meant being in the conversation for the big prize. But tonight, there is more pressure on Florida State to win this football game. So handle that. And then announce your presence. And Jesse, we're going to thank you in just a second. But today, I was walking around the house, as one does, waiting for a night kick and thinking to myself, why is this little bird in my brain saying we can't have nice things? Oh, because the last 5 years, anytime we had something nice, it got taken away, or a kid got injured, or we got destroyed on the football field, or the coaching staff blew it, or they stopped recruiting. You name it. We've had a lot of those things happen. So this Chicken Little thing, I want to go away. And I would love for tonight to be that announcement where you can say, we are definitively a good football program now. Are we elite? No. But we are definitively a good football program, and we're on the way up. This climb thing that we've been talking about, it's real. That's what tonight can be if you play it the way that I think that they're capable of playing it. But you got to go out there and earn that to be able to shake that little voice in your head that's been correct so many times over the last 5 football seasons.
Well, and I think when you are the team with more to lose, it becomes a difficult position to be in. Although I just remind people all the time of this, and I remind myself of this when I'm listening to that little chicken little voice, as you say, or that bird in my ear. I say to myself, would you rather be the team that's favored or not?
Right.
Would you rather be the team that is better thought of, more well thought of because of the preponderance of evidence, or not? The answer is I'd rather be the better team. There's a reason Florida State is favored by more than a touchdown on the road, guys. If Miami had been this pseudo potential juggernaut that everybody thought they would be as a preseason AP ranked number 16 in the country team, well, then they wouldn't be 7.5, 8-point dogs at home against Florida State, who nobody thought very much of. The bottom line is the evidence has pointed us in this direction. Florida State has been better than Miami. Florida State's been better than the experts think. Florida State has been better than most of the teams in this conference. Now, they're not an elite team. This is not an elite program yet, but that's where we want to get to. And great programs, or programs striving for greatness, win games like this, period. And so that's why you're nervous, because it's an opportunity. Coaches love to point to opportunities. Coaches are forever saying, what a great opportunity we have tonight. Most of the times, those are couched in certain ways. If a coach is saying that while they're 28-point underdogs in a basketball game, that's their nice way of saying, boy, well, hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get a win here tonight against a team that is vastly superior to us. Other times, it's about the courage of your conviction and taking hold of opportunities, seizing the day, doing the kinds of things that good teams do. Take the next step. This happens to be a rivalry game, so it makes you nervous. But if we're just objectively looking at the two teams, Florida State should win this game. And if they do, I think obviously now you're rolling, because you watch some of the other teams in this league. You look at the Syracuse team that's playing now. You look at the situation with Louisiana. And, I know Florida, I actually think it's going to be a good game at the end of the year. We'll tackle that when the time comes. But the bottom line is now you've got a chance to put yourself in a position to be at 8 wins by the time you play that Florida game, but you better win this game tonight.
Yeah, it's freaking go time. I agree with you. Let's just do this thing. The clock is moving slower than a game 7 when your team is up by a goal in the Stanley Cup Finals. It's only 7 o'clock. What the hell? Let's move this thing along. We've got some people to thank, though. Jesse, first of all, thank you so much for your contribution and tip tonight. Do you guys think we should play aggressively on defense right out the gates or play base and limit the possibility of big plays? I love this question because there's a lot of ways you can go with it. Do you want to start or do you want me to answer?
Well, I'll answer it because Florida State only plays defense one way. It's one of my complaints. They really don't have the ability, I don't think, to do things all that. Let me put it this way. I don't want to besmirch them in the way that I was about to. I think this is a defense that's pretty plain. I think it's a pretty simple defense. I think it's hamstrung by personnel at certain positions. I think it's hamstrung to a certain degree by coaching as well on the defensive side of the ball. I don't think they'll be overly aggressive. They'll hope that their front four can get pressure. They've got everybody back healthy, and I think it may be good enough to do so. So I don't think they're going to take any chances tonight. I think they'll play a pretty base defense. They tend to try to disguise here and there unless they think they have an overwhelmed opponent. So, we saw it against Boston College and Georgia Tech at times where they think they have a wounded animal and they come at them and they throw a lot of overloads in those situations. I don't think they'll do that tonight, Tom.
They had a lot of overload looks against Georgia Tech, which I thought was interesting, and they got better at it as the game went along. Before mentioned Tatum Bethune, Kalen DeLoach, just a couple of guys. They don't blitz very well from the secondary, period. Jamie Robinson's, I think, your best blitzer, and I don't know that they have a second best. Like, nobody else is good at either getting home in time, they take forever, or getting the quarterback on the ground. See Kevin Noles against DJ in the Clemson game. So I don't know that it's a thing that you should necessarily do. Miami's offensive line isn't that great, so let's see if you can get pressure with your 4. And then also, don't give that crowd a reason to be going crazy early on in the game because you didn't get home on a blitz and you turned somebody loose, just like the Clemson game, and now you got yourself an atmosphere. If I'm Mike Norvell, I say, look, contain what you need to contain. If they hit some underneath stuff, that's no big deal. Our front 4 is going to win out over the long haul. Force Mario to kick a few field goals. Because if he does, we're scoring touchdowns and we're trading 7 for 3s. I don't need us getting into a tit for tat because we're not executing what we need to and leaving guys on an island. That would be the way I'd play it because I don't trust my corners. But I think it's a great question because, sometimes they are more aggressive than you think they're going to be. Z-Chan as well, my goodness, who is in Phoenix apparently taking classes, but he said he skipped out a little bit early. Thank you, Z-Chan. Thank you as always. What a pillar my man is, the official DMD of Warchant TV. And we've got also some other people who have brought in as well. 100 Proof Football, I love you. Had a real good time in a previous Warchant TV, Zaxby's Warchant GameDay with 100 Proof Football. The Marching Chiefs are not there. That's true. I hear it's because the experience and the security necessary in order to be able to pull that off and the liability is actually rough enough that they think it's not worth it. So take that for what you will. That's the university's stance on the matter, but that stinks.
Aaron, I love that you have noted that back to my left, well, actually that side, sorry, there is in that corner, if I could figure this out, a candle going. I'm a candle kind of guy. You guys know this. I got to find my zen before these big games. That typically has to do with illegal drugs and candles. I kid. You guys know I'm a big fan of Tallulah. Those are perfectly legal drugs. I'm just letting you know that the candles work wonders. We've got to get in here, home. We got to get into this place. We're going to be okay. Everything is all right. And no, I appreciate you pointing it out. All jokes aside, I'm feeling good. Everybody's happy.
Never lose your nerd. Thank you, man. I agree. Let's make sure that they feel like they're sorry-ass Hurricanes by the end of the night. I also got to shout out our friends at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, which you can go to, order online, pop your trunk when you arrive at an ABC Fine Wine and Spirits and get hooked up for tailgates, at-home parties, watch parties, whatever. But they hooked your boy up with a nice little 1941 vodka.
Nice.
They available, available only in the state of Florida at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. I'm going to give a review on the postgame if there's a victory. And it'll be just a little guy. Nothing crazy on the postgame show, but that would be the choice beverage in the postgame if we do come away with the win.
Tom, I just wanted you to know I'm very pleased I did not get backdoored. Georgia held on to win 27-13. There was no backdooring going on there. Made me a little nervous. That is a win and a cover for your boys all aboard the cover train. That feels good. Just thought I'd let you know about that.
Did I get my Stetson under? Because he had like 170 yards passing in the first quarter, and I don't know that he hit 300 for the game. So
he wouldn't have needed to. He also looked very good, by the way.
He did. Yeah. Did you see the story out of Athens that he only tipped 10 on a $176 tab?
That makes you an ass, but he is in college, and I don't know what kind of NIL deal he has. So I'm gonna.
He's a national champion. 257 is what he's got. So there you go. One half of come on, Johnny Wilson tonight. Come on, Johnny Wilson, 58 yards or more, and we're good there. But is that better or worse than walking out of a grocery store with a crab leg hookup? I call it worse, and it's not even close.
Well, and one was a hookup as opposed to what it was described as. So, yes, I would agree with you. That is very, very different. By the way, for those that are, for whatever reason, not able to see scores from around the country, shall I give the top 25 rundown?
Oh, why the hell not?
Well, you love it. I know you love it because you can check your bets. 27-13, your final in Athens. Georgia takes care of Tennessee. I dare say that game was not as close as the 27-13 final. That game was over midway through the second quarter. Penn State has trounced Indiana 45-14. Ohio State. Did you see the weather conditions, everybody? Ohio State and Northwestern. That was nuts, I might add. Nobody could throw the football. 45-mile-per-hour winds. It ended up being 21-7 Ohio State against Northwestern. It was 7-7 at halftime, Tom.
Let's give that a little more zoomy zoom. Let's get some. I got bad eyes.
TCU with the cover, thanks to 21 fourth-quarter points against Texas Tech. 34-24, and yes, Oregon trounced Colorado 49-10.
Oh man!
By the way, Illinois no longer the Cinderella of the season. They get beat by a bad Michigan State team, 23-15. North Carolina allowed Tom and I to lose some money today. 31-28, took a knee on the 2-yard line, ran the same play 4 times in a row with a 10-point lead in plus field position. Mac Brown, who was already on Tom's blank list, is now forevermore on a list that he cannot get out from under. There is no chance. Mac Brown tried to lose a football game they could have won by 50. It was impossible to watch that without throwing up a little bit. My Kansas Jayhawks, who I thought would win outright, sprinkled a little pizza money on them to beat Oklahoma State. They did, 37-16. Tulane's been a winner all year long, guys. When you listen to Redemption Thursday and you hear me pick Tulane, jump on that bandwagon, 27-13. Pitt trounces Syracuse 19-9. Syracuse lost 3 straight. They were always a fraud, ladies and gentlemen. They were always a fraud, and now it's been confirmed. So there will be a shift in pressure on Florida State after they dismiss Miami. They will then, in turn, have to go up to Syracuse and face a team that's lost 3 straight, and we'll see how mature they are and how well they can handle being on the, in that position. There'll be a lot of pressure. Jimbo Fisher lost again at home, this time to Florida. I do think, by the way, that I think Florida's better than a lot of our fan base wants to realize. They're not great on defense. They're pretty good on offense because their quarterback, when healthy, is a problem.
Yeah, you flip the coin every day when he plays. Is it going to be the good Anthony Richardson or the bad one? If it's the good one, you're in for a fight. If it's not, then you're in for a laugh. So hopefully,
but he's not playing poorly consecutively anymore. He's playing pretty well. I think he got healthy. He's a problem, but we don't need to worry about that. We need to worry about Miami tonight. And you beat Miami tonight. You don't worry about Florida to the end of the year here.
You know what we need to worry about? We the people. That's what we need to worry about. Thank you for the contribution, We the People. That's literally his screen name. He says, I'm just so damn nervous about this game, man. The amount of recruits Miami has tells me they're about to unleash everything. Well, that's true. They're going to try to. The question is, will they be successful on that front? And if you lay the whooping on Miami or even just handle business to the tune of a 10 to 17-point win, maybe you give some of those recruits something to think about. And maybe you induce some Florida State fans that are either here on this chat or elsewhere to contribute some money to some collectives that might be able to help us secure better players come December. But I have the butterflies too, We the People. Thank you very much. Michael says, go Noles. Thank you, Michael. And are we caught up, or do we have anybody else?
I think we're pretty caught up. We're going to take a real quick break, and then we'll just cruise on into the waning moments of the program. I will say this, for the best game day apparel in Tallahassee, I bought this there, by the way. I got this there some time ago. I still love it. Feels like my official game day shirt. For the best game day apparel in Tallahassee and online, support Garnet and Gold for all your FSU needs. Garnet and Gold is locally owned and operated, and their owners are FSU grads too. So that's Noles supporting Noles when you shop at Garnet and Gold. We'll step aside for a moment on Warchant GameDay. Come right back. What are we clicking? What are we clicking?
I'm saying light the candle. Light the candles. Come on.
Is it getting a little dark in here? I'll get a second candle. Hey, I'll put it right behind me. When we come back, that candle will be raging, everybody. I've got 47 of them laying around here. I'm a candle nut. I'm going to burn this place down. Here we go.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Oh, there it is. Do not burn the Walker Cup flag, please.
That was given to me by Florida State, if you recall, and Johnny Pack.
Yep.
And by the way, so how good is this candle? I'll bring it in here, guys. Take look. Can you guys see what that is?
Oh, that's Brian Kelly.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. It's the Alabama Slammer.
That's the Alabama Slammer himself. That's him dancing with a recruit. How great is that?
That's outstanding. Who gave you that? Or did you make that on your own?
I did not make that on my own. This was given to me at Corner Pocket Bar and Grill, and he put me on the spot. I wrote it down. I forget exactly. It was the wonderful couple from Illinois, I think it is. I believe that's who gave it to me. I'll find out. I have the note that came with it. Anyhow, yes. So there you go. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you to Tom, who is a longtime listener of the radio program, the Jeff Cameron Show, which you can catch weekdays 1 to 2.
Tom, how are you, baby?
Yeah, there you go. Bohica, he says. Hopefully so. Darius Washington will be getting the start at right tackle for the Seminoles. That is per Irish O'Fell. And all of the defensive linemen are out there and going through warm-ups. Everybody. So even Jared Jackson, who had limited reps last week, Malcolm Ray, Fabian Lovett, which we all know and care about the most, Robert Cooper. So we will see.
Everybody is really, really worried about the Walker Cup flag that I got from Johnny.
It does look, I mean, maybe it might just be the angle on the camera, but that does look like that's got YouTube.
Hey, guys, there's glass between it. It can't burn down. So listen, by the way, let me illuminate some things here. That's Dr. J, an autograph from Dr. J.
Oh, nice.
That's me, William Floyd, and Tommy Carter at their wedding. That's me and Glenn Hansard from the Frames. That is a Bucks ball signed by the entire Super Bowl winning team, everybody. This is the Pittsburgh Pirates. Anyhow, yeah, this cannot burn down, guys. I just want you to know that. I see lots of people are nervous. Oh, so much fun.
Somebody's asking for a link to the JCS swag. Well, one day we're going to have a lot of these things from JCS, Warchant, all that stuff. And we'll happily profit off of all these sayings that we have in these logos, but not at present. Not at present.
So, by the way, we were asked a question randomly here about whether I think Derek Brooks is the best FSU linebacker of all time, the answer is no. It's Marvin Jones. Derek Brooks in the NFL, it was a much better player, obviously a Hall of Famer, but in college, Marvin Jones was the better linebacker. So,
Speaking of linebackers, Tatum Bethune going through warm-ups. So, much ado, hopefully, about zilch.
Yeah, that actually scared the hell out of me when you said that today.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of worried everybody there, buddy.
I know.
So I'm in my back room area here. Jeff, the restraining order. Hello. Yeah, that's funny. No, listen, guys. There's a little area that I have here where I do all my stuff. And then if we were to go further down the hall, take a left over here, you'd come back over to this other room that Tom knows well. That is where the monster is, the 83-incher that is going to be showing me tonight's game. So
and you can hear the hum from the street in his neighborhood. When he turns it on, you hear, oh, Jeff won't watch.
Yeah. No, my wife gets upset because I tell you all the time that I get up early. Well, when I get up, I like to open up the curtains. And by the way, it's about to change now. We have the opportunity. The morning will come sooner. I mean, in terms of the light, we'll have the opportunity. So what happens for me is like I open up all these curtains. She's like, you do realize that when you do that and you turn on the morning news while you're making coffee, the whole world can see inside of our house because of how big that television is and how that shoots out because it's pitch black outside. I'm like, not starting tomorrow. Tomorrow we're all good to go. The lights will be upon us, and that'll be a good thing.
So if the Noles, let's say, break that 30 or 40 point barrier, why? And who is the central figure beyond Jordan Travis? If it's somebody else.
I think they can run the ball, Tom. I think that Florida State will be able to do kind of what they want to do. I know that you would be right. If you looked at the rushing numbers, Miami's defense is 25th in rushing success rate allowed. So top 25 rushing success rate allowed is very good. They are actually oddly 17th in passing success rate allowed per down, but they give up so many big plays that it cost them dearly. We're seeing something here, news out of Miami, that Miami left tackle John Campbell limps off the field, hurt in pregame warmups. Jalen Rivers slides over to left tackle, Lawrence Seymour in at left guard. Seymour's a freshman, guys. One thing to note here, first of all, can I just say I hate seeing that. I don't like to hear that. Nobody roots for that. I can be an ass, and I've said many things that are questionable over the years on the air, but I don't want to see kids get hurt in pregame warmups. I don't want to see anything like that. That's a shame. That said, got to take advantage of it. You got a guard that is in the game now. That's a freshman. Hopefully he's brutalized. And that Florida State takes full advantage of that situation, and it becomes a long night for Miami. It's an unfortunate situation, but these are the breaks. Florida State has been riddled with injury throughout this season. And, that's the way it works sometimes. Timing is everything. And so I hate it for the kid. I hope he's okay. But I hope Florida State takes advantage of the situation that they now find themselves in. That is weird news to get in a warm-up.
Yeah, that doesn't typically happen. If it's a kid who's a game time decision like Van Dyke, sometimes you see them walk off the field shaking their head and you say, well, I guess it was a no-go, but not somebody who was fully expected to be able to go. The interesting thing to me tonight is to watch a couple of things from Miami's perspective is how tight do they look? Because Cristobal can be very wound tight. In fact, that's his, default setting. Even at ACC kickoff, the way he was answering questions, there was, I don't know, it was just off-putting. I was thinking, that's the guy who's going to bring the swag back to the U? He has no swag whatsoever. Now, he has discipline, and maybe they need discipline. But that dude he seems to take things so damn seriously. So I want to see if the players are an extension of him tonight, and they look timid rather than loose and free. Because this should be a night that they are loose and free. And then number two, I want to see how Miami lines up defensively against the Noles. And do they stay in a base look with two high safeties and allow us to run the ball right at them? Or do they challenge us at the line of scrimmage? Because Kevin Steele's scheme is multiple up front. It can be. Sometimes they've got the look of the 4-down lineman. It looks like an old school 4-3. Sometimes only two dudes have their hands in the dirt, and then they're moving guys around trying to confuse the offensive line. Against North Carolina, it was very passive. It was a safe shell, and they said, beat us on the ground, North Carolina. Execute longer drives and execute in the red zone. I wonder what you would do tonight, because I almost think you want to stack the line of scrimmage and prove prove Jordan Travis and the receivers, make them prove that they can make those plays on the outside, because they can run right at you.
Yeah, I don't know that they trust their corners to do that, Tom. I don't know that they trust the communication on the back end. That's where they've given up those big plays. I think I would really make Florida State grind it out. I would want Florida State to have to put together 10, 12, 15 play drives.
Yep.
Florida State has shown the proclivity to be able to do that. It's really remarkable how many times Florida State has put together these long drives. But I would make Florida State do that on the road in this atmosphere and hope that maybe they get some false start penalties or something along those lines and find themselves behind the chains. We do know that Florida State's offense is often, as are a lot of offenses, predicated on winning first down, staying ahead of the chains, or at least even with them. I would make Miami do that. At this point, for Miami, I think you want to shorten the game. I think you want to try to run the ball yourself against Florida State's defensive line. I would test it if I were them, and I'd play a ball control game, and then I would also force Florida State to run the ball and try to shorten this game and put myself in a position, fewer possessions, not more possessions.
Yeah,
that's the way I'd play it if I were them. I don't want to give up big plays, and they've been giving up big plays all year long.
It'll be interesting, too, to see how well they're coached in that regard, because tempo is part of what they do. They at least throw it in as a once-in-a-while thing. Their offense hasn't been rolling enough this year to really see what they're about, but they're multiple, too, offensively speaking, and they can go empty and go 5 wide. If I were them, I would attack it that way, especially now that you have your left tackle going down. Beyond the fact that they're not a very good offensive line to begin with, they might want to be as wide open and stretched out as they possibly can to see if they can expose Florida State's safeties, third or fourth cornerback, or their linebackers, if Van Dyke is good to go. But this is a really interesting matchup, because a lot of times when we're breaking down pregame stuff or during the week on the JCS, we're talking about how does Florida State have to get competitive? How does Florida State help even the terms of the fight? Because we've been in a deficit since 2017. We've been in a deficit. Tonight it's how does Miami even the terms of the fight? And it's just so damned refreshing to be in a place like that. I hope they pay it off. But we had done so many, it occurs to me right now that we've done so many pregame shows where you have to stack this house of cards together in order to paint a picture that it could be close in the second half. And that's not our job tonight. That's Miami's job. We'll see if we can keep it from being that way, but it's nice for a change.
So Tatum is out there. Ryan, you asked the question. So did several others. Maybe you tuned in a little late. Tom updated it, but the point is that Tatum Bethune is out there warming up in uniform. So we should be good to go. Darius Washington, again, getting the start at right tackle. By the way, Tom, real quick, I don't love that. I'm not a big fan of our situation at right tackle in general. I don't think Jazz is great, but I think he does one thing pretty well. Darius Washington's more suited on the inside than he is on the outside. That concerns me a little bit. If you're worried about that, I understand your concerns. Trayshawn Ward, we're good to go there, Tom. He is in uniform, warming up, ready to go. Looks like Trayshawn Ward will get the start tonight and be able to play.
I would also say, too, I didn't mention this, but Jazz and Turntine did go through warm-ups. So it might be something where he is available. We'll see. Look at that rotation at right tackle tonight. See if there is one in the first place. But it's not like Jazz is in street clothes. So we will see how that develops. I also saw a question in the chat about the referee tonight. So here you go, folks. It is not Jeff Flanagan. I can tell you it is definitively not Jeff Flanagan. It is not the guy last year whose name is Gary Patterson. I was like, TCU coach. It's not that guy either. It's Jerry Magallanes. I don't know. So it's not the guys you recognize for being terrible at their job. So there you go.
All I know is if they are wearing a referee's uniform and there is an ACC patch, you can most assuredly guess that they will be awful at their job. Do not worry yourself about that. There's nothing you can do about that. We've had to live with that for a very long time. I know the consternation that it has caused, but I shall tell you, it ain't going anywhere. So if they're an ACC official, maybe not the most notable of ACC officials, they are still ACC officials, which means they suck at what they do. So you know that. Live with it. Hang in there.
We've got the best audience in the world because Matt was on it immediately, Matt Yancey. But, another good sign for you, buddy, is that it's a Jerry. I mean, we've got these things. These things are trending. I felt really good about the garnet pants tonight. You're lighting the candle. We got a ref named Jerry. Okay. Yeah. You know, you don't root for injury, but Miami had a problem in the warm-ups. Now their offensive line is diminished. Hopefully the young man's okay. But there's a lot of signs right now that make the mojo feel a little bit stronger for the Noles. And as we see, Ryan, thank you for those updates. You people in the chat are great with this.
Yeah.
Make sure to hit the like button underneath if you could do us a favor. But, yes, Van Dyke was taking snaps with the first-team center about 20, 30 minutes ago. So this is anticipated that he will be, in fact, the starter for the balance of the game. But we'll see how long he lasts and if he's capable of going the full 60 minutes.
By the way, I don't know how this comes up or why it's a thing, but William Flynn, you are correct. That is about the correct height of Corey Clark. Several people asked for some reason. I don't know why. I try to answer questions in the chat. So I will just let you know that is indeed the right answer. All right. So this is it, man. It's time, right? Don't you think it's time for us to get it out there and give us our score predictions? We didn't necessarily do a who's hot and who's cold, thanks to our friends at Barano Heating and Air Conditioning, but we kind of incorporate that into our predictions, which are brought to you also by ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. So, Tom, I said we group them all into one here. We thank all of our sponsors. We tell everybody how much we love them, and then we pick a winner, and you know where I'm going, right? I'm taking Florida State. I picked them early in the week to win this game 41-17. Huh? I'll stick with 41-17. It doesn't feel as good now that we're minutes away from kickoff, but I still feel very, very good for Florida State, and I'm not going to waver.
Yeah, I see Eric, and Eric said on the phone last week on the postgame show 44-17, so he's stuck to it since last Saturday. I, too, said the 40 burger. I don't know if you saw the predictions video because you hosted the report, but I said 40 burger tonight. 42-20 is where I have it. Miami might score a few more points with TVD. We'll see. Don't mean to rhyme there. But feel free in the chat. Fire up all your predictions. Another note for you all, just a programming note. The watch-along show will feature myself, Dominic Robinson, and the post-game show, Gene Williams and me, will be right here at this link. You do not have to leave where you are right now. This is the same link that is going to take you all the way through the post-game show tonight.
You know, it's probably good you said that, because what if I had just gotten up from my computer and left it on this thing, and then you would have heard all these unsavory things in the distance as this game started?
People are rooting for that, man.
Yeah. No, hey, this is one I can't, guys. In truth, can I just give you guys the real answer? It's not that I don't want to help out and be a great team member of Warchant, which I believe I am. It is my son's birthday weekend, and so we've been spending a lot of time together. We're going to watch the game together. I'm not trying to be an ass. I think maybe next weekend, Tom, I don't know what my role is, but if you need me in any way, I can help out. So I'm here, and I don't know what the Sunday Smash is going to look like, but if you need me on that tomorrow, I can do that. So I'll let you guys know in advance.
Sold.
So, yeah. So in the interim, I will just say thanks to Ben, thanks to Tom. You guys hang in there, stick it out. We'll be all right, Noles. We're going to be okay. Let's go. Let's get this thing done.
We're going to reconvene, everybody. Jeff is going to leave these proceedings, and he's going to start throwing F-bombs. It's Miami Saturday.
I am.
He owes about 500 to the football gods because it's just that kind of day. So he's going to spend – go ahead.
No, well, I've also got 13 candles to light, so I've got to get moving here, guys.
We're going to go to a break real quick. We will reconvene at 7:35 p.m. at this link. You do not need to leave. I see Dominic Robinson's in.
There he is. There's the man. I see him.
We might even bump it up to 7:33 p.m. So, Ben, let's hit a quick break, and then we're coming back for the balance of 4 quarters. Noles, Canes. Let's get the job done tonight. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Love you guys. Go Noles. Go Noles, baby.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, any time is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you are hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers, or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving today with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. And go Noles indeed, as we welcome in Dominic Robinson. He is the lead football analyst for Warchant.com, and we are convening now on Warchant GameDay, presented by Zaxby's, the watch-along portion of the show. E-Rob, how are you on a Miami Saturday?
Oh, man, I couldn't be better, man. I'm very excited. These days are obviously they're few and far between. So when you have a chance to play your rival, regardless of where they are in their development or program, regardless of where you are and where you're at, and it's the best. There's just no time better than getting a chance to take shots at the guys in the orange and green or orange and blue.
Yeah, you understand what it's like to be on the field in a moment like this as we're watching on TV Jordan Travis going through warm-ups. What's the first memory that comes to mind for you when I say Florida State, Miami?
Oh, that's a tough one. There's so many. I will tell you probably, God, the first one was the Winky, Reggie Wayne, Santana Moss, 2000 in the Orange Bowl. So before I was there. That's the first one that comes to mind. I just remembered how great that game was, how many NFL players were on the field that day. DJ Williams, who was sort of a guy that I idolized, was playing for Miami. He's a California kid who went to school at Miami, played linebacker. So I just remembered that game so well. I feel like Winky threw for 400 yards. Snoop Menace was out there. Just there's so much firepower just on both sides. And I just remember thinking, I can't wait to do that. I cannot wait to be on the field with those guys and compete at that level and do all the things that those guys are doing. That's kind of my first, I would say, my first memory. And I have so many, man. This watch along could go for 6-7 hours of me telling Florida State Miami stories, either ones that I was personally involved in or ones that guys talk to me about prior to me, being there or even after I've left.
This is probably the 6th time I want to say that we've done one of these together for at least a couple of quarters. There's a different little tinge there in your voice today. You could tell that this is a little bit extra. So when you're in that locker room before your first actual, as a player, Florida State-Miami game, you're a very composed adult. Were you composed when you were a freshman in this moment? And if not, how long did it take before you could settle down?
Honestly, I was because, like I said, I had been mentally preparing for that moment for so long. I had dreams of it. When I trained, I remember training as a senior in high school. I'm not even at, at school yet. And I remember that whole summer when I trained by myself or in that spring, that's all I thought about. I consistently, I would in an empty field, I would catch punts. I would throw the ball up, catch a punt, and I would visualize beating, Florida Gators or Miami Hurricanes. And I would think about their players. I would think about their sidelines and Coach Spurrier. I would think about making him mad. And Butch Davis, who was head coach at Miami at the time, and then Coker took over. I remembered, thinking about their faces and wanting to piss them off, when they're recruiting me. And I would think about the players they had and how I was going to make them look stupid. So, once that time actually came and I got to do it, I don't remember there being any nerves or, it was just more excitement that, like, man, the moment's here. The dream is here. And I think it's probably 20-fold for the Florida guys that grew up in Florida.
Yeah.
Because they're actually going against, and it's just conversations that I had, they're going against actual friends and teammates, guys that they grew up with, guys that they played against. For me, they were all pretty much strangers because I didn't, I grew up in California, so there weren't many. That's a good one, man. Yeah, I was very depressed last week. That was some bad football, man. That was some really bad football.
We have a lot of people checking in real quick. As Director Ben was asking, I know you love to hear because you came from afar. Like you love to hear where everybody's watching from. And
yeah. Who was that?
We got El Paso, Texas. We got Dayton, Ohio. We got the state of Utah. Locally here in Tallahassee, West Palm, North Carolina, West Virginia, South Carolina, Connecticut, Vero Beach, Orlando, Boca.
Let's go.
Mississippi, Birmingham, Raleigh, Virginia, Daytona Beach, Pittsburgh, Milton, Carabel, Tampa, Hawaii. We've got Germany from earlier in the pregame show, Jacksonville Beach, Massachusetts, Sneads, Florida, Port St. Joe, Naples, Massachusetts. We're worldwide tonight.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we are. Did you say Germany?
That was in the pregame. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Love it, man. I love it when we get them from across the pond. Oh, we saw Copenhagen earlier.
Yep. That's right.
Denmark. Shout out to Denmark.
Hopefully we leave our mark tonight.
Yes, sir.
So D-Rob, they're kicking off in a couple of minutes here. They're going through the pomp and circumstance of a 7:30 p.m. kick on ABC. From what you've seen from this group, Florida State this year, taking a look at Miami, what are you interested to see early on as they check each other and exactly how they're going to line up and scheme for each other?
Just talking about what we were just talking about in terms of the rivalry game, a lot of these guys that transfer are experiencing it for the first time. So there's a lot of unknown. How will we come out? Also, how we just played last week was really, really poor. I look to see Mike Norvell get Jordan into a rhythm early with some real rhythm, quick throws, getting the ball out of his hand. We've ran the ball so well. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to take a play action shot, maybe after the first down. Once you get that you establish a rhythm. The way it's been lately, we've been getting 2nd and 2, essentially almost guaranteed after the first play. I mean, it seems like every first play is a run for 8, 8, 9, a big chunk run. So it could be pretty quick that we get that play action shot. But I think we're going to get a play action shot here early, just to kind of, see if we can get a cheap one. But yeah, I'm excited. Oh, but the point I was trying to make was to see the guys who are playing in this thing for the first time, and really all the guys, settle in and sort of get the anxiety out that this is the rivalry. This is our chance to put our stamp, because man, when you show up in Tallahassee, it's infinite amount of videos that you see of Florida State memories. All the game that I was talking about, the 2000 game, the couple of Orange Bowls, or times when we've gone against each other in bowl games. You see all these highlights, and so many of them are us against UM. And so you're constantly thinking about, man, I hope somebody is watching me 10 years from now, sitting in this seat and going, oh, dang, look at the play that this guy made. So settling into that, realizing that, hey, you're not going to make your mark on the game unless your heart rate is down, you're prepared and ready to go, and you're not overhyping this game to yourself to where your heart rate's going too fast and then you get out ahead of yourself. So, I look to see those guys sort of settle in that way and see how Coach Norvell decides to do that for the offense. Obviously, defensively, you have less control over that. But just, seeing the offense settle into that.
We'll sync up at kickoff for everybody that's watching along with us on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay. Just a couple of technical things to go through. I can hear the broadcast feed a little bit on your side, D-Rob. If you don't mind, turn that down just a little so we don't get copyright dinged on this thing. Miami has taken the field on my feed, and it looks like they're going to cut to Florida State in a second here. So if I'm ahead, we can always sync up at the kickoff. How do you feel about the garnet pants, the white on the garnet pants?
To be honest, I loved wearing that as a player. My best game as a Seminole was in that uniform, the game against the Gators.
Yep.
But I don't like it against Miami, probably because that 2000 memory, they were wearing white with with gold. And so when I think of Florida State Miami, like that, I see that uniform.
Sure.
So personally, I like to go with the traditional white and gold for this game, and I like the white and garnet for the Gator game. But I don't hate it. How do you feel?
I'm okay with it. I actually felt this is completely unscientific, but I felt better about this game when I found out they were wearing garnet pants. That's just a fan. That makes no sense. But I was like, okay, all right, I like it. But I just, I don't know that we've talked about this, and I won't belabor this point because it's a thing that I do all the time on the radio here locally. It's purple, man. We got to fix that garnet. We got to tighten it up. We got to get it closer to that red family than the purple family. But that's last time I'm going to mention that. It's all positive vibes tonight.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. So yeah, that's me though. I like the traditional. I didn't say I like it. I love it. I mean, that's as a kid, that's what I fell in love with. Yep. And but I do like the garnet pants after Thanksgiving. But yeah, let's tighten it up. Let's tighten up the let's get to the red family. Let's escape the purple family.
Yeah, that's what is that? The Noles kind of like Labor Day rule with white.
Yeah. White garnet after Thanksgiving.
Let's see. It looks like we lost another toss. My goodness, we always get the ball. It feels like to start the game. So Florida State will start with the football. We will sync up. They've got the spider cam going over midfield, which Miami's indoor practice facility does not have. They only get to the 35-yard line in their indoor practice facility. So hopefully they're not scared by that 5-0 in the middle of the field. As it looks like Trey Benson is going to return kicks. Okay, we're off to a good start there. I like that. Miami is about to take formation. There goes the ref's hand. They now showed Trey Benson deep, ready to receive, and they're doing some swag surfing after the half-an-hour commute from their campus to the football field, Miami students.
Shots, bang!
And the ball's kicked off. Where are you at, D-Rob?
They've already caught it, and now Jordan Travis. I'm a little bit ahead of you, I think.
Sounds like you're a little bit ahead of me. Okay. It might be 3 or 4 seconds. 35, 34, 33 on the play clock.
Oh.
Now 30.
Okay.
Let's get this thing going. All right. Oh, I've been waiting all day for this. Been waiting all week for this. Come on, Noles. Tonight's the night we arrive. Let's go.
I love getting the ball first.
Let's see what they do with it. So big TFL for Miami to start the game. It'll be 2nd and 15. Pick your offensive lineman or let somebody blow by him on that play. Quite a few. All right, 2nd and 15. Was wondering if Miami would play too high early, and they did on that first play.
Yeah, that was just getting beat up front.
Yep.
Very good. Get back on schedule.
Yep. It'll be 3rd down, closer to 10 or 11 here. First big 3rd down of the game. For those of you who are not able to watch, and some folks are not able to, so we're very happy to watch this with you and help you get some facts on what's happening. Miami wearing orange and white pants with the white helmets tonight. No smoke uniforms or anything crazy like that for the Canes.
I like that.
Big 3rd down early on.
Go unbalanced, right?
Oh, my.
Ugh.
And Jordan throws into triple coverage and is nearly intercepted. Good protection for him, but somebody else had to be wide.
Yeah, that's great protection. They ran a quads to the right, and only protected with 5. They had no back protecting. The 4th receiver actually chipped the end. And who is that? Number 5.
McDonald. Oh, yeah.
Okay. No,
get bailed out. I call. They get bailed out. That
yeah.
We'll take it. There are no apologies on a Miami Saturday. So 1st down for the Noles. That's correct. You got to be quick with the ball. Quicker. All right, the referees are sorting out a mess. What else is new? They don't know where the ball should be spotted. Conversation time. 13:38 to go on the clock. Norvell likes the explanation he got, so at least what are they reviewing? A targeting? Now, this is interesting.
Yeah, very.
They may be reviewing a tip pass that would negate the pass interference. All right. First commercial break of the night. Didn't take very long.
No.
I'm going to go back and take a look on my second shot here if this ball was tipped. I couldn't tell at live speed. Maybe. It's the best I can give you.
That's an interesting deal, man. I can't even think of what they could be looking at here.
Yeah. Could be a tip pass. Nobody hit the quarterback because he had all day.
I do not believe you can review a tipped ball.
It might have been.
I don't know that you can review that though.
Yeah, I agree. It might have been. That's the best I can offer. It's just there was no other review other than the live play-by-play. So we'll see what they come back with here.
Sure wish I had the all 22 on that, because there were 3 guys around him, and we released 5 guys into the pattern, and they rushed 4. So the math tells you somebody had to have been open.
I mean, yeah, I know
somebody had to have been wide open. There's no way. They've got, essentially 6 guys in coverage, and 3 of them were near McDonald, like very close to McDonald when that ball got to him. So,
underneath definitely was to Toafili. Now, it's 3rd and 11, so he didn't want that. But
right.
Yeah, I agree. Somebody else down the field, right? I mean, it was a 3-man rush, but a 4th guy was in there to spy. So, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like somebody had to have been. Where are you? What are you looking at? Are you are they doing that whatever cast?
They are doing the SkyCast. I just pulled it up.
Okay.
But that last time we did that with Clemson, it was a full minute behind, so it served us no good for the watch along purpose. They'd be a play and a half ahead, which was kind of annoying.
Yeah. Where are we at on health? I don't know. Did you guys? I'm sure you talked about it already.
Yeah. So Washington starts again. Darius Washington starts at right tackle. He came in relief of Jazz last week. Jazz went through warmups. The defensive line's all healthy. Oh, we got too many men?
Oh.
No way. Oh, okay. Here's your all 22.
Yeah, so I see 3 guys open there. Yeah.
1st and 10. Why is Travis on the sidelines if it's 1st and 10? What's going on here? Yeah, it's not tipped.
No.
So why is Jordan on the sideline is my question. What in the world? Or is that a huddle? Is he in a huddle? Oh, it looks like he's standing next to Mike. Oh, we're still waiting on the review? Jesus, ACC. Sorry. All right. I think they played the Jeopardy song for the 60th time.
Yeah.
Waiting. But to finish the thought, yeah, Trayshawn Ward is back for this game. D-Rob running back, which is good. Defensive line's all good to go. I think they're as healthy as they've been in a long time. There we go. All right. Back to football. This guy will explain something to Mike for another minute.
I sure would like to know. I have no clue what just happened.
Yeah.
Usually I at least have a little idea of like what it could be, but like I don't even know what it could have been.
So here we go. 1st and 10 for the Noles at the 39-yard line, and run the play. Quick hitter up the middle. They'll take the penalty. It was a gain of about 6. You'll take 1st and 5. You know what I'd like, and I know they got to check with the sideline, Dominic, but there are times in soccer where there's just advantage and you play on.
Yes.
I mean,
that would be
in this situation,
awesome.
Mike's not going to take the play. He's going to take the penalty. So just let's move along.
Yes, exactly.
Like an offensive hold on a 4th down stand. Don't even tell me it's an offensive hold. I don't care. They got the ball.
Right. Here's a chance for your shot here.
Yep.
1st and 15, 11 personnel, keep the tight end in, and let's go.
Oop, something good happened. I'm going to move. Got to close that chat.
There's your play action.
Oh,
there it is. Got it.
Oh, I didn't see the word touchdown. I just saw a pokey, so that was a surprise that he went to the house.
Yeah, baby.
He called it. He called it here first. Dominic said early shot after the first down. Well, there it is. There it is.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
You got to hit
Let's go,
it.
Gene.
You got to hit it.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Yes, sir. We like it, Gene Deckerhoff.
Oh, man.
Early in the broadcast, we love to hear that voice.
There we go. Fitzy down the middle, and we've got a 7-0 ball game. Woo! All right. Weird start. Jordan throws a terrible pass on 3rd and 11. You get a bit of a gift of a PI. He hit him early, but I mean, my God, it was a gift. It was triple coverage. And now you got your shot play. There you go. That will silence the crowd a bit, D-Rob. We like that when we're on the road.
Yeah, and we definitely, the worst thing you can do, and that's why I like when you're playing an unmatched, an overmatched opponent.
Yep.
I like to get the ball.
Yeah.
I almost hope we lose the toss, because if I can take them and confirm to them that they do suck by going down the field and scoring on them, then it's beautiful. That's what I want. Like right away, I want to put you back into the place where you belong right away. Like right out the gate, you're not good, and we're going to score on you right away to remind you of how not good you are. And I don't like it when you go out there on defense. A lot of times you don't get an opportunity to do that. Yeah. So I love it when offensively you get the ball. That's great.
There we go.
That's awesome.
That's Miami Saturday, Dominic Robinson. Confirm to them that they suck. That's as aggressive as we've heard so far. And I'm here for it.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So here it is. Miami had an injury in warm-ups, D-Rob. Their starting left tackle came up lame during warm-ups, and you don't root for injuries ever.
No, I hate that. I want to beat you with your best guys.
Yep, and now they are starting apparently a freshman at left guard. They had to do some shuffling, obviously. But that offensive line already is rough, so now they've got a little bit more inexperience. We'll see what happens tonight. We've got 1st and 10. It was a touchback, of course. A throw to the perimeter, and a good effort there. Fight through a hold. I thought that was a hold on the perimeter. And good job by the corner out there to get a hand on Miami's running back. 2nd and 6 or so. As a slot receiver, forgive me.
I don't even know who's Miami's guy. They got to have somebody that's halfway explosive, right?
Not really this year. That's the weird thing. 88, the sophomore there. 88, the sophomore is a good player. Restrepo, there you go. The slot receiver. He's been out for most of the year. 3rd and 6, 3rd and whatever. You got to look for number 1. But they don't have somebody who can lift the lid. At least they haven't proven that they have one yet.
Yeah.
Their longest run from scrimmage this year, knock on wood right now, 26 yards.
Oof.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, that's rough. That is no bueno.
3rd and short, they do get it. It'll be 1st down Canes just past the 35-yard line.
Dang it.
Watching with us, we're at 12:07, 12:06 and running. Noles with an early bomb of a touchdown, a wide open look to Pokey Wilson. 7-0 Florida State.
You see that? Somebody wants to know if the pants are as purple as they look.
Van Dyke with a good throw on 1st down. Looks like they're going to move the chains again. I agree. Now, I'm not a shill for the university. That's not my job. I'm an alum. So I love Florida State, but they do look more garnet in person. Sometimes the lighting affects it, but the lighting didn't affect the old jerseys to make them look that purple. So
I agree.
Another 1st down for Miami. Looks like Florida State is going to play D-Rob pretty vanilla to start and see what we got a quarterback change here. Here's Ja'Curry Brown. That's their running quarterback. And he's going to drop back and pass. Look at this. There's a flag on the play. Is that a hold on Florida State?
Yeah, his in the secondary came from the back judge.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was the guy he was throwing it to. Yep, so you're going to get a defensive hold.
Yeah. So here's some of the wrinkles. Coach Gaddis, Michigan's former offensive coordinator, first-year offensive coordinator with Miami, he will try some. Oh man, that's obvious as hell, Jarion.
Jeez.
They like flea flickers, end arounds, reverses, gadgets. Look, they got 4 offensive linemen in the formation here, at least near the box. And Brown has stood up. Don't blow the whistle. That should be a gain of 1. Hopefully it's an illegal formation, too.
You know what I like, too? There were a couple down years where this game wouldn't get Herbie and it wouldn't be even on ABC maybe, or, it'd be on ACC Network or something like that. And that always just disgusts me every year whenever that would happen. I thought because Miami's so bad, I didn't think we'd get the primetime treatment. I'm glad we got the A team, and all of those things.
I was stunned. I thought this had noon written all over it to me.
All the way. Yeah. I thought that too. So that's good.
1st and 15, it was an illegal formation, and they're going to stick with Brown. This is going to be something to watch all night. He will keep and stay on his feet, and he gets about 17 yards. That's got to be better. Come on now, guys.
Yeah. Where is he from? He's a freshman.
I think so.
Is he a Florida kid?
See, let me go to on3.com to find out. The parent network is Warchant.com.
Yeah.
He's from Valdosta, actually.
Oh, okay.
From Lowndes. And he is a freshman. That is correct. Van Dyke back in the game, 1st and 10. The blitz almost gets home. Do they believe that's a fumble? It looks like we were diving at it like it was. That had to be a batted pass. There's no way.
Yeah.
Good job, Kevin Noles actually got home there. Yeah, that's. Come on, guys. Save yourself the scrum. Second and 10 in Florida State territory. I'm okay. Look, I want the defense to get stops every time, but I'm okay with trading 7s for 3s because I think that's what could happen tonight. So I wouldn't try anything crazy here.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of pressuring and, all that kind of stuff. That's not really in Fuller's nature this year anyway, for the most part. Nice tackle. Already tackled.
Very good.
No, Patrick Payton celebrating that tackle at the line of scrimmage. An early look for 56 and Farmer as well. So look at that. And Amari Gaynor on the field on that play. Okay. So there's a lot of guys that are on the second line of the 2 deep early on in this game. Third and 9.
Another deal where at Old Miami, you couldn't do what we just did. I mean, he just went cover 1, just manned up all those guys, and all those run gaps are filled because we're playing one-on-one outside, and that's something that you never used to be able to do against Miami.
We had a bit of a coverage bust, but Van Dyke missed.
Yeah.
So 4th down, and Borregales will take the field. We'll take that. No apologies again, but got to tighten that up. Oh, it's the safety getting caught. Shaheem Brown.
That's going to be an interesting sort of chess battle to watch. Is he going to continue to stay in man coverage out there? That was just bad eyes by the safety. His eyes get stuck inside. You're in man coverage. Your eyes got to be on your man. It's pretty simple, cut and dry. But yeah, if they can stay in that, that's going to be a problem for Miami for sure. Yep. They got to be able to punish. If you're going to get one-on-ones out there out wide, got to be able to punish them, and I'm sure that's been a problem for them all year. If they don't, it sounds like they don't even have a guy. And the quarterback doesn't look like, they're probably struggling there too. So
yeah, Van Dyke has had an issue, a shoulder issue. He was a game time decision tonight, and I believe it's his throwing shoulder. So that might have something to do with that miss there as well.
Yeah.
7-3 now. That field goal attempt from 49 was good by Borregales, dead down the middle. They've got a good kicker in Miami, and we are in commercial break. So it's 7-3. Traded blows. Let's see if the Noles can respond again. A shot play on the first drive to Pokey Wilson, and they have a big PI, and also an offsides call that set up the shot play. 1st and 5 because of the offside. So a couple of big penalties by the Hurricanes, putting Florida State in a position there. What do you think so far, D-Rob, through a couple of drives?
The thing you're going to want to look for again is defensively. It looks like our plan is going to be we're just going to stay vanilla, play base, cover one. So that means the box is loaded. We're not going to allow them to run the ball, and we're going to trust that our secondary is going to hold up, which means we are susceptible to the big play. One guy just has to make one small mistake like we just saw. Eye discipline a lot of times becomes an issue if they do any sort of fake in the backfield or pumps by the quarterback. Now you put yourself, you're susceptible to the double move. Can Miami capitalize on that? And then that kid quarterback, that looked bad. There was some stuff there that I think that they're going to say, hey, we're going to go back to it.
Right.
The way that you keep him off the field is you score a touchdown right here and you put him down 2 scores.
Yep.
And now, you discourage them from at least running it. And even if they do run it effectively, the clock is running. If he's getting 7-yard chunks, it's still not a great proposition because the clock is running and we're down multiple scores. So touchdown right here would be big in terms of, making them beat you left-handed. Don't let them bring their strength out there, which as of right now looks like quarterback run game, which is always going to be a problem for a defensive coordinator. So essentially what we're doing right now is we're essentially playing with 6.5 in the box.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. I always love watching these. I've seen them all a billion times, and I love it every time. I always try to look for the young number 21 getting lit up by Sean Taylor. But the way that so the offensive coordinator, his response to us putting 6.5 in the box is if the quarterback doesn't hand the ball off, now they have essentially 6.5 because whoever the quarterback is faking becomes a blocker. And so now they have a hat for a hat in the run game, and maybe even a +1 because if our half plays a pass on that play, now they have more hats to block than we have dedicated to the run. So that's why this possession is so important. Take that part away and make sure that your half run pass player can play heavy run and not worry about, or heavy pass and not worry about the run.
How would you play Florida State? Put on a Miami hat for a minute and then just throw it in the trash after. But, because the way Miami played North, wow, just block punts everywhere. How about a commercial or an update with 2 block punt for touchdowns? Yeah. The way that Miami played North Carolina was 6 in the box, 2 high the whole way. Yeah. And, North Carolina's offense is the closest thing they've seen to FSU's. It's a little bit more explosive in some ways and less in others. How would you play Jordan Travis to the Noles if you were trying to scheme up with a good defensive line and you're not great at linebacker or corner or safety?
Yeah, honestly, I would be very worried about what we're seeing right here. It's just Trey Benson. I would be worried about the run game because when I watch Florida State, it just you see that they have true intentions to run the football.
Yeah.
You can see that Mike Norvell is a guy that really, and that's his favorite play right there. That's counter right there. That's Coach Norvell's, favorite run play. Maybe his favorite play, period. So I would try to take that away. What they just did right there, running counter, and they just ran it back-to-back plays. If I was playing us, that's what I would do that's what we would be working on is like, we got to tackle this back and we have to force, as crazy as it sounds, I would force them to make Jordan make throws. And, he's proven that he's going to do that at a very high, efficient level. But I just think the backs are what's going to beat you. If they can run, if we can run the football, we've got everything.
And there it is. The third straight time.
If we can run the football like this, we have everything. Because as you saw, 1st and 5, we hadn't even run the ball well yet. And you go play action, beat them over the top. So you gotta pick your poison. And for me, I'm picking the take away the counter game. I'm playing heavy in the box, and I'm forcing Jordan to make throws out wide, and I'm hoping that Coach Norvell gets stuck trying to do what he wants to do and forgets that he's got some pretty good weapons out wide and doesn't try to push it out there enough, because it's just lower percentages. It's a lot easier for me to turn around and hand this ball than it is to push it 43 yards downfield to get a positive play.
There's a screen nicely set up. Cash at Marquiston, first down for Florida State in the red zone.
Tugboating right there.
It's a large human. Robert Scott was called for a hold on the Lawrence Toafili run. It was legitimate. So the Wirecast, the Skycast works. It's close enough. I can see it. And
awesome.
We'll have feedback on that.
I'm going to go to that.
It
How
is.
do I get to that on ESPN Plus?
Yeah, go to watchespn.com.
Yeah.
For those of you out there that want to watch it, watchespn.com. You click on the Florida State game, and it'll give you an option of either the traditional broadcast or the Skycast. And choose the Skycast, and you get that pretty awesome look. The one that you're seeing right now on your television screen, they just cut from. That's what it is the whole time. Florida State repped that play all week. Didn't work this time. It'll be second or third down now. How did we ever get to third down? I missed the first down play.
Oh, man, I didn't know Coach Steele he's a DC there?
Yes.
It's awesome. Coach Steele's a great coach.
Multiple up front. 3rd and 9.
Money down right here.
There is a flag on the play, so hopefully that's a hold on Johnny. I would think so, the way he was stumbling in the end zone.
Yeah, it did look like it.
Jordan had a lot of time there. Let's see. I'm watching the replay. Yeah, Johnny got turned loose as he was breaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's running a corner route of sorts, and it was actually a good penalty. I think it's a touchdown if you don't grab him. Yeah. There it is.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. He had him too. That's good. Good job by Johnny. Good route.
Time set that route up. Good job, offensive line, because that's a long developing. What do you call that route, D-Rob? Because he's in
post corner.
Post corner?
Yeah, it's post corner. Yeah, it's just an inside stem because he's getting pressed. And then you go post eyes. If you give post eyes, which is eyes inside, you're always going to get a DB to move there, and now you come back out, and that's what you get. You're either going to get out there, it's super clean, and it's going to be awesome, or you're going to get a hold.
Jordan keeps. Oh, nice tackle for Butt. Oh, man, he got inside the one.
That's a really good tackle, man.
That is
sure he's getting in.
Tough to stop him one-on-one. That almost felt automatic, and it wasn't. They're going jumbo. Okay, so here's DJ Lundy in the game. I can now say this. The embargo's lifted. D-Rob, they had a full period on Tuesday where they repped goal line standard I formation sets, and I had not seen that all year in the way that they ran. So here you go.
Yeah. There's nothing there.
Benson did well to get back to the line of scrimmage.
And this is what you and I talked about last week, which was I don't believe, the coaching staff felt like they could do this, and you can see why.
Yeah.
Every offensive lineman was a yard behind the line of scrimmage after that ball was snapped. There was literally no type of push up front at all. And I knew that just based on their play calls.
Right.
Based on the formations they were getting in. You could tell they didn't believe that they could do this. And this is what they'd had to do. They had to do something where they go around the outside. Some sort of boot, some sort of get the quarterback on the edge. Widen the field, use it horizontally.
So 3 touches for DJ Lundy this season. 3 touchdowns for DJ Lundy this season.
Touchdown episode!
There was the match. One more time.
Touchdown episode!
Nice job. Jordan Travis was very patient there because Lundy was occupied by a rusher, and he waited for Lundy to come free, put some air underneath the ball, and the linebacker comes down with it. A defensive player playing offense, both sides of the ball. We know Dominic Robinson loves that here on Warchant TV. If you love it, throw a thumbs up at this video. You're watching Zaxby's Warchant Game Day, and the Noles are up 14-3. There's the response you were looking to see, D-Rob. That's a big drive right there.
We love it. We love it, man. Up 2 scores now. Now you really put a lot of pressure on their passing game, pressure that they haven't shown that they can handle at this point. So that's great, man. We love it.
They ran that exact play, that play action rollout to the right in that 8-play set and period earlier this week. It was open.
Do we got to get a shout to Zaxby's?
Oh, we can. We always shout out Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's has been a Golden Chief booster for 17 years, everybody. So when you come to town, they're all over town, whether it's the day before the game, on the way home as you're hitting the road. They've got locations near the interstate. They've got locations near campus, everywhere. When you support Zaxby's, you support people and owners who support Florida State. So a Nole helping a Nole. That's what you do at Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Excellent. I love it. When D-Rob is saying, let's hit the sponsor one more time, I know we're winning. I know we're winning. Cake, thank you very much. This is where the defense kicks in and holds. I've been saying it all year. I said it first. All right, Caked, you and your potato logo there. We are looking to see if you're correct. Never lose your nerd. Thank you. He loves the uniform color combo. Right now, how could you not at 14-3? Thank you, Never Lose Your Nerd. All right, so how big is this stop? I mean, this is you don't have to be somebody who's been in the game for 20-odd years, 30-odd years, D-Rob, to know this is critical, right?
Yeah, especially, like I said, putting the pressure on Miami's passing game is, and on their quarterback at this point is, they hadn't shown that they can handle that. And so I think you like your chances. And like I said, your half player, your sort of apex, run pass, conflict guy now can really, play pass. And then your guys up front can pin their ears back a little bit. And now you look to see Verse and those guys up front, kind of create some havoc here. You like you like this spot.
A lot of good things on that drive. That you're right. They started with counter. That's something that in watching Miami this year, they don't handle motion all that well and pulls and things like that at the linebacker level.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I lost my voice. Florida State hit 3 of those in a row. One was called back for a hold. You didn't have to have that hold. But one of the hidden plays of that drive to me was the screen to the tight end right after that to pick up the first down. That's big time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and hitting a guy who's not necessarily a threat that that they're expecting, and what we get 13 on it or something like.
Yep.
That's a good good positive play, great play call. Yeah, everything about that was a very good drive, very efficient drive. Did we have a third down on that? Oh, the third down was the PI on Johnny, right?
Yes,
Yep.
which would have been a contested. I mean, Johnny's in position. It would have been safety versus Johnny one-on-one. You like the matchup, but still, that great time provided by the offensive line there too for Jordan to wait it out.
Yeah, on that play, and then on the play before, the big touchdown, Jordan's back there, 5-man protection, just standing back there, and able to chuck it deep to Pokey. Bama.
What did LSU score again?
No, just once.
Okay,
they're down.
I don't have that on. So I saw Florida Man in Texas was providing updates. Feel free to send those. You're thinking Zaxby's, Jim. I'm thinking you're right. I'm thinking that's a good call. That's good karma for the Noles. All righty. Big drive defense. Let's play some complimentary football, shall we? Second and 5 here. Be 3rd and 2.
Here we go. Third down. What's your you want to give a time check?
Sure. I'm at 4:13:12, now 4:10 on a third down.
We are synced up.
I love that.
We are dead on.
I like when there's good news, even if I don't get to see it before somebody else celebrates it. But I like it more when it's synced up so we can live it together,
Yeah.
3rd and a full 2 here. All right, interior of the D-line. Now's the time to stand up. Do they trust that they can run for it? Oh, man, that's only 5 guys there. Now 6 in the box. They stopped them short. That is a 4th down. That line judge doesn't need help. He says 4th down all the way.
That is good defense, man.
What does Mario do? You got to punt this early, right? You got to.
Yeah, no, you have to punt. You can't go for it here. You go for it here, you're ending the game.
Alert on a fake, just in case.
Big time. Yeah, for sure. If they got.
Because they could even use like some sort of sneak fake here, where they run the up hand underneath the long snapper.
Yeah.
Caked, I like your call. If they do
what
snap
did Cake say?
That they were going to get a stop here. Whoop.
Oh.
What's the stoppage?
Shout out to you, Caked.
Delay. Well, now nothing's going to happen. There you go. That's definitely a punt.
No fake now.
Come on, Noles. There is blood in the water. Do you smell it? For those of you watching with us, the nearly 500, thank you for joining us on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay. We've got a 4th and 5 for Miami. You may be ahead, you may be behind, but we are at 9 seconds on the play clock before the punt. Now down to 6, and the ball is away. Let's catch the ball, Micah.
What they have, 3rd and 2 on that one?
3rd and 2.
3?
3rd and 2, correct. Good coverage there. Micah picks up about 5, so it'll be around the 25-yard line. That's a deep kick.
Let's go.
No tricks here, right? Would you try counter on first down or well, actually?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mike Norvell, yeah, he's gonna run this thing, man. Yeah, he's gonna run this thing. He's definitely gonna make sure that if they didn't correct it,
yeah,
we're gonna keep punishing them.
Hey Ben, can you pull up individual stats, please? Director Ben behind the proceedings here. I want to take a look and see what Jordan's numbers are so far, and some of the other individuals. We know Trey Benson has a couple of big runs. Yeah, Ixnay on that order, Ben, because we're live now. So next commercial break, we'll take a look at him. Hopefully with a lot more yards for everybody.
There it is. Counter.
There you
6.
go.
We love it.
Ophelia. Have not seen Trayshawn Ward yet, who Mike Norvell said should be available, and he went through warm-ups. So it has been the running back duo from last week. Right tackle has been Darius Washington, not Justin Turnitine. So pretty much the same personnel you saw for the bulk of the Georgia Tech game, as Toafili runs hard to pick up a first down. The Hurricanes have some wobbly knees right now. Send him to the canvas. Oh. An evil juke by Jordan Travis in a one-on-one situation.
He's nasty.
Oh, man.
The guy is nasty.
That should be a first down. That's not roughing the passer. I'm sure the chat's saying that. Yeah. That's not. We're good there. 45-yard line for Florida State. Oh, nice tackle by 31, or else Toafili might be gone there. My goodness. Second and medium.
Absolutely, just establishing a physicality. Trying to send a message that, hey, we're not just going to beat you, like we're going to humiliate you here. Like we're not trying to do it pretty or cute. We're not going to try and just we're just going to physically assert our dominance. It looks like, what have we thrown? We've only thrown a couple passes, and every run is a chunk.
Yeah.
Aside from the first play of the game, it's just, pounding. And that there's nothing more demoralizing to a team. That the effect of running the ball efficiently, or effectively, I should say, it does so much more than people think and realize. When you're an offensive player and you just want to get back out there, you've made your adjustments, you've talked to your coaches, and you're just watching 5 yards, 6 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards. It really is like, I'm not going to have many chances, as an offensive player. It really, and it affects you, psychologically. It does have an effect when a team is able to run. When a team's moving the ball through the air, it just doesn't have the same effect for whatever reason. Just psychologically, you feel like, okay, we're just one play away. But if they can just run it on any down, you just feel like the clock's going to run. You're just not going to have opportunities, and you start to press as an offensive player. So there's nothing better than what they're doing right now, especially when it's your rival.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the added bonus, too, because Miami's brought in a lot of high-level recruits tonight to that building as well. You want to show them that, hey, maybe you want to think about us instead.
Yeah.
You got to take ownership of the state. This is your moment right now, Dominic, too, because they're in year one. So is Florida. You're in year 3, kind of year 2 with COVID, but that's the whole thing here is you should be ahead.
You got to jump start. Yeah, you got to jump start. Yep, you got to jump start. So you have to assert your dominance. It's not even just winning. Yeah. You can't win like you won last week, where you just kind of don't. It doesn't look great. This guy's special. Yeah, he's special.
And that's a good job.
I just love when the ball's in his hands, man. I just feel comfortable. Like he's gonna make the right football play every time.
That'll be a wrap.
Gonna make the right football play
On the first quarter, and it's been largely ideal for the Noles. I'd say it's 90% good for the Noles, 10% mistakes by the Canes. They made a couple of big ones. The first third down of the game was huge. It helped those dominoes fall. But since then, outstanding work by Florida State. Since we're working together for all 4 quarters, we're going to take about a 2.5 minute break here. We'll be back with the second quarter of Zaxby's Warchant GameDay. Your boy needs to get a refill on the water. We're only drinking water right now, but keep this up, Noles, and we might put something magic in there. This is Warchant GameDay. There he is. Dominic has got the FSU logo Yeti going right now. We'll be right back in about 2.5 minutes here on Warchant TV.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's chicken finger plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That is Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large, hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Dominic Robinson alongside myself. My name is Tom Lang, and you are watching Zaxby's Warchant GameDay Watch Along. It's big and it's delicious. That's how I would describe the first quarter there, D-Rob. Noles lead 14-3, and we've got the ball.
So good to see after last week. Good football, Tom. Are you liking watching good football as opposed to the – our bingo card would be empty right now. The bad football bingo card, it'd be empty right now. There've been – I mean, no penalties on our end, or there was a hold. No pre-snap penalties.
Correct.
No dead ball penalties. It was just execution. No drop passes. We had 2 drop passes on the first series last week. Yep. No drop passes. Just everything clean football. So much better, man. It makes the quarter. I mean, that quarter flew by. This is lovely.
Time flies when you're beating Miami. You know.
Yeah. You know, I would love, and this was my favorite as a player too, people leaving at halftime. Like, let's get to that point where people start leaving the game at halftime because it's just a bloodbath out there. I like those. I like those when those guys are leaving and people are leaving the stadiums because they're disgusted. They want to go hit South Beach.
We gotta get greedy here. They sold out there, won a battle up front to put us in 2nd and 12. I feel like play action is more than set up at this point. Let's see. Jordan climbs the pocket. Oh, that's covered. Did that kid pick it? Oh, my
He
goodness.
caught that. What a play.
There's something for the bingo card. Unfortunate. He's bracketed. He's covered all the way.
It's mad.
Let's see if he did come down with the ball. I'm guessing yes. That looked pretty. Yeah, that's an interception all the way. Oh, man. Hand in the cookie jar. I said let's get greedy, but let's not get careless. Miami will have the ball at the 20-yard line now. And a little bit of life in the stands for the Hurricanes. You see anything stand out to you there, Dominic, outside of
No. I think the play call, it looks like it's one of those where it's predetermined, like we're taking a shot here.
Mm-hmm.
And, this is the thing that Jordan really hasn't done nearly at all this year, is it looked like he knew it was covered and he just took a shot, a bad shot, and say, he usually will tuck that thing down and run right there. If that was the actual play call, it doesn't look like there was a read or a progression where he was looking for multiple guys. It seemed that's sort of a one-man, solo route type, concept where we're going to go play action. We're going to try to take him deep, which usually is not great in 2nd and 12. So.
Yeah, they'll be ready for it. Yeah, you got 3 receivers in formation. They do leave 7 in to protect. Yeah, so he's rolling out right. They've got Pittman on a out-breaking route to the field, and that's covered.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, the play there is either chuck it in the stands or run with it.
He's going to tuck it and run,
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great proposition for us. That's the thing that's so great about and honestly, as a coach, that's the reason why you feel comfortable calling that. Yep. Because Jordan's not the guy that's careless, and he's also the guy that him tucking it and putting it down and run. If I call that on 2nd and 12, you feel very comfortable. We're going to be 3rd and 8 at least. Jordan's going to make one guy miss and fall forward on every time he tucks and runs the ball. So you feel really good about calling a shot there. I could see why you call it. He's not a guy that's shown to be careless, and he's a guy that has shown that he's definitely going to get you positive yards if there isn't anything there in the pass.
What's the thinking there too? Because 2nd and 12, if I'm playing devil's advocate, they,
yeah.
Are they thinking
it's
that
not a good time to call that?
Yeah.
It's not a good time, but like I said, because 2nd and 12, you are going to get a pass. Again, those conflict players are going to play deeper and play pass first before they run. So your play action is not going to be great, and so it's definitely not the time. But like I said, you also feel comfortable that your quarterback knows that it's not a good time. So if it's cloudy at all, he's going to tuck it and run. He's shown to be that smart of a player. So that's why you do that. You just think he's going to be smart enough to.
Yeah, he even stopped running. That's interesting. He kind of stopped running on that play. So they did rule the Miami defensive back down inside the 5 at the 2. Miami gets out to the 5-yard line on 1st down. Should be 2nd and about 7 for the Canes coming off of their own goal line. They had Ja'Cory Brown, the runner, in to start the drive. Now Van Dyke takes over with a little bit more breathing room. 2nd and 7. We've got 14:08 on the clock, 07 and 06. As it's play action. Oh, my God. Van Dyke almost threw it to Gant. It'll be 3rd and 7. And it looks like he has jarred his throwing shoulder again.
Oh, boy.
Oh, just by throwing the ball.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
The way that replay was setting up, I thought we were going to see a late hit that wasn't called or something, but that was just on the throw itself.
Yeah.
So alert on the run here. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, big time, for sure.
They're spreading the Noles out. That's your quarterback run all day. It's got to be. Yep.
Yeah.
And they do get him down. Okay, good job, defense. Good job.
Very good. Very good. Well done.
Yeah. 3 and out go the Canes. Good job. That was Robinson. I mean, they go empty with a quarterback like that. That's oh, man, and another Cane offensive lineman is down. My goodness, guys. I'll never be the fan who roots for injuries. This is absurd, though, for the Canes. Florida State's had terrible injury luck, but Miami, it's piling up for them tonight. So another important stand by the defense there. That's Jamie Robinson all the way making the play, and Tatum Bethune in pursuit. I'm just looking at the replay right now. There's pressure on you as a defense there, isn't there, Dominic? If they're spreading you out, that's likely going to be a quarterback run. If you're Jamie Robinson in that moment, oh man, this is on me. If I miss, he might still be running.
Yeah, it's very tough because of the way that you're spread out, and your mind and you sort of naturally is always going to think about the pass threats. So when that ball is snapped, although it's quarterback run, like you think it's you're always thinking, but what if? Right. What if my guy is getting vertical? And so it does. And then when you come make that tackle, man, it's a lonely place to be for about a split second. You start to, all of sort of the scenarios go through your head of him running 90 yards down the field,
right.
You slipping, him running you over, him juking you. And it's just like the best thing you can do there is just shoot your shot. It's just, you got to go all out, you can't play when you play it passive. That's when the bad things happen. That's when you get juked. That's when you get ran over. That's when you slip. That's when you get ran by. You just have to shoot your shot and hope that at the very least you make him change directions, and then your guys are showing up.
Right.
And that's sort of the thought behind any open field tackle is just, hey, that first guy has to be, going all out and shoot a shot to the best of his ability.
Adam Fuller did a good job, too, called a little bit of a twist, and Jared Verse looked like a hand on Brown just to slow him a bit.
Slow him down, yeah.
That's a one-on-one win for Jamie Robinson, and Ben just pulled up the stats there. So Jordan Travis has 1 incompletion on the evening. It is an interception, and the Noles, this is explosiveness right here. Look at this. 5 passing attempts, 76 yards, and they're averaging a ton of yards on the ground as well. 5.3 per carry. So we'll see what happens.
That's efficient, man. That is really good. What's it looking like on the other teams, other games? Ben, can you pull up any of the other scores?
Ben will be working on that as we look at Micah Pittman standing at his own 45-yard line. Now, if this punt lands on the Miami 45-yard line and it's not caught, we're going to have some problems. So let's catch the ball for. This is what Dominic Robinson loves, is this situation.
Anywhere near the logo, man. It's coming back. You put me near the logo, I'm giving you a 20-yard return, guaranteed. Notre Dame smashing Clemson. Wow.
He's kicking that out of bounds. That's a shank job. Florida State will have the ball at the plus 39.5-yard line.
That's
okay.
Great. It's just as good as a return there.
They have now opened the door wide. Have the guts to walk through it. Here it is. Here's your chance. LSU leads Alabama 7-3. Texas putting it on K-State. Wow. Didn't see that coming.
Let's go.
That's team 2 in this house. My wife worked for them.
Okay.
After she got her PhD at Florida State, she did some work for UT Austin. So good for them.
Man, I wanted to take Texas. I'm in a pick 'em with a bunch of guys from a radio station in Texas, and and I wanted to take Texas as my triple play. You take one each week that you use. Oh yeah, big run by Benson there. We love it. He's great, man. He's really great.
It's been an outstanding pickup.
It reminds me a lot of how Leon Washington was.
Just stout.
Yeah, and you just don't tackle him, but he's not slow. He's not a big, slow guy. He's got some explosiveness. He's got some burst. But he's just so physical that you just don't tackle him.
If it's not the fastest, it's one of the fastest top end speeds on the team. They have the system. I forget the name of it.
Yeah.
Player tracking. He's either the fastest or top 2 or 3 on the team. He's just a patient runner at times. That's what drives Noles fans crazy, is because they're like, go hit it. But I mean, he also has some vision to him as well, and that paid off there.
Yeah. How what is his? Did he get up to 22?
I think it was 20. I think it's upper 21s, I think.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I heard the number.
That's awesome.
And there you go again, out of the pistol, and he won't go down, and he will. Come on now. He broke the plane. Ben, hold it. Don't hit it yet. I want to see that ball cross the plane in his control on the replay first. I think it did. But
let's delay the Gene.
Yep, that's right. Hold the Gene.
Put Gene on hold for a minute. Let Gene warm up. Go ahead, warm up. Rev your voice up, Gene.
Gene Decker weight. Oh, yeah. That's all day. All right, Ben. Hit it.
Touchdown, FSU. Touchdown, FSU.
One more time.
Touchdown, FSU. Touchdown, FSU.
Gene with the space shuttle behind him.
That's right.
We love it.
I enjoyed making
love it.
My nickname.
And now the recruits start to think. They're starting to contemplate now. Wait, how far is Tallahassee from Miami?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And,
you start to think about. I actually did kind of like that indoor, and
Coach, it's got 100 yards.
Doing some good things. Yeah, right. Yeah, I kind of like that. Kind of like the fact they had a full indoor.
Come on now, guys. There's no conclusive look that says he's short. That's a touchdown. Let's move it along. I mean, I wouldn't mind having to hit Gene again, but let's just give the Benson burner his due.
So another thing, one thing that guys say is, unless it's like a for the game situation on 4th down, you do not reach the ball for the pylon. There's so many bad things that could happen there. And if you are short, it's 1st and goal from the 1 or the inch line. Right. Reaching for the pylon is a very dangerous game to play.
Yep.
So when like I said, unless it's 4th down and it's for the game, even 3rd down, it's a dangerous game to play. Don't reach for the pylon. Thankfully, it worked out for us there.
Nobody wants to see this, right?
Oh no, yeah, that's tough, man. And you get a run like this, you would hate for it to result in the ball for the other team. There's so many more positive outcomes to just being down there. Just don't reach for the pylon, guys.
To you kids out there, or you dads who are coaching your kids, know that D-Rob knows his stuff. Now, we love learning these lessons after successful plays, and that's what this is about right now, because that indeed was a touchdown. It's 21-3 Florida State. We are just a few minutes into the second quarter. You're watching the Zaxby's Warchant GameDay watch-along. He's Dominic Robinson, Florida State's own. Dominic Robinson played both sides of the football, has been connected to the game for a long, long time. If you're brand new to this is your first time, the Miami game might be something you look on YouTube for. Can I get some reaction? Can I find some live content? We're so thankful you joined us. Do us a favor, hit the like button underneath the video, subscribe to Warchant TV, and sit back and enjoy this game. If you're an Nole fan, you're loving the way it starts. And here's another chance for the defense, Dominic. 21-3.
How many do we got in here?
Upwards of 550 right now.
Oh, yeah. We like to be over 500.
Yes, we do. And I think it'll only grow in number if this thing continues to grow in the disparity and the margin here grows. As Van Dyke is off the sidelines, he's going to give it a go. Toughness, but I don't know. We'll see. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. Somebody's shouting out the jersey back there that I had. Yeah, that was a clean jersey. That was the day that I'm talking about. We had the garnet pants on. The true garnet, not the purple, the reddish garnet.
Like this. Yeah.
The red garnet, not the purple garnet.
Quarterback sack on first down. That's a tough way to start when you're not feeling so great. If you could trade those uniforms and switch back from what they're wearing right now, Dominic, would you hesitate? Would you just say
no? No, not for a second, man. Those were.
Yep, I agree.
Those were so clean.
2nd and 17. Interesting call here. Oh, nice deflection. Who was that? Was that a lineman?
This guy can't play quarterback, man. They got to get somebody else out there. This guy, he threw this thing sidearm, not because he needed to. He just couldn't.
Yeah, he's out. That's it.
Yeah, that was not good. That was not the Patrick Mahomes sidearm.
No.
That was something else.
So they sent another blitzer at him. That's interesting. Do you do that just because you think he's got no arm left?
Yeah. You're thinking he can't push it downfield. So
finish the play, guys. All right, so in comes Jake Garcia. He's the one who's been starting for Miami the last couple of weeks. He likes to turn the ball over a little bit, and that's a good scramble for him. There's no way Miami's going for this, though. There can't be. Okay. Here comes the punt unit. Another 3 and out. Come on, guys. You score here, and they're probably just going to turn the keys over to Ja'Cory Brown and see if the young freshman can grow a little bit. Infighting on the sidelines. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we love that. Who is that? Is that Gaddis? Is that the LC?
It could be. I didn't.
You don't know? Yeah.
I don't know him by sight.
I don't either.
Michigan fans do. They were all too happy that he left, which is funny. So it's Florida State football. Another caught punt. The spot of the ball around the 23-yard line. Second quarter, 10:30 to go on the clock. Florida State leads 21-3. That's an awful lot of time in this football game. My goodness. There you go. Director Ben wants for the stat of the night so far. Quarterbacks played for Miami, 3 points, 3.
1 point per quarterback.
Ooh, that's a nice catch.
Great efficiency.
Very nice snag by Johnny.
That's a good, strong hand catch right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Florida State is having its way right now as Lawrence Toafili into the secondary. Oh, my goodness. Keep going. Do not let up.
Who was that team that we watched last week?
A rusty bunch.
That was not the same. This is not the same football team.
Yeah. This has been impressive. Canes get a bit of a stop there. It'll be 2nd and 8 from the Miami 40-yard line as we're ticking down to 9:33 in the second quarter. Now down to 9.5 minutes. Foot on the gas, right?
Oh, yeah. All the way down.
Keep going. A missed block by the tight end. That's nothing new for this offense. Florida State will be in third and medium. Marquiston is a young pup, so we give 85 a little bit more time to develop, but he didn't even come close. I just watched the replay. Oh, my. It's a tough assignment on a member of the secondary for such a large fella, too.
Yeah.
Marquiston had a good play, though. That was that tight end screen to him. So 3rd and 6, big third down here because I don't think you're going to kick it from here. And I don't know that you want to go for it if you get nothing. Looks like. What do you think of that call, Dominic? They call.
I think it was a good call because it's 4-down territory. So I'm thinking you're trying to get into a 4th and 2. You're thinking, and you've run the ball. I mean, what are you running? 6 yards per carry or something like that. So you're trying to get into you're thinking, all right, worst case scenario, I'm going to be, 3rd and 6 or 4th and 6, and I'm going to call the same thing that I was going to call 3rd and 6 passing game wise.
You lose one, and so here comes the
punch. You lose something, yeah. You lose yards. Now you go, okay, I got it.
That's just a guard losing the battle. That was Dimitri Emmanuel, 71, losing.
Yeah, and you got to assume you're going to get positive yardage there. There's nothing wrong with that call at all.
Excellent job by the coverage unit. Miami will start inside their 5 again. They had, was it 3 guys waiting there? I think they had 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 players. Formed a wall at the goal line, and it was Jamie Robinson who came down with it. So Miami playing the quarterback shuffle, and they'll have to do it from inside their 5 again.
Who will we see?
My guess would be Ja'Curry Brown again because they're going to try to get to the 5. What do you think? What would you do?
Yeah, it's going to be the running quarterback. I'm trying to figure out, one, who that was cussing those guys out, and then 2, who was he yelling at? I think he was yelling at the 3rd string guy. I think, or I don't know, he might have been yelling at the wideouts, but yeah, I'd like to know who that was. Garcia is the quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he was very happy, which makes me think we're going to see the Brown kid.
Josh Gaddis. If I keep calling him Evan Gaddis, it's because I've got the damn World Series. Not that I have a dog in the fight. I really don't, but yeah.
Not that Evan Gaddis would be much different than Josh Gaddis coaching this group.
Yeah.
Probably be pretty similar.
Yes, Mark, the answer is yes. I've got the Skycast up. Dominic, did you pull it up or did you stay with
I got it up. Yeah, I got it up, but I can't. Can you rewind the Skycast?
It's tricky. I think you can only do it a few seconds at a time, and you gotta have it's got to be on your computer to do it.
Okay, yeah, I've got the Skycast up, but I haven't been really looking at it as much because I can't rewind it.
Yep.
So every time I go to look at it, it's already I can't get to what I'm trying to look at. So
yep. It'll be helpful going back and looking at. Well, you got the all 22, so for us lay people, we like going back and watching this when we get it. All right, so another chance for the Noles here. Miami has 63 yards thus far total for the game.
Yeah, I was texting with a friend of mine talking about the all 22s. It would be great. You would love it if college football would have something like the NFL. You can get the all 22s.
Yep.
Like I think it's like 48 hours after, 24 hours after.
Yes.
If the college football did that, that would be awesome.
My man
They'll
Briley.
never do it, but
Briley is loving the yards per play disparity. Yes, we all do. As Miami runs their first play off the goal line, and it's a gain of 1.5. 8.3 to 3.4 on the yards per play so far. That'll work. Hello, FSU Gnome.
what up?
Night. Yeah.
What up, Gnome?
You're allowed to say get off my lawn. Nobody else, but you're allowed to say get off my lawn.
It's almost Gnome season, or maybe it is Gnome season.
Third and medium upcoming for the Canes here as we're rolling down inside of 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
You pull that question up, Ben. Somebody had a question for me. Tony Greco. So I talked about this last week. I do not believe Jordan is 100%. There have been multiple gray area give or pull situations. Oh,
stay up.
Dang, I thought we had a pick six coming. Gosh, I love pick sixes. I thought we had one coming. We love it, though. We're in a good spot right here. Yeah, you love to see 21 with the ball in his hands. You see that 21 back there? We love that. We love the 2-1 making plays.
Greedy Vance. Is this a pass off in zone? Don't tell me.
It is.
Oh, yeah. My goodness. Yeah. Oh, it's zone, and it worked. Mark the time. Where were you when?
So good.
First and goal, Florida State now. Inside of 6:10, 6:08 on the clock. First and goal from the Miami 7-yard line. Benson up the middle, stays up. He reached for the goal line again. I think he got it again.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, they mark him short. Or did they? Oh, the camera work. They say touchdown. Let's see the replay. Ben, hold the phone. Gene Deckerwaite once again.
Gene Deckerwaite.
Oh, no fans are kissing in the stands. If there's a young man named Benson 9 months from now being born down in Miami, you know why.
We got to see the beginning, inception.
That's right.
Beginning of it. Yeah, he's down.
I think he's short. Yeah.
Yep. He's a beast, though, man.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
He's real beast. Strong.
Yep, Ryan agrees. There you go, Ryan. Hit the like button underneath if you like what Trey Benson's doing tonight, Noles. Thanks for being here. Get you some. That's right. I'm sure that's what Jeff's saying, plus another 84 F-bombs. I believe he's short. I wish he wasn't. Let's move the game along.
And you talked about this last week, too. He hates, I think Mike Norvell hates the ball being right here.
Yep.
Yeah. He does not like the ball being inside the 5 on first down, you know.
Murat, thank you very much, Murat.
Thanks, Murat. We appreciate it. He would have loved for this to have scored. You know, we definitely struggled down there inside the 1. Feel good about it today, though.
Absolutely.
I say most days I think he's like dreading this spot. Chuck Norris definitely has some Trey Benson boxers, briefs. There's no question about it.
What's
He's
good?
got him
100
on right now. He's sitting watching the game just in some Trey Benson boxer briefs right now.
100 Proof Football, D-Rob, called the post-game show a few weeks back, and it was an awesome call. And he was very much enjoying 100 Proof stuff since the pregame, so. Replay review. Just make a call. Let's keep it going here, folks. This is not the Zapruder film. Let's just move it along.
Tom, how did Jeff feel about this game? Like, what was Jeff saying? People been calling Jeff out in the.
We were in consensus, Jeff and I. This is going to be a blowout. We thought it was.
Okay.
Just the timing of it, Miami's injuries to the quarterback position made that easier to call, and they've got issues in a lot of different places. So, I think he had predicted, and it's going to be another play here inside the goal line. He said 41-17. I picked 42-20. We both thought it would be, and that was not knowing who the quarterback was. We both, I think, agreed that if it wasn't Van Dyke, that it could have gotten uglier. Now, they still got to go finish this thing. There's 35 minutes to go, 36, but this looks about on script of what he expected and what we talked about this week.
Yeah.
All right, they're in that goal line again. It's got to be a DJ Lundy dive, right? Come on. 4 touches, 4 touchdowns. Let's give it to him. Oh.
Gosh, we just can't.
I know it. And Dominic, I thought that spot was kind of rough. If you're going to mark him short, you don't give him the full 1 yard line. That should have been the half yard line.
Yeah.
How the hell do you determine the 1 yard line from that replay?
Another boot here. Jordan Travis boot. Get him out on the edge. Let him make a decision.
Yeah, they're selling out up the middle. It'll work. Oop. They stick to it, and they got it. There you go, Trey. Good finish.
Ooh. Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
One more time, Ben.
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
Galactic Gene Deckerhoff on the call.
I love it, Gene.
Woo! Noles. 27-3. Savor this moment. It doesn't happen very often in this rivalry.
So I'd like to look at that at halftime.
Okay.
So where the blowouts. What's the worst blowout? On both sides. I wonder. When have they blown us out and kind of where that's been? Because in my head, every Florida State Miami game is a 1-point game. It's a field goal game. But
we'll talk about that.
I know that's not true. Yeah, I know that's not true. I know that there's been blowouts, but I don't know. Which ones and what year. I'd love to see what years there were blowouts and things like that.
We'll pull that back down because that'll be something for halftime. We got to find big picture stuff to discuss now, kind of like last week with Georgia Tech. If this keeps going, it'll be conversation time at halftime in the second half.
Which is great.
Yes, for all the right.
I love that. I love conversation time in a rivalry game. That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful.
If you've just joined us here on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay and you are a Florida State fan who has not seen a play of this game, do I have good news for you? The score right now is 28-3. Florida State leads. It has been since the first third down of the game in which Jordan Travis threw into triple coverage and got, rightfully so, a pass interference call. All Florida State from that moment on. Jordan's been fantastic. Had another throw he'd like to have back with interception down in near the 5 yard line, 2 yard line going in. But he's been great. Trey Benson has been an absolute stud. The offensive line has paved the way for Florida State. And after giving up an opening drive field goal, the defense has responded really well as Miami is falling. They're dropping like flies with injuries for the Miami Hurricanes. We're loving everybody here on Warchant TV in the chat. Thank you, Caked again. Glad we're playing well on both sides of the ball. You're watching complimentary football here as Florida State leads 28-3 in the second quarter.
Thank you, Kate. I didn't get to finish my statement earlier. Was it Greco had asked about Jordan Travis and him running more in third and medium situations. If there isn't an actual, sort of injury or something, there is at least a mental there's something in his mentality when he's getting gray area reads in terms of give or pull in the option game. He's giving almost 90 to 100% of the time. And I think it's a subconscious thing. He may not actually be hurt, but there's a subconscious block that he has right now that he's protecting himself, probably more than usual. So I don't know if that's the coaches that are telling him that. I don't know if that's the training staff that's telling him that. I don't know if that's a planned thing. It may be unplanned. It may be subconscious, but there's definitely something because we see him still play with this reckless abandon at times, but it's just there's times of conscious decision-making in the option game that he's giving it way more than he probably should be. There's times where it's gray area read. So it's giving it is not the worst thing in the world, but he's definitely making decisions that are telling him. So the coaches are either telling him, hey man, we want to keep you out of harm, or he's making a subconscious decision that, hey, I don't feel right. I can't beat that end to the edge. I'm just going to give this and let my ball carriers go get it.
Well, and thankfully for the first time in several years, Florida State has weapons at the receiver position, at running back. So giving the ball, if you're an athlete like Jordan, is a very different thing this year than it was last. Last year was, Jordan, you make it happen. And because if you don't, nobody will. And now there's many options, as we've seen tonight. Khalil just revealed that he's an Atlanta Falcons fan. And I'll explain why. He says 52-3 would be hilarious. Let's get another score because before the half, because I don't like 28-3 at the half in football. So, agreed, Khalil. The Vegas team total for Florida State in this game was 30.5 points. Just pointing that out. No need to read into that what you will, but that was the Vegas team total. Florida State is on pace to blow by it. Let's see the Noles compete for 60 minutes and complete the job.
Vegas must have watched last week's game. Holy cow. I'll never forget it. That one was tough. I've got a kid, one of my baseball players that's at Georgia Tech, and I wanted to trash talk him. And then after the game was over, I just decided I'm not even I know we won, and I know we won by a lot, but there was nothing to trash talk about. Like, both teams were terrible.
You could have just
they were way worse than us, but man.
You could have sent the emoji that just has two eyes and nothing underneath. It's just the two eyes.
Yeah, that's how I felt. It's like, man, I wanted to talk trash to you, but I had nothing to say.
3rd and 7 now. The Noles are trying to get off the field again. Miami is at its own 28-yard line. Took a little extra for that rush to get home, and a completion for the Canes. It's Restrepo, their 3rd down guy. Yeah, that's Restrepo. We're at 7. Nice catch.
Great catch.
Well, Miami's path back in this, if you're hoping against hope here, is you run the clock down, you score, you get the ball in the second half, and you make it interesting at that point. There's a long way to go here on this drive, but Miami will now be in 2nd and long after Jalen Knighton was tackled after a gain of 2. Yeah, that is Gaddis. Clearly, he's got the play sheet.
Yeah.
We are now at
Evan
2.
Gaddis.
Yeah. Tackle for loss for the Noles. Good job there as they swallow up Knighton, forcing a 3rd and 9. We're now at 2:35 on the clock, down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds in the second quarter. There you go. Robert Cooper's coming off the field on 3rd and passing. That didn't happen last week, so I'm glad to see that. But Malcolm Ray comes on? Okay. All right. Fabian's out there still? All right. Don't love it.
After this play, let's get a time check. We hadn't done it in a while. Oh, yeah.
Quarterback sack. Oh, Jared, don't get flagged for that. Did he get flagged for that?
Oh, shoot.
Did he get flagged for a taunt?
Oh, jeez.
Nope. They call a hold.
Oh boy.
Woo!
Oh, boy.
They don't quite have the Texas rule for you never can do these. But I was worried about that.
I was too.
And that was a massive hold.
He would get it, but
there you go, Jared, who is getting first-round grades left and right from the NFL at this point. As raw as he is, those tools are just not decent. Yeah.
Projected 29th overall.
Right on cue. There it is.
Right on cue, yeah.
So 4th and 20 for the Hurricanes. We call timeout. Ooh, we call timeout. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Heck yeah.
Mike Norvell saying, we're not done here. Oh, we're not done here. We're done when I say we're done. There you go, Mike. All right, let's see if they can make Khalil Young proud here. The Noles will have a 2-minute drive coming up with 2 timeouts.
And that's a big reason why you call your timeout too. Opportunity to run your 2-minute offenses. They're so few and far between, but they're so important in proportion to how often you get to do it. You know what I mean? It's something you don't get to do a lot, but when you do, it can win or lose you a game. So it's anytime you get a chance, even if it's against an inferior opponent, you want to run your 2-minute offense. Yeah, somebody check in on Miami Twitter, man. They may be they're probably sitting this one out. They got to be sitting this one out.
Well, when it takes about an hour and a half in traffic to get back to campus, I guess you just buy your high noons and you stay at the stadium. That's what those students are doing right now, so good for them.
They'll be gone soon. Nobody stays for a whole game.
Yeah, and the recruits are thinking about how far is South Beach right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they catch a bullet train.
Pre-snap penalty. All right, there's one. I didn't see who that was on.
E. Regis, the answer is yes. If you're getting a 29th grade, 29th pick grade, you don't come back to college.
Yep, I agree.
Go make money to play football.
Thank you, Alan. We appreciate the contribution, man. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alan. Somebody said D-Rob's board is clean. This is a good sign. I cleaned it off today. It was crazy. I just cleaned it off. It was pretty insane. But I figured I was gonna have to draw some stuff up today, so I wanted to clean it for you guys.
Do they have everybody line? There you go. They miss a line there at the top, but now they got it right. Just throw it again all day. Nice catch, Toafili. Is he gone? Oh, no. There is a guy there. But still, tuck the ball, baby. Tuck the ball. Oh, my. That's a nice catch.
Yeah. I love the duck shaking his head. I love it. I need that as a meme. I need the meme of the duck just exasperated. Oh, I love it. I just saw a replay.
Stuffed into the line of scrimmage. That's not the end of the world. Let the clock run down a little bit. Ooh, Jordan took a shot there.
That may be I may have to draw up that. I'll draw that concept up when we get a shot. That whole concept like went away. It's mesh, and then it came back, and it's come back with a vengeance. People added that rail. Oh shoot,
Jordan.
And
that's on the receiver.
Rail has added the rail on that has added an element that's made it everybody runs it. Great concept.
You saw that concept against Clemson last year when you were in the stands.
Yes, sir.
Same player too.
Huge play. Yeah. That was fun. That play was amazing. One of the best plays I ever seen live.
3rd and 11. Do they just run it here? Nope. All right. I was wondering. And there is a quarterback sack. Hold on to the ball. If I'm Miami, I guess I'd call a timeout here. Doesn't look like they're going to. Miscommunication with the receiver. All right, here's a chance for old Fitzy. Old Ryan Fitzgerald, who has changed his kicking style. So here's what happened in the offseason, Dominic. The reason the kicking game's been so bad, Graham Gano came down and is a 2-step kicker, apparently. That's what he does at the pro level. And Fitzy loved the method, and it was crap for him. So he's back to his 3-step method.
Oh, okay.
And there it is. Right down the middle. Well executed. There is no time left on the clock. That is really well done.
When did he go back to the 3-step?
Oh, that is there you go. That might understand with the pom-poms. About 2-3 weeks ago. And he's been outstanding in practice ever since.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, let's put a bow on this first half. 31-3. Somebody on this broadcast may be very happy that the Noles hit the team total over 30.5 in the first half. Not going to say who. But D-Rob, this is, I mean, you were well on your way towards disappointmentville when I came on the broadcast last week in halftime, just with the way it looked. Speak to what you see tonight versus last week against Georgia Tech.
Incredible. I don't really have words. This is beyond what you would ask for, want, or even hope. This has been, especially based on how they looked last week. You just hoped for some level of efficiency and execution, and you're not just getting average level. I mean, you're getting beyond. In both the pass game, very few incomplete completions. That may have been the first sack, right there. And then in the running game, you're getting 5 to 6 yards per carry. This is as good as it gets in terms of execution. And then defensively, I don't know. What do they have? 4 first downs? It's just domination. It's really good.
It is. They got a turnover, too. Florida State doesn't get a lot of those. And it was on zone defense that was run properly. I saw that, and Jeff will attest to this on Monday's show. I saw that at practice 2 weeks ago. I said, hey, man, I watched the slot corner actually play zone defense right and get underneath and have an interception on Jordan Travis. I think it was a pass to Toafili that Greedy Vance undercut and came up with. It happened. And so it was brought to the game. I love seeing when things work in practice and they work in the games. No media group gets as much access as we do to practice. And the DJ Lundy catch, that was also something they worked this week. It's 31-3. I don't need to talk about it anymore. It's 31-3. This is what D-Rob called for after the first drive when he said, remind them that they suck. Has Florida State done that, D-Rob? Have they reminded?
Oh yeah. It's a pretty clear reminder that you guys suck. Take this L. Let's keep that going, man. Let's score 30 more. And again, I hate to say this because you're skipping over tape, but let's see AJ. Let's see AJ Duffy in this game.
Well, they're on their way to doing that. A couple of scores and a stop or two here in the second half, and they will start to go to the bench. And isn't that awesome? Let's see if Florida State can do that. We will talk a little bit more about the history of the rivalry, some conversational pieces in a few minutes. It's time for a little break. We are around 25 after the hour. Let's reconvene. What do you think, D-Rob? The bottom of the hour, not 9:32 Eastern time. How much of a break do you need here?
Sounds good. That sounds
all right. 9:32 Eastern time. We will be back on Warchant GameDay, presented by Zaxby's. It's the watch along. He's Dominic Robinson. I'm Tom Lang. Go get you a refill. It's 31-3. We're going to have a good time in the second half coming up next.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's Platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's Platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. They say go Noles. I agree. I say go Noles. It's 31-3 at the half. He's Dominic Robinson. My name is Tom Lang, and you are watching Zaxby's Warchant GameDay. Drew, thank you very much. A contribution that matches the score. Yeah,
yes, sir.
The prophecy coming to fruition. We're going to go full screen to Dominic Robinson right now because he's going to be explaining and drawing up, I believe, is this the wheel concept that you were talking about?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, mesh rail. So what you have here, you go formation into the boundary. So this is the short side of the field. And what happens is defensively, you've got 3 for 3, but if this guy or this guy gets hung up at all on this route, you're going to send number 2 is going to run over the ball route. Okay. Number 1 is going to run the mesh. 2 is coming from the field to run the mesh. So if this corner turns and runs, you just throw it here. Okay. What happened earlier was the corner squeezed to 1 and picked his own man. So this backer is responsible to expand to the rail, but he can't get there because his own corner is squeezing the mesh route, runs into him. Toafili's up the sideline. You'll see the guy, if you go back and watch the play, the guy is like looking around. He can't even find Toafili as he's going up the sideline. And and the safety is going to squeeze this over the route, over the ball route. This is the guy that eventually makes the tackle. It's this guy. He's first coming in here, and then he goes to chase Toafili as he goes up the sideline. It's a concept that everybody is sort of specializing in now. It went away, came back, and it came back. This rail from the back is what sort of brought it back into fruition in terms of like everybody running it. It was just an air raid concept that only air raid teams ran, but now it's something that almost every offense has because of the danger of the pick with the backer who's inside, and then the T coming up the sideline. It's now giving you an opportunity for a real big play. So great concept. Florida State's done a phenomenal job running it. And I think LSU game, we hit it. We've hit it a couple times now, so I wanted to draw it up for you guys.
It's a beautiful picture right there. And Mr. Toafili is in the chat. This is Lawrence's dad, so welcome to the chat. Son's having a hell of a night, Mr. Toafili. Happy to have you aboard here as we are
Cheers to you.
Nearly 600 strong here in Zaxby's Warchant GameDay watch-along program. Hit the like if you're just
going up. Yeah, hit that button. Hit that like button down there. Let's go.
Help us with a like. Florida man in Texas, we're about to watch Tennessee, Bama, Clemson, A&M, and Michigan all lose in the same night. Is that right? I got to check the scores. And most importantly, Miami. Go Noles. All right. There it is, Florida man in Texas. Cheers to you. So in the rivalry history, you're welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Always welcome. I'm showing October 4th, 1997, Florida State 47, Miami nothing. D-Rob. That's what I'm showing. The margin can't have been bigger than that.
Okay.
And so it's 31-3 at half. Florida State's margin that they're shooting for here is 47. And there you go. As well, 47-0 for the Canes. Very symmetrical rivalry here.
Wait, when was their 47-0 win?
Let me find that. 1976.
Okay, so it's an old school one.
Old school. They did shut us out after the Seminole wrap in 88, 31-0.
Okay.
That was after Florida State.
Do you remember who was on the 97 team, Florida State team?
Oh, boy. 97.
Would that have been?
Young Peter Warwick. Maybe Travis Minor, or was he gone by then?
No, he was there.
He was there.
Because T. Minor was there for the national championship.
Yep.
Might have been a young Travis Minor.
Yep. Coles, I'm sure, was younger then as well.
Yeah.
Randy Moss could have been on that team if we didn't kick him off the team.
Yeah. Who would have been the quarterback of that team then?
Was that Busby? Oh, man. Let's see. 1997. I feel like Cannell was gone by then. Let me see.
Cannell, in my mind, is like 96-ish.
I think that's right. I was there for his senior day. That was the only game I'd been to before I was a student, was his senior day.
Yeah.
I'm sure people.
I'm thinking Busby.
Yep, sure was.
Yeah, Busby put up 47 on him.
Busby that year threw for 3,300 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 10 picks. Not too shabby in that day and age of football.
Yeah.
Travis Minor was your leading rusher with 623 and 9 scores.
Jeez. So freshman T. Minor just lit him up, huh?
Your leading receiver that year was E.G. Green. What a name. E.G. Green had
known that.
1,059 yards, 11 touchdowns. Peter Warwick had 884 and 8 scores.
Yeah. That's a good looking little group right there. Those are some good names right there. E.G. Green. I loved watching him. And of course, Peter Warwick. Everybody loved watching him.
So that's who you're chasing tonight, Dominic. That's who you're chasing. You're chasing that tonight to try to.
I love it. Let's top that. Let's go 48. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not going to ask for more than that. It's 48. I want a 48-point margin. That would be amazing. That would be so amazing.
20 points, 20-point margin in the second half would do it. That feels doable. That's definitely doable here.
Yeah, yeah. I just want, again, I would love the cutaway of people leaving the stadium. It's one of my favorite things. Let's get that cutaway of people just so disgusted that they're leaving.
Jim, thank you very much. Miami fans were thanking us for 4th and 14 because it led to a head coaching change. Are they still thanking us? Asked Jim. I don't know. We'll have to find out. I don't think they'll be here in this chat. Usually they find their way when they win into a chat like this. Michael, keep the foot on the gas. Go Noles. Thank you, Michael. I agree. Keep pumping iron there. Looks like you're pumping iron. Good for you, man. Keep rocking. It is 31-3, Florida State. This has been an ideal start. We broke out during the break the Richard Simmons. Here it is for you. There's the Richard Simmons happy dance. And we've also got sad Hurricane fan. That's what's going on right now at halftime. That's what we're looking at right now. Keep it up, Noles. The game is not quite over, but it feels like it's on the precipice here. So, okay, here's
really quick before we go to our game, back to our game. What are these other games looking like? How's Clemson? Clemson find a way to score yet, or they were being shut out?
Director Ben, let's go back to the old ESPN machine and bring up those scores. I can tell you that right now Alabama is leading LSU 9-7. That is a score from Alabama LSU in 2011.
9-7.
9-7. Note, wow, Clemson still has yet to score a point, and DJ's got 78 yards passing. How about that?
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
Oh, no.
Rutgers trying. All gas, no brakes, Tim Thomas. Thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate you.
Shout out, Tim.
Very kind of you.
Somebody asked me in the chat, do you continue to run the score up? And the answer is absolutely. You score every single time you touch the football. And you keep scoring until the clock is at 00. You unload the clip. You call all of the plays, everything that you worked on. You don't leave anything left in the clip in this case, man. Because again, there's a lot of people, at least there's very influential potential builders of your program watching this game. either at the game or watching it on TV.
Yep.
And I talked about this before, is the psychology of the scoreboard. Whether we want to, acknowledge it or not, there is something to the kid who sees the graphic on Twitter that says 47-0, whatever team it is. There's something to that. That does something to you, whether you're attached to the team or not. You develop your own perception of a program based on snapshots. Not everybody watches the games the way that we watch them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We watch them. We go back and watch them sometimes. We digest them. We break them down. We do all this stuff. So we would know, even if this game was 7-0, we would know, okay, that was domination. Well, that's not what gets the recruits. That's not what gets the teenage kids, that they want to stay. What's going to change the perception for them is games like this being absolute stomping, and no kids want to be a part of something that's getting stomped. So yeah, you want to do the stomping here.
Ryan said in the chat, like Bobby used to say, stop us then. Yeah, absolutely. You keep running.
Yeah, man. We're freaking playing the game. You signed a scholarship. You wanted to go to that school. You could have come to our school. You wanted to go to that one. Okay, you get to take this butt whooping then.
Yeah. You know what you look like on the sidelines calling plays? That's what you look like on the sidelines calling plays.
Oh, man. With the run sheet.
That's right.
Love it.
All righty, Miami starts with the ball. Who will their quarterback be? Ooh, and Mike has the stern face for the interview. I love it. Stay locked in, Michael. Good. I love that. So you've been in locker rooms like this where you're up big and you want to stay foot on the gas, foot on the neck, whatever cliche you want to use, Dominic. How would you manage this situation if you're running a team in the locker room?
So a big part of it, and I actually talk about this a lot, and I talked about it just this morning in a meeting. A lot of the messaging that you have or you need to send, it's actually nonverbal. So the players are picking up on all of the things you're doing. So whatever it is you normally do at halftime, when you were down to Wake Forest, that you need to be doing that. You're going to send a lot of messages to your players. If you all of a sudden are super lax, if you're a super lax guy and you're super lax, that's fine. Be that.
Right.
But if you're something different than what you normally do, the kids think, oh, this game is something different than it normally is. And so now the player who needs to be locked in goes, oh, we're up 28. Now I can change who I am or what I normally do. You send messages based on what you do. And again, it goes back to the play calling too, and what I was saying earlier about emptying your clip. If you are all of a sudden calling different plays than what you worked on in practice and things like that, you're sending messages that you don't want sent to your players. You want them to know we're gas pedal. The gas pedal plays are the plays that we worked on multiple times this week. They're the plays that we talked about on Monday and then again on Tuesday, and then we ran them on Wednesday, and then we reviewed them and we made changes. Those are the plays that the players, and when you do that, that does something psychologically to your players. That sends a message to them that's more powerful and more influential than you saying in word, hey, we're got to keep our foot on the gas pedal. Don't tell them we're going to put your foot on the gas pedal, but then call 3 straight run plays that you don't normally run. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, if you're Mike Norvell in this case, you call counter first play out and you go get 8 yards like you've been getting all game. You don't all of a sudden run jet sweep or something like that you don't specialize in. And then the players go, okay, we're kind of messing around here.
Yep.
We're just trying stuff. We're doing different things. We're gonna just get a mix of all these other things. Like, no, man, do what you do. Do what you've been doing. Refine it, make it better. Continue to show that, like, hey, we're going to play the next play. We're not going to worry about the last play, and we're not playing a play for next week. It's this play right now, best call, best players on the field. Let's go, So that's what you want to see. That's what you hope to see. And again, that's the best way to send a message as a coach. It's not with standing in front of the team and telling them we're going to do the same thing, or we're going to keep going, or we don't want to let up. A lot of times players let up because of the nonverbal cues that coaches send. A guy that's normally super loose or is normally pretty uptight and yelling at everybody at halftime is now not yelling at anybody. He doesn't even come in and talk to us.
So how exhausting is that? I mean, obviously game day's got to be terribly exhausting as a coach, but you almost have to stay in character then, is what you're saying. That's got to be a different level of energy that you've got to keep up. It's almost like acting in a way, staying in character,
Yeah, without question. And in the same breath, it's not character because it's you continuing to be who you are.
Right.
It's just don't change who you are. Again, if you are a laid back guy like myself, I don't do a whole lot of yelling. When I do yell, I don't yell for effect. I yell to get their attention. So I actually do get their attention because they know that I'm not acting. I'm doing what is natural for the situation. So whatever it is you do, just be that, but again, if being up 28 at half makes you feel like we've arrived, then you shouldn't be coaching at Florida State, or you shouldn't be coaching, period. You've done nothing. You've only played 30 minutes of football, so you should still be coaching anyway. But I just think that that's important, that it's just be who you are, be whatever it is. Don't change the way you coach because of the situation. You can't coach the situation. You have to coach for the next play, whatever that is for you.
3rd and 3 now after a TV timeout. Miami had to call a timeout on their first drive out of the break. That'll happen when you got a freshman quarterback in there. 3rd and 3, 13:41 to go on the clock in the third quarter. Florida State looking to get off the field again. See if they can. We are now at 20 seconds on the play clock.
Hey, when I was on the board, I didn't switch my mic over to my headset. I forgot to do that. Could you hear me okay?
Loud and clear the whole way. Yep.
When I was on the board, it was okay.
Yep.
I just realized that last week I switched it to my headphones and I didn't use my microphone.
Right.
Just for the board part. And so I forgot to ask you about that.
Loud and clear. Picks up the whole room pretty good.
Nice.
False start for the Canes. It'll be 3rd and 8 now. I've got a question I want to ask Dominic Robinson. I will if Florida State gets off the field, but not until that point.
We love 3rd and 8. We love 3rd and long. No pressure. Bring 4. Get them to the ground. Let's go. Your best defensive player.
Little angle route to Parrish. Jamie
Nothing.
Robinson cleans it up. And
Nothing. Reminders. Just a nice, quick reminder. Hey, you guys suck. 3 and out. Get off the field.
Mm-hmm. And Vontae, good point. The first drives out of the half have been a killer of late. Not today.
Exactly. Send a message right away. You guys suck. Get your defense back out here to give up more points.
I like this D-Rob. I like this guy. All right. So
I never beat these guys.
Oh, really? Oh, goodness.
Yeah. I lost 5 games because we played them twice one year.
Oh no.
We played them in the Orange Bowl one year.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Noles after the punt around the 22-23-yard line. Here's the question I was waiting to ask. If they score here, how many more drives does Jordan have?
Does
it matter if you get a stop on the next one after that?
Yeah. Yeah, it probably depends on what the defense does and then how long they hold the ball when they get it back. I want to get close to I want to be in the fourth quarter probably before I take him out of the game.
Okay.
Any game. I probably want him to play 3 full quarters.
They fake counter. Stay on your feet. Go! All right. So they fake counter, little dump off, and it's open. Good blocking downfield by Darius Washington, who put his hands to the sky and said, I'm not holding anybody. Don't do that, please, ever. But big play. Noles near midfield now. And I saw there was a question earlier. I forget your name, sir, but he said, I wonder what recruits are at the game. I think the question at this point is, I wonder what recruits were at the game.
We're at the game. Yeah, they're going.
They jet by now. Here is a sneak peek of Mario Cristobal's text message and video call to the recruits after this game. Nothing to see here. That's right. No problem.
Yeah, it's all good. No, it's all good. We got the strength coach with the funny mustache. We're good.
There. Different color green these days, but I don't know if that headset's going to make it through tonight. 2nd and 8 for the Noles now. 11:30 on the clock in the third quarter. The snap from midfield. Good job, Toa Feely. That's a nice tackle.
That's a really good run.
Yep. There was nothing there.
There was nothing there. And just patience, then explode. It's really good, man. 3rd and 2, we love it.
$10:55 on the clock now in the third quarter. 3rd and 2 for Florida State from the Miami 44-yard line. Was that a design quarterback run or a busted play?
Yeah, no, that was design.
First down.
That was definitely a design.
Almost looked like it was an option pitch. That was interesting. That's right. I hear the follow Yellow Brick Road in the background. You follow it, Canes. We've got an injured Seminole offensive lineman. I cannot tell who. I see center guard standing up. That could be Robert Scott. We'll take a look when they come back.
Yeah, it's Robert Scott.
Is it? Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's not great.
Nope.
21-0 Notre Dame. Holy smokes.
Sounds like they put the kid in for Clemson and he threw a pick.
Did he? Klubnik? Yeah.
Play. Yeah. He's really good, Tom.
Yeah.
He's really good. Yeah. He's we're going to have a problem on our hands because he is legit. I spent some time with him at Elite 11 2 years ago. I guess, yeah, would have been 2 years ago, and I liked him. I thought it was good, and then I've seen him since, and watched him his senior year actually, and I was incredibly impressed. And then what he's done at Clemson in a short time. He went in January like all the guys do now, and he grew a lot really quick. And I'm not surprised he's playing, and DJ's going to be gone. DJ will not play quarterback for Clemson next year.
So what's that like? I've never asked you a recruiting question per se, but Elite, Elite 11, what's being out there like?
It's incredible. I actually coached it this year.
Wow.
And it is so I've been going for a very long time. I went and caught passes at the very first Elite 11 when I was 16, I believe. And so I've been going for a very long time, and was there at the ground floor when it wasn't a big deal. I mean, we were at some park on grass field, no fanfare, no nothing. And that was the first year. The second year, there actually was media there. It kind of started to show up, things like that. Really, really fun experience, both as a player. The kids love it. Mm-hmm. They have a blast, and it's very great. I mean, the coaches there are amazing. And then also, as a coach, getting to coach the best guys and having them all in one place, there's just nothing more. There's no greater teacher than environment. And so when you're in an environment where the 10 other best guys in the country are there, and then you're throwing to the best wideouts, there's just so much learning, so much growing going on. It's amazing. I'm super thankful for my experience, again, both as a player and then now, as an old man, going back and getting to work with the players.
That's outstanding, though. So you're an Elite 11 lifer. That's really.
I am. Yeah. I've been there for, like I said, I was there with the beginning. A guy named Bob Johnson was one of the first quarterback coaches, and I used to go with Carson Palmer and Matt Leinart to catch passes for them when I was in high school. And so I was really close with Bob. So Bob asked me, hey, will you come out? We got this quarterback camp. It's called the Elite 11, And again, nobody knew anything about what that was. Like, hell yeah, I'll come out. And,
right.
Actually met Joe Mauer there. So that's where Joe and I became friends.
Yeah.
Joe Mauer and Brody Croyle was a huge Florida State recruit. Ended up going to Alabama. He was the number one quarterback in the country that year. And then DJ Shockley was at that camp. He ended up going to Georgia. He was the guy that I really enjoyed catching passes from. But yeah, the Florida State recruit that year that was at that Elite 11, that was the second year, actually. The first year, Drew Brees was a counselor. So I caught passes from Drew Brees as a 16-year-old kid. How cool is that?
Wow.
Guy's a Hall of Famer. So I have pictures of all this. I'll share them with you guys next week. I'll make sure I have those. But yeah, I caught passes as a 16-year-old from Drew Brees. And this is Drew Brees that nobody liked. He's a Purdue, small, tiny quarterback. This is before Drew Brees was, Hall of Famer Drew Brees,
Yeah, I remember him at Purdue. We're close enough in age that we, have some of the same memories.
Yeah.
Like the 90s era of college football, I remember very well.
Yeah, Purdue was running 5 wide, and it was like this crazy futuristic thing. They're throwing the ball every down. Everybody's like, what are they doing? He'll never make it in the NFL. He doesn't run a pro-style offense. He doesn't even know how to take a snap from under center. He'll never make it. I just remembered catching passes from him going, wow, this is different. Why is everyone, talking so badly about him in the media? Like,
yeah,
that seemed like the most amazing thing that I'd ever seen. But yeah. And then Joe Mauer, again, striking up that relationship with him and then seeing him, he's obviously, one of the best quarterbacks that have never been,
Yeah, how good would he have been here?
Oh my gosh. 100%, Tom, I'm telling you right now, we would have won a national championship if he shows up on campus. I'm telling you 100%, because all those guys that were there, that were successful in college, he was better than all of them. Like I said, DJ Shockley was on a very highly ranked team. Brody Croyle was on a highly ranked Alabama team. He was unbelievable. He was so good. And I hated that we didn't end up getting him. And I spent my whole time trying to get him. Trying to get him to come, and he spent his whole time trying to get me to go play baseball. Actually, it was a fun little banter that we had back and forth. He's like, why don't you come play baseball? And I'm like, why don't you come to Florida State and come play football?
Sky Ninja, thank you very much. Are they playing conservative? Sky Ninja, who are you talking about, the Noles or the Canes? As the Canes break a long run here, Jalen Knight.
He's talking about the Noles on our last possession.
Okay. Well, they took a sack. I mean, a bad one there. It looked like it was a blown protection. To catch folks up, we are now about halfway through the third quarter. Florida State had to punt because of a long sack on second down. They ran a draw on third. Nothing much you're going to do with 3rd and 24. I guess you could call a deep shot. I'll ask D-Rob about that in a second. Excellent special teams work to down a punt inside the 5 again. And they miss a safety. Greedy Vance gets juked by Ja'Curry Brown and gets rid of the ball. Nice play there. On the next play, running back Jalen Knighton breaks a long one. They are now deep-ish into Florida State territory down at the 38-yard line. 7:27 to go on the clock. Would you have called a Hail Mary type pass there, an arm punt at worst case, Dominic, at 3rd and 24 near midfield with Florida State, or would you just call it a draw like they did?
Yeah. I think that's a good call. There's no need for any tomfoolery there. No shenanigans. Just keep it conservative. Play field position and get what you get. And that's exactly what you got. You downed a punt inside the 5. This is the thing that you worry about, especially on defense when you're ahead by a lot. There's this thing, about defense, like it's essentially like, building a house or something. It's like every little brick has to be in place.
Yep.
And what you worry about in a blowout is when you're, in this, dogfight, everybody is hyper aware of where they fit in terms of their run gaps and in pass coverage. As the game starts to progress, you get a little bit more tired, and then obviously the scoreboard starts to take effect on your brain, and you stop having that sort of level of focus on the little things that made you successful. You start thinking about being successful. It's not that they're not trying anymore. They're still trying to play well. They're still trying to do the things, but you stop being hypersensitive about your assignment and you start to think about the success.
Yeah.
I got to make another play. But it's not the play that you should be seeking. It's doing your job, being accountable for your brick being in place, because it's not always going to be you making the play. It's going to be the house that you're building. So that's what I worry about. And that's what you saw on multiple plays there was guys just, it wasn't one guy or one guy here. It was more as a group, guys sort of being slightly out of place in their responsibility. And they gashed us multiple times there in the run game.
Played it much better there on the first down, but they didn't get Brown to the turf until a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd and medium. To answer Timothy's question, I saw that come in where he says, why are they playing so many backups? The one thing I'd say, Timothy, is in the first half, I noted that Amari Gaynor was on the field and Gant was on the field and Malcolm Ray and Josh Farmer and Patrick Payton. So they were rotating these guys in the first quarter. It might be a part of the plan, but it's something that we'll definitely keep an eye on. Obviously, some of the big hosses are back up front for the defense at this point. They got Brown bottled up. It'll be 3rd and about 3. This is interesting tape for, I think, Syracuse to watch if Garrett Schrader comes back healthy. I don't know what his status is. And then for Anthony Richardson in Florida in the final week. Some of the issues we're having here with the quarterback runs, I think, is interesting film to those defenses or offenses.
Yeah, and Richardson is a problem, man. That dude is he is tool Z. He hasn't put it all together, but man, he's got some tools.
And it looked like Derek McClendon was injured on that play, the defensive end for Florida State. So they go to commercial break. We're inside of 4.5 minutes in the third quarter. Scoreless quarter for the Noles so far. Not many possessions here in this quarter. And Florida State continues to lead 31-3. It'll be a 3rd and 3. Threes are wild, apparently, for the Canes around the 5-yard line. So, opportunity here to get a stop. Certainly you're not pulling Jordan Travis at this point.
and he's rolling now. Yeah, that first drive is tough, man. You don't want to go 3 and out. I mean, you never want to go 3 and out, you know.
We'll see what the personnel choices are after the break, Timothy. It's a good question. I thought it was strange that they had so many quote unquote second teamers or backups in so early in the game. They've built some more depth through injury. Patrick Payton's played a lot more because Jared Verse was out for an extended period of time, for example. Malcolm Ray and Josh Farmer because of Lovett's injury, and Jared Jackson's been hurt as well. But they went with it early, so I don't know that that's off script per se just yet. So we'll keep an eye.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have that much of a problem with it. I know when I was at Florida State, Coach Andrews wouldn't do that. He always felt like the first drive of each half was like incredibly important.
Right.
And so even when, I mean, we may score 40 in the first quarter, he still to start the first half would always go with the main guy. Even if there was guys, you know, let's say Darnell Dockett was playing hurt, he still would roll with Dockett going into the second half. You know, if not for anything, for our development. I feel like Coach Andrews, one thing that I love or learned about playing for him was he never stopped thinking about opportunities to teach and to develop guys. So he was always thinking like, I need to teach this thing. So I got to have the guy out there that needs to learn that lesson.
Right.
So yeah, he always would play the first team. And then the next drive, actually, he would send the backups to start the drive. But once they passed the 50, the starters were back in. That was a very common thing for us. And then if our offense scored, he would do the same thing on the next drive. If our offense didn't score, he would still roll with the ones until the offense scored again. You know, but that was the thing was like, you know, once they passed the 50, we're always bringing the ones back in. We're not giving up a score with our backups on the field.
So they're showing a replay now of, I guess, what happened to McClendon.
It's a targeting.
They're reviewing targeting?
Yeah.
Well, they've come back from break, and there is no replay review.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, they're not. I thought that they showed crystal ball.
Yeah. 3rd and 3, they're going to get it, I think. Depends on the spot, but it'll be really close if they're short. Let's see where the line judge puts it. In a way, make sure you close the deal here and nothing goofy happens in Miami Gardens on a Saturday night. It's good to have this film out there for your own teaching purposes ahead of some of the things that you're going to see at Syracuse and with Florida.
It's great. It's actually really good. It's kind of it's one of those sort of blessings in disguise, actually, because you would, you get a chance to work on some stuff and put some stuff on film in a game situation, full speed game situation. Versus, it's almost like getting a scout team before the actual scout team. It's kind of cool because I would imagine Miami's going to do some of the things that those teams are going to do, our upcoming opponents. So this is kind of best case scenario. It's like normally when you're playing a team like this, you almost feel like I can't wait to get out of here because these things are going to be pointless. And the injury is like, is always kind of in the back of your mind. It's like, do I get these guys out because of injury? But now when they've got this quarterback in there, you're going, hey, I want my guys in there because we get a chance for some scout team reps. We get 20 snaps of running quarterback. That's super getting a jump on your next couple weeks.
Brendan Gant and Patrick Payton both down on that play I watched. Peyton bounce up without an issue. Looks like Gant is walking off a little bit more gingerly. It'll be 2nd and goal, 3 minutes, 16 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Oh, shoot. What was that Affleck question?
Who is the tight end who caught the go-ahead touchdown in the wide right 3 game?
From Ken Dorsey, yeah, Shockey. Jeremy
Shockey,
Shockey.
right? Yeah. Actually, I knew that one too. I watched that and threw something at my house.
Yeah.
That's not a horse collar. That's a legal tackle by Jamie Robinson. There you go. It'll be 3rd and goal from a long distance.
So it went from Shockey to Winslow.
Mm-hmm.
They had that nice little string of tight ends.
That dude was always open. He played for the Bucks towards the end of his career, K2, and he was open on every play. It was crazy. And he had bad knees, and he was still open. He was a freak.
Yeah, he was. He was really good. Really weird guy, though.
Yeah.
Really strange guy.
Mm-hmm. Not so great.
Actually a California kid, so I got to know him a little bit. I do hear the war chant.
And some frustration on the offense. Didn't get the play in time. There you go. The marching Chiefs are not there, but let them hear it. There you go, Fabian. Give them that encouragement. 3rd and goal. No damn touchdowns here. Come on now. After this studio timeout. Oh, yeah, there's the pick. He didn't house this, did he? He did. Oh, my goodness.
No way.
Where is everybody? Wow.
Where's DJ? Where's the guy that threw it? You knew you threw a pick.
Yeah, that was Klubnik.
Yeah. Oh, was that one Klubnik?
15-14. Oh, my goodness. It's a throwback score.
Yeah, Bama's winning that.
Yep.
So I'll tell you, man, after we watched that LSU game, I was pretty sure I was watching a not good team.
Mm-hmm.
They're okay.
Yeah.
That win is looking better. I thought by this time we'd be saying the LSU win is not that big of a win. I didn't think, oh wow, Miami.
Fumble snap, pick it up, go! Noles football. Oh my goodness. There you go. Drink in the Schadenfreude. Drink it in. Drink it in. There's your guy.
Oh, yes. Yes. That's the beam I need.
Oh,
Man,
way to go, Ben.
That. Yeah, you got to send me that. I need that in my phone.
Way to go, Ben. Good job.
That
wow.
Awesome.
There it is.
Oh, I love that.
Jared Verse scoops it. So he'll have a fumble recovery, a sack, and some other plays in this game. And there's the sideline. They're loving it. Good job. Good job. Jordan Travis climbs. He is going to get a gain of about 4. What did you say earlier about that? Trust him to just make a play, pick up 4 yards. There it was right there.
There it is. Yep. And I would imagine they had a shot called there. You know, after a turnover, 1st and 10, I bet they had a shot, and then he didn't like it, and so he tucked it, got 4.
You can see it on the television screen. Robert Scott is in there. All of your offensive linemen, your starting group are in there. So that's good news. 2nd and 6 for the Noles, 1:33 on the clock from their own 43-yard line. Up the gut, it'll be 3rd and 1.5 or 3rd and 2, depending on the spot. A little more.
I'll tell you that those last 2 plays for Miami are exactly a depiction of what I viewed Miami's season to look like.
Yeah.
You know, like and I haven't paid any attention to them other than just the few things that you hear on, Scott Van Pelt on ESPN or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I pictured their season looking like, is like those 2 plays. It's like 2nd and goal, 8-yard sack, and then snap behind the fumble or snap behind the line.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
all right? There's a flag on the play. Did we get called for a hold? What's going on here?
Come on, get up, Trey Benson. You're good.
That was I formation right at you in 3rd and short, a statement play, and it looks like it's going to stand because they're all walking up towards the gain. Big gainer, well blocked. DJ didn't know where to go, but that's okay. Everybody else did their job. Oh, it's a face mask. All right. Benson has the #1 broken tackle rate of any player in the country right now.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Not surprising. He is incredible. God, he's a good back. We were very fortunate to have him.
Johnny, Benson, Verse, right guard, Emmanuel. These are all transfers. Gibbons, the left guard from last year. Norvell has done an incredible job in the transfer portal, and it's paying off big time tonight.
What year is Trey Benson? Is he a junior?
I think it's a sophomore, but I think it's like COVID sophomore.
Yeah, it's so hard to figure these things out, man, with the COVID year.
Yeah, listed as a sophomore. So after 3 quarters, no scoring in that particular quarter for either team. It's 31-3 Florida State. The Noles are driving. The big play to me on the previous defensive series was Jamie Robinson with a tackle for loss on 2nd and goal. That set up a bad snap, an opportunity for a bad snap on 3rd and goal. The Noles pick it up. Jared Verse scoops it, takes it to about the 40, and now the Noles in scoring range to extend a 28-point lead. We are after 3 quarters, which means 1 more remains. Play your pregame fanfare, your 4th quarter fanfare, Marching Chiefs, wherever you are. We'll be back on Zaxby's Warchant GameDay with the final 15 minutes on what is an oh-so-pleasant night for Florida State fans. We'll talk to you in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Noles support Noles when they head to Zaxby's of Tallahassee. They're a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. They've supported the program at high levels. Have the folks at Zaxby's. Danny, the owner, he's an incredible dude. Big-time Nole. Shows up to Hotel Indigo and some of the other things we do throughout the season. We love working with our friends at Zaxby's. I could tell you about the split-top bun, the 3 pickled chips, the amazing chicken. I could. I've told you all about that tonight a billion times. But what I will tell you now is that if you like supporting good people who are locally engaged, they're engaged with the program at Florida State, then you want to support our friends at Tallahassee Zaxby's. We thank them so much for making Warchant Game Days, pregame show, watch along, and postgame show happen. If it's not for their sponsorship, we don't get to talk to Dominic Robinson like we're doing right now. So thank you to Zaxby's for making this happen. And man, it is 15 more minutes of just sitting back in the rocking chair. D-Rob, this is a great night to be a Nole.
Yeah, they're not scoring 28, I'll tell you that. Not that offense. We obviously don't want it to look bad. We still want to keep playing. But but yeah, they're not. This is no longer a win or lose proposition. Now this is how much can we embarrass them, or how much can we let them feel like they may have something redeemable from this game, which I don't want them to have anything to redeemable to take from this game. Like, it would be wonderful for them to walk away this thing with 3 points, with just a field goal. That would be. It's so hard to hold a team to just 3 in today's day and age in football. I mean, that's some serious domination.
Here we go. 2nd and 5 for Florida State. Jordan waits, pops, passes, and we've got ourselves a touchdown to tight end Cam McDonald. Florida State on the first play of the fourth quarter extends the lead to 37-3, pending the PAT. There is no pending for Gene Deckerwaite. Wait no longer. Hit it, Ben.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
John Cena. We love it.
Oh,
we love Gene every time. Can never get enough Gene. I'd like to hear Gene 1 or 2 more times tonight.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm sure you're thinking you'd like to see have a Rodney Hill sighting.
Oh, come on now.
It was good. Also, Trey Benson was out there on that play, which that's good because I was worried the way he went down on that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got something, but he at least is okay enough to come back in the game. So that was good.
Speaking of John Cena, he must be all over that stadium because I don't see anybody in the seats, anybody wearing green or orange. So I can't see him. I can't do it. Florida State now 38-3, 14:55 to go. Go to your fridge. Get a refill. Whatever it is you enjoy is extra. Wake up the kids if they're sleeping. Say, look at this. Look at this. Son, I know I told you to go to bed. Come on down. You can sit on the couch. Enjoy this fourth quarter.
This guarantees a bowl, right?
This secures a bowl.
This is a bowl.
We're going bowling, baby. I love it. Yes.
That's a great deal.
This is just, you don't see this with a rival very often. So
ever.
Enjoy.
Hey, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Where do we go now in terms of the ACC championship? If Clemson loses, does that affect us in any way? Do we have any chance of getting in the conversation?
No. We had to finish the job. So we needed to win 2 of those 3 in that stretch.
Okay.
Closing the deal with NC State, had they done that, then that Clemson game would have been for a real clean shot at going to the ACC championship, because what you would need at that point is Wake to lose another game, and they have. So that's the killer.
And NC State is beating Wake right now.
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's the killer. NC State technically is still alive in this race, right? So.
So beating Syracuse doesn't even. It's not enough.
And Clemson's fine because Notre Dame, they were with the ACC for the COVID year, but they're not now. So this is just a loss for Clemson, not an ACC loss. So they're pretty much, it's all signed, sealed, and delivered for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
dang, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. It's so, in a year like this where it feels like that top 4 isn't as set as it is in some seasons. We're like, oh, forget it. They're in a different plane. There might be a team or 2 like that, but not 4 of them. So hopefully that's a lesson we can carry into next year. And that schedule is not too bad next year for Florida State. But right now they're going bowling. It'll be 2 in a row over Miami. And it's now just about who gets some PT. And would you, now we're in the fourth quarter, if they get a stop, say it's time to go to the bench for the quarterback? Yeah, he's thinking.
I guess my question, or like where I can't give a definitive answer, is I'm not at practice to see Tate.
Yeah.
So I just don't know where Tate is. If he's really getting after it and like he's pushing to be a 1, then it's like, yeah, I'm definitely getting Jordan out of there. But if he's like a definitive 2, where like he's just not anywhere close to being, when I talk about being a 1 or being a 2, it's like not relative to the guys on your team.
Right.
It's like you could be at Wake behind Sam Hartman and still be a 1 quarterback. It's just your 1 is one of the best, in the conference. If you're at Florida State, same thing. Jordan Travis is one of the best in the conference. That doesn't mean that you're a 2, the level of a second-tier player. So if Tate is pushing to be a first-tier player, I can't wait for an opportunity. I'm looking for any sort of, Jordan getting dinged, Jordan being tired, Jordan, anything, any little thing. I'm trying to get him in. So if that's the case, yeah, I'm putting him in right now.
I think he's been fine. I wouldn't term him as, budding star. I think he's been fine in practice. So I think it's down the middle. I think the call will be down the middle. Oh, did we not pick that? Oh, gracious.
Thought he had it.
Who was that who just contributed, Ben? I'm sorry, saying that he's going to have some Jim Beam fire or whatever. Never lose your nerd. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jim Beam fire. There you go. If that's what you do whatever you need to do to celebrate this night, this is what we were all hoping for. Maybe more than we were hoping for. So just don't let this night slip away. Enjoy it. Miami now 1st and 10 on their own 47. Florida State will make a nice play in the perimeter. Jamie Robinson's had himself a very good night, and they're really not going to call that. Oh, come on. Knighton's following him the whole way. At some point, you got to flag him for that. It'll be 2nd and 8 or 9, depending. Yeah, it should be on 15. And then Knighton's following him and taunting him. Like, all right. You could take control of the game here, officials, but it's okay. Yeah. 2nd and 9. 13 minutes to go. Still a ton of time in this game. So we like that. It's a false start. More time for the Warchant to ring off the walls and the empty seats of Doak South, a.k.a. Seminole Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. The mustache strength coach does not know what to do.
He's got no answers.
There's not enough wax in his pocket. 2nd and 14. That'll be 3rd and 2 on the slide. That's a generous spot. Should be 3rd and a full 2. Florida State tried to contain, but there's just a lot of time there.
I'll clue you guys in on a little, I don't know, insider deal. Mario Cristobal at Oregon, he's getting a lot of praise for things that I don't believe he is at Miami. In terms of recruiting, I have been I was happy that he was the one that got the job there at Miami. Let's put it that way. I thought that was a good. I thought that was a good hire for us, and I like him. Like as a person, I don't have any issue with him. Yeah. But as a recruiter, that's not the answer at the University of Miami. I'm telling you right now, that's not the answer.
That's our
and I'm not saying that they're not going to have success. I'm not saying they're not going to be good. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if they do get good, it will not be because of his recruiting prowess.
It'll be because John Ruiz is a billionaire.
There will be other reasons. Yeah, there will be other factors. It will not be because of him. Myself and my son were actually on his campus, and he just did a really poor job. So, yeah, it was. And my kid actually loved Oregon baseball. I have good friends with them. So
there's Tate. He's
hey, you called it. You were right.
Standard running play. Florida State comes up with it after a fumble by Garcia, who is back in the game. They just keep playing that 3-quarterback Monty. It'll be 2nd and 8 or so inside of 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Tate Rodemaker is your quarterback. I'll keep an eye out.
Did we see Rodney Hill? I'm seeing all backups. Saw a backup at tight end.
Running back there was Toafili. These are the backup offensive linemen.
I'm seeing a lot of backups.
Julian Armella has checked into the game at left tackle. Bryson Estes at left guard. And then some of the other guys along with him. Kentron Portier.
It's all backups, yeah. And
there's that tight end screen again.
Yeah. It's all backups. There's no Johnny.
A little 3 and out there. Or was that this Skycast is so far behind. Okay, not necessarily 3 and out. So there we go. The Skycast has me thrown. 10 of 12. His arm's fresh, man. He could throw a full side session.
Yeah. He's good. He might need to come out after and throw some routes on air.
Yeah. How many points per throw? Over 3.
Jeez. That's unbelievable.
And Tate gets lassoed down. That's not surprising with that backup O-line. Sorry. I was hoping you could get him a drive with the starting.
Yeah, with the ones. That's why I thought bringing him in now would have been good, because I didn't think they were going to go. That's why I was pointing out that it was all backups. Yeah. I didn't think they would go all backups for Tate's first series.
Yeah.
I thought they would go Tate with the ones. Oh, dang, I thought they called it on them. I thought they were going to go Tate with the ones first series and then backups.
Oh, got some problems with Deuce Spann there. That is the one low. Good there. Mike chased him down. Look at this moment of coaching here. He's trying to keep him engaged. Wow, this is some compelling television. D-Rob, this is phenomenal. That kid is losing his mind, and Mike chased him down, and look at this. At least he's still hearing him. Wow.
That's pretty good. That's very good. You just don't see that. You don't see that very often. You don't see it ever, actually. I shouldn't even say you don't see it often. You just don't see it ever.
He was 2 seconds away from chucking his helmet, knocking over water bottles, all kinds of stuff. Wow.
And typically what happens there is the head coach decides that's the position coach's job.
Right.
The things that the head coach has to deal with on any the things that the head coach has to deal with, the list is ridiculous. People don't even know.
Yeah.
So typically in that moment, the head coach goes, I got too many other things that I'm responsible for 100 other things right now. They just let that guy go. And they figure I'll deal with it later. That's a later thing. That's incredibly intuitive to, in that moment, say, you know what? I'm going to grab a hold of my program right now. I'm not going to allow this to become something bigger. I'm going to be the one. Forget the 99 other things that are on my list of this is a priority right now. That's a bit, I mean, that there's just a lot of intuition that goes into that, because that's a snap. If he waits 1 second and a play starts and he's responsible for whatever it is on that field, he gets locked into that, and then 10 minutes of other things happen. You know what I mean? While he's doing, and nobody would ever think of that as like there's something wrong with that. He's doing his job. But for him to have the intuition in that moment to go, you know what? No. Screw these other responsibilities. Right now, I can't have this guy acting like this. That's really cool. That's really, really, really good. And to see that, like, for us to get to see that is really cool too, because we don't get there. There's so many moments like that every weekend that we don't even, that nobody even sees. So for us to get to see that in real time is pretty cool.
Mark, I hear you.
Why I've been wanting to go to the game so bad. Like I don't like. I love doing these. I love being with you guys, but there's so much that you can take from being at the game.
Right.
There's so many things that go on that you don't get to see on the sideline, and things like that in between timeouts and things like that you don't get to see when you're not there.
It was good camera work by ESPN to stay with that. I didn't expect to see.
We don't get that from ACC Network.
Oh God!
They might have accidentally went to commercial.
You get a zoomed in close up of the wedgie that the line judges got. That's what you get.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I cut you
off. I was
gonna
say no, it's fine. It's tough, man, when you're not in the same room. Like, it's just the delay in the stuff. It happens.
Yeah.
I do it all the time. Mark was saying, Mark's a great poster on our chat. He's like, where are all the Deion people now? And my response to that is, I hear you, Mark, tonight, but tonight we're up 38-3. Let's just enjoy this one. Don't even worry about that guy. Don't even worry about that guy. Let's enjoy this. I understand what you're trying to say, but this is just a moment. This is all Mike's. This belongs to Mike Norvell tonight. Yep, there's some stars on the sidelines. Congratulations. Quality control. That's what they've resorted to. A cameraman saying hello to Jason Taylor. That's where Miami's at right now. Third and 8 for the Canes. Under 9 minutes to go. Incomplete pass. Florida State will have the ball again. Swiss Irish wanted to know what you're sipping on tonight, D-Rob.
You know what? I don't even know what it's called. It's some weird energy supplement drink from it's like a natural energy deal. I can't even. I think it's called Yerba. It's pretty good. It's like a little fruity, carbonated, but it's got some like caffeine in it, so it helps with energy, but it's natural.
Nice.
It's not like a energy drink, not like Red Bull or got the crazy stuff in it.
What's a typical workday like for you?
So this morning, every Saturday we have meetings at 8. And then I spend, depending on when the Florida State game is, I spend the morning watching the film from Friday night's game, prepping for this game, watching our next opponent, the high school that I coach at, our next opponent, breaking down or chopping up that film. So really tagging that film. I'm not even actually breaking down the film. I'm tagging it. So I'm putting in, first and 10 from the 30, first and 10, second and 10 from. So I'm just tagging. I'm not even really watching it. I'm just making sure that when I go tomorrow, when I show up, I can separate everything based on what I want to see. So I always watch every third down that we have. And then I'll watch certain formations. I'll watch what the team does in empty, what the team does in, condensed sets. And, so that's my Sunday, but Saturday I'm typically tagging all the film. And then I usually have to train. I train an athlete or two. I actually have a first round draft pick that is now home. He's a baseball kid that's now home. And so I'll train him sometimes on Saturday morning, just depending on when the Florida State game is. So it all just depends too, because a lot of times we're traveling on Saturday, but that's my typical Saturday is like, it's insane. I'm literally going, that's why I'm drinking, the energy deal is because I don't go to bed on Friday nights almost at all. I essentially, we finish playing and my adrenaline's pumping all night. And so I don't get to fall asleep until, probably past 2. And then I get up and I got to be at the school at 8. Yeah. So 8 o'clock, I start breaking down. Hopefully we have next week's film. Usually we don't. So I start watching Friday night's game, you're sort of just watching that loosely before the kids come in. The kids come in at about 9. We watch the film with them from about 9 to 10. And then at 10 o'clock, I've been sitting for a while. So I'll either go work out myself or I'll train somebody from about 10 to 11, 10 to 12. And then 12 o'clock until whenever the Florida State game is, I'm working on either prepping for the Florida State game or our next opponent. And then, Florida State game's over and I essentially just watch college football until I always watch the Pac-12 game. I usually fall asleep watching the Pac-12 game every Saturday.
Well, you're going to be falling asleep happy this weekend. Look where they went with the ball on the first play. That was
just man. No, and that's and honestly, I talk about that a lot. That's really, really important. There's a message that you send. You do that. Like anytime my guy has any sort of issue, drop pass, missed block, or whatever, and it's a perimeter guy, I want to get the ball in his hands right away. Like, and I'm calling something easy, very simple. To get him, oh yeah, Tate, get out on the edge and get boogie on him. Get out on the edge and boogie on him, Tate. How tall is Tate? He looks long.
6'3", maybe.
Okay, he looks longer than that.
Let's see. Officially listed at 6'4". So there you go.
I really love that we gave Span the ball right away.
Yep.
I wonder what his issue was. Did you see? Did he miss a block or something?
I have no idea. Oh well, no, he got called for unsportsmanlike after the play. That's what.
Oh, did he? Okay.
So Mike is furious about that, and he did not respond well to it. And that's change. There's C.J. Campbell, last week's feel-good story, scoring a touchdown, gain of 1. Looks like with this, they might be preserving 29's shirt. That's what I'm starting to suspect here.
You get 4 games. Is that right?
Yep.
And how we know how many he's played in?
I think it's 3. It's Tech, Boston College.
3. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So they'll save him for Louisiana.
Yeah.
inside of 6 minutes, 40 seconds, 6:34, 6:33 on a 2nd and 9 in Miami territory. Another counter play, and there goes C.J. Campbell.
Oh, make a miss. Make a miss.
1st and 10, Florida State. Said that a lot tonight. It's a good night to be an old. And there was Deuce Spann. I saw that from the slot. An excellent block. Well, a pretty good block on replay, but good enough. He's locked in. That might be my favorite moment of the second half. That's outstanding.
What?
Just the whole sequence with Deuce.
Yeah. That's elite, man. That's high level.
There you go. Look at all those.
Oh, yes. Yes. Everybody's gone. Guarded shirts. Everybody's gone except for the guarded shirts.
A lot of John Cena's in that stance. Sections of them. Oh, Mike's starting to grin. There's the grin has begun on his face. He can't hide it anymore. 5 minutes to go in the game. 2nd and 6. The snap off just in time. Stacked up at the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 3rd and about 8. 7 or 8. Well, this has been a damn pleasure. We're still got more coming for you. The Warchant GameDay postgame call-in show. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of rowdy people calling in over the next hour or two. That'll be Gene Williams and myself coming up after these next 5 minutes or so are over the football game. So stay here. It's the same link. You don't need to go anywhere. To the nearly 600 of you that are watching Warchant GameDay right now, thank you so much.
Call in. Is there a number? You give them a number?
We do. We don't activate the lines until a little bit into the show.
Okay. Yeah. You guys call in, man. Let's talk about it.
Garrett. All right. Yeah. All right.
You said that? Did those words come out of your mouth?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but 4th down. Come on, give us the 40 burger. I promised a 40 burger in my prediction video. Oh, they're going for it. Okay. Yeah, you're in that weird spot where what do you do? What's showing up your opponent more? Come on, Tate. There you go. Brian.
Hey!
That's Brian Courtney. He's going to be a good player.
Oh.
Brian Courtney is a very good receiving tight end. He just needs to get a little stronger to do the other stuff. Come on, guys. We promised a 40 burger. I want the 40 burger. 3 minutes to go on Miami's worst night of the season.
Who is our Germany person? We're Germany guy. Are you still watching? And what time is it? Oh, baby.
And they're going to call that a blindside hit. I don't know. That's a tough call.
Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know.
What's he supposed to do? Oh, they call it targeting. That's why. Okay. I don't think it was targeting. But maybe it is. Let's have a 10-minute review and let Miami really just soak this in even more. Nah. He tried to, but he didn't.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's nothing. That's football. You can't call that. What is that? Gosh, I hate that. That's stupid.
So I believe the only people left in the stands now are either Nole fans or Miami season ticket holders. The numbers seem about right. Seems like that's about the right number.
0?
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's
Looks like LSU's in overtime.
Are they really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. I just saw 24-24 maybe.
Man, I'm so glad we didn't go to overtime with them. That everything was wrong about the momentum of that game in week 1.
We'd have lost that 100%.
Yeah, I think so.
we had completely lost control of that game.
Yep.
We had it at one point. We were going to win by multiple scores, and then everything was spinning out of control there.
But now the Noles are 6 wins deep on the season in just a few minutes. It'll be 6-3. The goal before the season was to get to 7 or 8 wins at minimum, and that's where they're looking at right now, staring it right in the face.
What did I say? I don't even know what I said.
There you go. Here's a good question from Eddie. Coach D-Rob, what's the message? And they got a meeting and practice tomorrow as well. So what would the Sunday message be? I think that
I'll be totally honest with you. I think you have to allow them to enjoy this one. I think a lot of people want to do the whole coach speak of, oh, we move on to the next game and blah, blah, blah. Man, like I just said, I experienced 4 years of never knowing what it was like to beat Miami. When you get an opportunity to do something like that, like I would make sure I would be calling out individual performances. I would be calling out group, performances, whether that's the offensive line who, almost averaged maybe 5 yards per carry, it felt like. The defense for holding a team to 3 points, which is incredibly hard to do. Special teams for the down punts inside the 5. Like I would make sure that we're having multiple moments throughout tomorrow that I can call out extraordinary performances from guys and making sure that they know and understand that is special, that means something, not only for this year, but it means something for the growth of where we're trying to go as a program. And I'm not saying that we don't, eventually put it in a box and move on, but I am saying that make sure that these kids enjoy this because it doesn't have to be this way. And it hasn't been this way. And so when you get an opportunity to get these guys this way, I think the Tebow years, I think were just like mine. I think that group, that class went 4 years without ever beating them, without beating Florida. So, man, like when you do it and you do it in this fashion at their place, we're celebrating this thing, man. We're going to make sure that, we call out that, these are big program moments. So that's where my messaging would start tomorrow. And then obviously, Monday we got to move on to Syracuse.
Well, we're going to enjoy it here on Warchant TV. To the 600 plus of you that are watching with us, throw us a like, subscribe to Warchant TV. If you would, please. Every time you do one of those things, it helps us find more Florida State fans who are ready for this month of November. There's still a few games to go yet. There it is. Warchant GameDay. He's Dominic Robinson. My name is Tom Lang. Welcome to the program. This is just a fun night. It's 3rd and 5 for the Noles at the 9. See if they can touch the end zone one more time. There's C.J. Campbell. Oh, running tough. Gets a first down.
I thought he was going to run my man over at the goal line. That would have been a nasty exclamation point.
So here's the question. You could now kneel it technically. Okay. Good.
Points. Points. Let's go. All of them. I want all the points. I don't even want 3. I want 6. And I want Tate to throw it.
There you go.
I run a little play action, little inside play action, and then throw it out wide somewhere.
Don't get after me, chat. See, the job sometimes is asking the question because you know you're going to get a good response. I know that's a silly question, but I want to hear D-Rob say it. So that's what that was about.
Let's go.
Again, CJ, he's in. Come on now.
Yeah,
Hands to the sky. Burgers. 40 burger. Gene Deckerhoff, what you say?
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Two more times.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Give me the rock.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
One more.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
There we go.
I love you, Gene. I love you, Gene.
Oh, man.
Yeah, gave Miami too many points. 10 points too many. Wow. I wanted to take I don't like to take my team in any pick 'em type thing situations, but just because this was around, I wanted to pick us, and I didn't. I stayed away. But it sounds like you put something on the. What did you put on the over?
On the team total, yeah. Florida State, 31 points was when it hit. So at halftime, I was smiling.
Yeah, and that was pretty easy. I think that was a bad. I mean, it makes sense again if you watch us against Georgia Tech. 31 made total sense. But,
it was just watching Miami, the way that they're discombobulated on defense.
Yeah.
And then also, I figured with the quarterback troubles, that's more possessions. So you put those two things together, I felt like 30 was easy.
Yeah, that does seem like an easy one.
Let's see. What do we have here? Do they still run a drive? Because if they do, a pick six is in play, and you could have the largest margin of victory in series history with a pick six. Or does Miami just run it between the tackles, and does Cristobal say no mas?
I hope he throws it. They got a sideline issue. I see a guy walking off 97. The coach telling him, "Go on, go, get out of here." I love it. Everybody's looking. Everybody's uncomfortable. You man. You man. Oh, returner doesn't know if he should bring it out. Don't get a return under the 15. That's a helmet sticker for the kickoff team.
Ben, mark the time for all that. We need that little video of just D-Rob cackling at the expense of Miami, please. Thank you. That'll be on Twitter tomorrow or tonight even. Who knows? Who knows when? These videos take forever. This will be a 7 or 8 hour, 7 hour video probably. By the time it's done. There's Jordan. Enjoy it, young man. All these kids deserve it. I'm happy for our fans. Steve, thank you very much, 40 Burger. I'm happy for us, but the players, man, they've been through so much. This is a huge night for them, and they deserve it. Oh, all week, Dominic, we were saying reward yourself for all the work you're doing. This is it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. There's certain times, like I guess last week would be a perfect example where it's just a win's a win. You find a way to get a win, and this isn't one of them.
Yeah.
This was more than you go against these guys. You got to assert some dominance.
Hey, intercept.
Oh, there's your pick. Let's go. Take a shot. Norvell, take a shot. Please.
Azarie Thomas flashing the athleticism of years to come. I love it. Love it.
Please take a shot. Put AJ out there and let him take a shot. They won't do that. They don't want to waste the game.
Dane, I saw you. Thank you very much. Florida man in Texas. # Director Bucks. 40 Burger for the Noles. And LSU taking Bama to overtime. What a night. You're not going to forget this. 42-point margin. Tate off the sideline again. Who is that?
Shout out to Dane Strickland. We appreciate you, man. Love always seeing you. You're a legit supporter.
Oh, it will be a knee. So 42 will have to do. One more kneel down, and it will be the 6-3 bowl eligible Miami beating Florida State Seminoles victorious. There you go. There's history. Look at that. The largest road win, margin of victory wise, in series history.
We didn't talk about that. Whether that 47-0 was at home. I'm sure.
There it is.
It's on the road at their place.
Anytime they say, what about that 22 game where Florida State won 45-3, I'll say, man, Dominic Robinson. Those would be the first two words I say. I hung out with Dominic Robinson for 60 minutes of reminding Miami that they suck. His words, not mine.
Y'all suck. Get out of that dumpster fire. Y'all suck.
Oh, man. All right, I want a galactic Gene Deckerhoff to celebrate the victory. Come on, Ben.
Oh, they want to fight.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Light speed, Gene Deckerhoff. Light speed.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
Come on. I want light speed. Gene Deckerhoff. Light speed, Gene Deckerhoff. Come on, Ben.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
There he is. Yes. Vishal, thank you so much. You can hear the war chant at Doak South, and Mike Norvell has another humongous win. Cannot overstate how big this game is. Dominic Robinson, your final thoughts as we put a bow on an unholy ass beating of Miami.
Thanks, guys. Thank you guys for being here for this. Tuning in with us. We love it every week. Tom, thank you, man. I appreciate you. These watch-alongs have been phenomenal. It's been great to, these are all thoughts that I'm always having, or I'm throwing them at my wife. But thank the players and coaching staff for putting on a show today. This was not the case last week, obviously. There was nothing like this. I'd never felt the way that I felt watching that game. I never wanted to bail on a Florida State game as bad as I wanted to bail on a Florida State win. There were some bad games during the, a couple eras where I definitely wanted to bail. I never wanted to bail during a win as much as I did last week. And this was the exact opposite. I would have watched another 60 minutes of this type of drubbing of the U. And again, I love watching the mass exodus of the fans leaving the stadium, the empty seats, the duck shaking his head and putting his hands on his hips.
Duck.
The coaches, yelling at a player, telling them to get off the field, shooing them off the field. There was so much today that this was great. This was awesome. This was 10 for 12. Was the quarterback 10 for 12?
Yeah, he had. We always talk about yards per attempt, but he had over 3 points per attempt on the night.
10 for 12.
Yeah. That was
in a 45-point game.
Yep, that's it.
It's unbelievable, man. This was fun.
It's to the 700 plus of you who are tuned in right now to Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's. Thank you for being here. He's Dominic Robinson, our lead football analyst. We'll be back in the chairs next week for Florida State and Syracuse. That is an 8 p.m. Eastern kick, and it will now be for a 3-game winning streak. A 3-game winning streak will be on the line for Florida State, fresh off a rivalry ass beaten of the U. That's the kind of night we're about to have here on Warchant GameDay with Gene Williams, the call-in show. Drop your change. Drop it all around. Don't worry about it. That's right. We are here for the next couple of hours celebrating the biggest road win in the series history between Florida State and Miami. 42-point spread. Never been larger, the margin of victory in this series. History was made tonight, and Florida State was the winner. Dominic, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. It's been a fun ride this evening. I hope you enjoy getting some rest ahead of, I'm sure, a busy Sunday.
Is Gene in the
He's in the queue. Let's bring him in.
Let me shout at Gene. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Hey, there he is.
D-Rob.
What's up, Gene?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm phenomenal, man. This was awesome. This was a night to remember. I'll remember this one. This was great. This was
glorious.
Game.
Anytime you blow out your rivals, humiliate them in their home stadium.
It's so hard to do. I don't think people really give it enough credit or realize like how hard it is, regardless of whether they're good or bad or where they're at. As I said it earlier, where they're at as a program, where you're at as a program, you just don't get to do it very often. And when you do, man, God, you appreciate it. So,
and D-Rob, you know this as a player. When you were a player, it's different. You see Miami get blown out or a team that's a good team. But this is different because those players on that team look at Florida State differently. They're giving it their absolute best game because they don't care. Look, they lose to Virginia or whoever. It's not a big deal. Those players grew up with a lot of Florida State players. This means a lot more to them. To blow them out in their stadium, that says something.
I agree 100%. Like and you saw a little bit of emotion from them early, from Miami early, and that's what I said, Gene, that we need to remind them that they suck. Like you start the game, you go, well, screw this. I'm going against my brother. I'm going against my old teammate. I'm going against my rival, from my rival high school. I'm going against a guy from, North Florida that I hated, or another guy from South Florida that I hated. And you forget where the history of your team. You forget the game that you lost last week, or the game that you lost a couple weeks ago. So you need a reminder real quick on this first drive. Oh, no. But although you're going against your brother or your former teammate and all this, don't forget, you guys suck. Like, you are not a good team. So let me remind you with this first drive, and then let me remind you again with this 3 and out. And then let me remind you putting you down 14-0. Like, there always needs to be those reminders because there is a lot of emotion. And if they can find a way to make a play early, they'll forget the history of where they are as a program. And again, this being their first year in the rebuild and Florida's first year in the rebuild, it's really important that we establish sort of that dominance that you guys are behind. And you're going to have to play catch up for a while because we are full steam ahead. And so doing that is so important, man. I can't tell you how important it is. Again, I said it earlier, when the kids pick up this guy and they see the score, they need to see that one team was really good and the other team had zero chance.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I want to go to that team that was really good, not the team that had zero chance.
And that's a good point because, D-Rob, there's a lot of recruits in the stands. And all they saw, like you said, those fans leaving the stadium, they all saw that. And they're sort of second guess. They go, do I really want to come to this school? They just got humiliated. Their fans left. I'm second guessing this stuff. Those
perceptions, those little moments, and they're very quick moments. They don't really last long, but they are very powerful. They are very powerful, especially to a person who's
17-year-old,
a 17-year-old who's only been on this planet for 17 years and has only been paying attention to football for 3 or 4 years, some of them. They don't have the sort of history to fall back on of remembering Charlie Ward and Peter Warwick and Chris Winkie, and they don't have that. So you gotta, you gotta remind them. You gotta have recent reminders that will.
Well, you don't want to give them any momentum. You don't want to give Cristobal. You don't want to give those momentum because they're trying to build all this momentum and excitement. They're new and all this stuff, and then you kind of slap in the face. No, you're not. You have no momentum.
Yep, 100%.
You guys did a great job, man. I tuned in a couple times, and it's so entertaining to listen to you too, especially in a game like this. I know it makes it fun.
Yeah, for sure, man.
These are the easy ones. These are
we'll take these every week.
Yeah, let's do it again next week, Dominic. What do you say? Florida State Syracuse. Let's do it again.
For sure, man. Go Noles.
Good night, D-Rob. Good job, buddy.
Rob, fantastic work from Dominic Robinson. Our lead football analyst at Warchant TV. And you are now watching the Warchant Game Day post-game show powered by Zaxby's, as everything is here on Warchant TV on a Saturday. He's Gene Williams, the founder and administrator of Warchant.com. My name is Tom Lang. And what did we just
So
watch?
we're going right into the post game, right? No break, no.
I think. What do you think, Gene? We just go straight to it. I can order a drink. So
No. We can do some initial thoughts kind of thing. I'm okay with that. I mean, let's revel in this a little bit.
I agree.
You know, I want to first think about. I chilled this, so I'm going to break this out. So we got the 2019 Bourbon County Goose Island, the coffee edition. So 2019, the last time FSU in a bowl. Now they're bowl eligible, so I thought it was appropriate to pop this baby open. Thanks to our friends at ABC.
That's right.
By the way, they got me some good Mars on, and I did get this at ABC a couple of years ago, but I aged it. I'm ready to pop this baby. What you got there, Tom?
Here's what we're popping: a little 1941 vodka.
Woo!
Only get this at ABC in the state of Florida, and I will be filling it in a special cup. As there it is. I was ordered a delivery, and here it is.
All right,
lovely wife, Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
Thank you. Oh, you brought beers.
Oh, you got the Jeff Cameron
Go
cooler
for
there.
Okay. So I got, yes, that's right. Here it is, the JCS Warchant Golf Tournament. Yep, from our friends, sponsored by our friends at the Corner Pocket Bar and Grill. Yes. So I'm going to be mixing this vodka, Gene, along with some soda. Let's see that. There we go. Here it is. This is just regular club soda, except, wait, no, it's not. It's
Miami Tears soda, even sweeter.
That's correct. So we'll be drinking vodka and tears, carbonated tears, of course.
Nice.
Cheers to you. It's going to take me a second to pour this out. But cheers, everybody. Go ahead. Take a swig, Gene.
Go Noles, baby. Beating the ass out of the Canes. Suck it, Canes.
Ben, feel free to.
Oh, delicious. Absolutely. It tastes even better. It's so sweet when it hits the lips.
Ben has whipped. There you go, Ben. Go ahead.
I love D-Rob, the duck.
He calls it
the pouting duck.
That's right. He calls it the duck. Go ahead, Ben. Rotate through a couple more. I like the how about the Mike Norvell?
I love it.
Look at this one. That is footage of Mike Norvell walking into the post-game locker room. Throw the damn towel. I love that too. There's also there you go. There's Jalen.
Oh, yeah, Jalen.
Hi, Jalen. Good to see old Sassy. I'm going to take command for this. Oh, we're eating a W. We're eating a W on Warchant TV. I'm taking control for this.
Man, well done, buddy.
Look at this one.
Whoa. Oh, one of my faves. Reminds me of the Man Cave shows. We had that one.
Look at these guys. Look at them. Oh, yeah. It's just so unfortunate.
There were more Surrender Cobras that I saw on TV than I think I've ever seen. And they were like in the first quarter they're doing it.
Look at that's how Mike's going to walk into the locker room tonight. Oh, and
he should.
So here's Cristobal on those recruiting calls tonight. This is
Don't
worry about it.
Do we got a Baghdad Bob one in there? That would be good to do too.
I don't know that we do, but Ben, go hunt it down.
Yeah. That's
so. Cheers! I finally
absolutely awesome. Cheers! Enjoy your vodka. I'm gonna enjoy my Imperial Stout here.
Woo!
And get a little saucy. You know, the beautiful thing, we also have an extra night to sleep it off. Extra hour tonight.
That's right. Yeah. Off. I'll take that extra hour. Use it to celebrate to the nearly 1,500 of you who are around.
Woo!
Silly animations and pictures and enjoy the night. Welcome to Warchant GameDay. Get you a refill if you need one. Get you two. Go double fist from the fridge and bring it back because we're going to be locked in for the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Who knows? We'll open up the phone lines here shortly. It's going to be a night driven by you guys. You earn this. You've been with us for 2+ years now.
For the last 4 years.
That's right. And on this show for 2+ years, this is what you've been waiting for. A rivalry win that is resounding. Gene, this is, again, for those of you that are just joining us, the widest margin of victory on the road in the history.
I didn't know that. I saw the screen that they put up in the 47-point wins that FSU had before Miami did, but I didn't realize for a road win that was the largest one in the series. That is really impressive, Tom. And, let me go ahead and give a couple. First of all, to me, impressive that you played. Let's say Miami's an average, mediocre-ish team, but you blew them out in their home stadium. That says you keep talking about levels of growth and where you've gone.
Yep.
And I made the point to D-Rob, if you're tuning in now, but I mentioned a D-Rob at the end of the show, end of the in-game show that we talked. The fact that you got Miami when they were dialed in, because they are not having a letdown against Florida State. They're in their home stadium. They're up for one game a year, if nothing else. This was the game they're up for, and you humiliated them in their house. Yeah. So that shows you how far this program is. They were able to do that. And Tom, here's the thing, and I'm going to get on myself too for a lot because I was wrong. They played a clean game for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Something they have not done, I don't think, since 2013. I mean, they ended up with 4 penalties, I think, in the game.
Yeah.
I think it was 4 penalties. So first I'm going to get on myself because I bitched, I whined, I was a negative Nelly last week, and a lot of you got on me for it. And you know what? You're right. Because I didn't consider the fact that they looked at film, they saw how bad Georgia Tech was. You see it in the NFL. You saw it with Philadelphia playing the lowly Houston Texans the other night if you watch the NFL. The best team and arguably against the worst team. And for a half, they looked like crap against them. Sometimes you played on your opponent. I didn't consider that. You know, I was complaining about all the penalties. They went from 13 penalties to 4 because they dialed in against what they thought was a quality opponent. Maybe not so much in the red zone, but they simplified it, Tom. And this tells me that Mike Norvell can learn from his mistakes. I love the fact that they win the I formation a lot of times, and they simplified things down there, and it worked. They did that well. No substitution problems like they had the time before. It was a clean game, and it shows the growth and development of this team. And me picking 23-20, whatever the hell I picked, I'm an idiot. They're much better than that. They are loads better. They are light years ahead of Miami right now on the pantheon of college football.
Well, I will tell you, Gene, that we discussed this. We can now reveal the conversation we had on the phone during the week. I said, hey,
I told you I had a bad feeling.
But we talked about it after Tuesday's practice that I was at, and I said, hey, man, they wrapped a whole period of I formation, like in goal line. They were going to it. Now, they're not ready for prime time up the middle yet. They got turned away on the first play, but it sets up play action on the second play to DJ Lundy, who now has 3 touches as an offensive player, and he has 3 touchdowns as an offensive player for Florida State. They also went to the I formation later in a short yardage situation and just bowled everybody over, as Trey Benson did tonight. Yeah. And we got to mention him. We didn't talk about him a ton in the watch along in the second half. In the first half, we were loving on Trey Benson a ton. But 15 carries, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Trey Benson tonight.
And what's his yak? I mean, it had to be half of that has to be yak yards.
Oh, and he was the leader in the country, Gene, heading into tonight in terms of broken tackles per carry. That's only going to increase tonight. Yeah. He was a beast. And, you know, Trayshawn Ward was supposed to be available for this game. He went through warmups, not 1 carry for number 8 tonight. You didn't need him. You didn't need him. Between Toafili and Benson, 29 carries, quick math, 180 yards. 29 carries, 180 yards between Trey Benson and Lawrence Toafili. And, of course, Toafili added 75 yards on 3 catches on top of that. So it's just – and 25 more from Benson. So you're talking 280 yards of offense on 33 touches. That is –
yeah,
wow.
It's unbelievable. People want to talk about it. A lot of people still, I saw this last week, complaining about Mike Norvell. We can't recruit, blah, 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 blah. Look what he's doing in the portal. Look at these guys he's brought in. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you saw Jared Verse again had a big role on defense. Benson was big. You got those. You didn't even need Johnny Wilson tonight. You know, you didn't need Micah Pittman because, you know, you could just run it down their throat. You emasculated Miami just by running the ball with Benson and Toafili the whole time. It was a simple game plan, but that's what you needed to easily win this game. Just a huge win. And we've got to talk about the defense too. We knew Miami coming in after what we saw against Virginia that this was a team that was very lacking on that side of the ball. But again, you held them to 3 points. I mean, impressive performance by that group. And a couple times, and I love down the stretch when it looked like they were getting ready to score. And nope, even against their backups, you are not getting in the end zone. Screw you. We're going to blow you out. You put the 40 burger. You picked. You were the one. Are you the only one to pick the 40 burger, Tom?
Jeff did as well.
Okay.
Jeff said 41-17. I said 42-20. Yeah, but I promised the burger. I said, you like burgers? Because you're about to see a 40 burger, and that's
you
what
like them burgers.
That's right. It was, the big play in that series, Gene, where Florida State kept Miami out of the end zone, was the 2nd and goal, in which it was a quarterback run, and Jamie Robinson was right.
Oh, yeah, Jamie.
Like the quarterback, and it was, 3rd and goal from forever away. That sets up the opportunity for the bad snap. If you're not there to make that play, because they had been running the ball well with the quarterback, Miami was. And Ja'Curry Brown is somebody who helped put a lot of stuff on tape for Florida State to clean up ahead of Anthony Richardson. D-Rob and I were talking about that. If you're going to have these breakdowns, you might as well do so in a blowout, because you're going to see some of these things the next couple of weeks if Garrett Schrader's healthy, and certainly from Anthony Richardson with Florida. So it all works out. You turn them away, and I do want to come back to that player, number 10. Jamie Robinson was awesome tonight. He was awesome. Several plays, including a big one, Miami coming off of their own goal line. They go empty on 3rd down, and it's a one-on-one. If he misses Brown, the quarterback, they might be at midfield, and he makes the play. He made 3 or 4 plays like that tonight. Jamie has not been a name we've talked about a lot. We talked about him more in the preseason than –
I'm glad you brought that up. I was just thinking he's been kind of quiet this season, but when you needed him to step up in a game like this.
Oh, shoot. We've got somebody in the green room who wants to make a cameo, Gene. I think.
Oh, my goodness.
Steven, you ask and you shall receive. What's up, brother? How are you doing?
He's a man of the people.
Cheers. Cheers, everybody. Here we go.
Jeffrey. Jeff, well, you got to get a suck it from you, buddy. It just won't it'll make my night complete. Everything else has been perfect.
Woo! Suck it, Miami.
There you go.
Yes.
We're drinking on some vodka, and this is what I chased this.
Miami tears, they're so sweet when it hits the lips.
Yeah.
I did not want to, by the way, rain on your parade. It's your all show. It's what you guys do. You put in the work, all that good stuff. But I did want to come cheers my brothers and all my fellow Noles, and pop a little bit here and be pretty proud about how that went down. Felt good all week long. It's nice when a plan comes together. The boys look good tonight, huh?
Yeah, well, that was something, Jeff. We are trending towards the funnel, by the way. I think the promise was that we run the table, we're all funneling at the corner pocket. And I think we may have to do a bring back, a little retro, maybe a man cave show might be the way to do that. What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah,
I think we're going to have to do it.
Yep.
Let's do it. I can't wait to do it. I'm really, man, I'm excited. I mean, I was confident all week long. I think we all were to varying degrees, some more than others. But I would say.
All right, rub it in. I'm the negative Nelly. I already took my penance. I already admitted I'm an idiot. I'm a moron.
Not this guy.
You guys were right. I was wrong. I doubt
No. Listen, here's the good news too. They could have beat that ass even worse if they wanted to. It just kind of shows all the Miami recruits, all the Miami fans. They've got miles to go. The two programs aren't close. It's not competitive. Yep. Florida State is so much further along. And more importantly, I think moving forward now, Florida State has to be careful. Buckle up. Go beat Syracuse, who's not any good. We didn't think they were anyhow. Go win that game. I really think that this season comes down now to that Florida game, who I think is a little bit better than people realize. I actually think offensively they're better than people realize. But this could be fun.
Scary, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a special gift for you, and I do. There you go, right here. This is for you. That is Jeff's calling card Twitter play. Is the Richard Simmons emerging from the smoke? He is a Nole grad after all, is Richard Simmons. So,
Tom, stop admitting that.
Oh no, it's so good. It's so good,
Jeffrey. The best part was first quarter, second quarter. Their fans leaving the game, and I'm thinking they've got over 100 recruits sitting there watching. This is what you get. Never go to that place. They don't have a stadium. They don't have fans. Forget it. Ruiz is probably bowing out. He's not going to honor his NIL crap. You're done. That program's done.
No, it's absolutely hilarious to watch. I mean, they've got a long ways to go. They're not any good right now, I can tell you that. And Florida State did anything they wanted to when they wanted to. So, doff the cap to the boys and to all you guys. Hey, listen, Tom, especially to you, my brother. You've worked really hard today. I got to go watch it, and I know you had to do the watch along, which I'm sure was awesome. I was too busy screaming at my television, enjoying it, dropping down with the suckets every 5 minutes, having a good time. But listen, I'll let you guys proceed. I just wanted to say go Noles. I wanted to say I love you both. Go Noles, everybody. Thanks so much.
Tom's got one more thing to say. Wait before you go.
One thing I just wanted you to – okay, so you weren't watching the watch-along. That's fine. You should have been. But D-Rob was talking about Cristobal. Did you hear his comments about Cristobal?
I did not, no.
Okay. So he said he stopped in the middle of some kind of point, and he says, I'm going to give you guys a little inside baseball here. You know, I was like, oh, what's he going to talk about?
Yeah, let's hear this.
So he visited with his son, Deuce, Oregon, under the leadership of Mario Cristobal. And he said a lot of people were praising him up there at Oregon for what he was doing as a recruiter. I'm not going to say, I'm just going to tell you that it had really little to do with Mario. And when he got hired at Miami, I was really happy that that was the hire that Miami made. Because when we were on a visit, he really handled it poorly. And I thought, well, this watch along
to our ears.
It keeps getting better and better. The last thing before you go, I mean, how often do we get the Jeff Cameron Show's wildly popular host here on the postgame show?
And get what the promo, 1 to 3.
1 to 3 here on Warchant TV. You'll hear it on Monday. He'll be on
subscribe. Tell them how to subscribe so they get the Jeff Cameron Show all the time and some of the headlines.
Well, you hit the subscribe button underneath this video on YouTube. If you like pods, you can also subscribe to all of our feeds. Warchant Podcast featuring headlines, the Jeff Cameron Show, Wake Up Warchant. You can find us all over the damn lot. But I wanted to ask you, sir, and you'll be hosting, you'll be on the Smash tomorrow, right?
So yes, I will. Yeah. And listen, by the way, real quick, I got to be careful about the Smash. Last year, I got myself in trouble. People thought I took it too far. It was right after the Miami win. That's right. We beat Miami 2 years in a row. So I'll keep it together tomorrow, guys. I'll keep it together. I'll get it all in tonight. I'll have a
Even
good time.
though it's going to be on the heels of the Bucks playing. They got the late game, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Yeah, because who cares anymore? Bucks are pretty
That's
much
correct.
done.
The Bucks are awful.
So how about the moment between Norvell and Deuce Spann? What did you think of that? That was – go ahead.
It's so good. It's so good. Well, one of the things that I love is, I mean, first of all, you have to hold everybody accountable. Kids really do want discipline. I think it's a really important time. It's like I just love that he kept saying, look at me. Look at me. You know, and he would not let him waver with that. And Mike gets it, man. He does get it. Now, is he a perfect coach? No. Is he our coach? Is he a good coach? Are they moving in the right direction? Yes. And a big part of that is accountability, man. It's about accountability, and he's really, really good. By the way, that is a recruiting ad. Like watching that replay, if you're a parent of a kid, you got to love that.
Well, they recognize that the broadcasters give him credit. They recognize what he was doing, and then to come back on the first play on offense and give Deuce the ball. You know, keep them engaged. It was so well done, and they reckon the broadcasters sometimes they're oblivious to what's going on, but they actually recognize what was happening.
Yeah, they did. They recognized it, and it was important. You're right. By the way, Gene, great point out of you. The fact that they came right back and gave Deuce the ball. That's what Mike's about, right? I'm going to hold you accountable. Don't be a bitch. I'm going to make you look at me. We're going to have this conversation. By the way, if you handle it, I got you. I've always got you. Be a man. I've got you. It's so good. It's so good. Listen, this could not have gone any better for all of us, but in particular for Mike and this coaching staff and these players. They're moving in the right direction. Clearly, Miami looks like a clown show as usual, and Florida State embarrassed them in their house in front of all those recruits. It became, once again, another home stadium for Florida State, but also the way the broadcast spoke so glowingly of where Florida State's headed and where they've been and those interviews and those players. Man, they're going to have to, truthfully, they're probably going to have to replace quite a few really good players.
Yeah, some players are playing well enough that I was hoping they'd be back, but probably out.
Yeah, I think Verse is gone probably, and, maybe a few others. But the point is, you would want to play here right now. So it's exciting. It's exciting.
Great stuff, Jeff.
Thanks, brother.
Look forward to hearing you tomorrow night, buddy, for the Sunday Smash.
Absolutely. Be good, guys. Go Noles.
You'll be on Warchant TV tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the college football roundup as well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Talk about that Alabama LSU game. Oh, you saw LSU won that.
I watched the ending. I watched the Indian. And, by the way, guys, there's a team that may have beaten LSU earlier this year, and we were up in New Orleans to cover.
Which means we own Alabama, right? I guess that's how you do it.
Yeah. So transitive property for that ass tonight, right? but I will say this: tomorrow, 11 a.m. It's a fun show. It's about a 45-minute roundup, guys. If you haven't watched it yet, you really should. You can find the link right here. I'm just telling you this: it's a blast. I cover college football. We have guests on from the On3 networks. We have guests on from the Georgia-Tennessee game, which is obviously we saw Georgia win that game. We'll have LSU, Alabama. We're all set. We're good. Notre Dame, Clemson is too. Notre Dame stomps Clemson.
Wow.
So it's going to be a great show. Watch that tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. It gives you time to sleep in. Peace out, everybody.
Last thing. Do you want a rocket ship, John Cena, or Lightspeed?
What do you want on the way out, Jeff?
John Cena.
John Cena.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
There you go.
That's my favorite. Good pick.
Touchdown FSU! Touchdown FSU!
Go Noles, guys.
Easy, Jeff.
So, Gina, let me ask you about that real quick. The TV broadcast. So I love when a TV broadcast rallies around a program. Often it's been the other program the last 3 or 4 years where you say, my God, this is a freaking 1-900 infomercial for these teams. So they were talking glowingly about Florida State throughout the second half. They had to have been.
They were. They tried, Cristobal's going to turn around, blah, 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 the usual talking points. But no, they really were on. And I forget which, and I'm bad. I don't remember which of the two guys. And he said he was here for the Boise State game and he saw the lows of Florida State. And he did a long talk about how he's seen this program slowly but surely grow under Mike Norvell over that time and how he's got everything going the right thing. And they talked about all the transfers coming in. So they actually did. A lot of times I'm critical, and I think that's often when it's the ACC network. Obviously, ESPN, ABC do a little bit. They've got the higher class broadcasters coming in. I thought they did. Now, I'll take some other people in the chat may know better than me, but from what I heard, I was pretty pleased with it. And another thing, too, I didn't see a bad call. I hate to even, bring this up, but I don't remember the last ACC game. I don't know if there was a call I even disagreed with the whole game. Was there one bad call?
No, the only thing that stood out to me, Gene, was when they replayed the first pass interference on the 3rd and 11 where Jordan threw in a triple coverage. I don't know what the hell they were reviewing, but it took 5 good minutes.
No, they were reviewing because I heard someone say they thought the pass might have been
a tip ball. Yeah,
that's all they were reviewing, which whatever.
That's fine, but it took far too long. Other than that, I mean, the holds that they called against Florida State, that was legitimate. The pass interference on Johnny Wilson in the end zone, that was legitimate. I mean, it felt like it was a well-officiated.
I mean, the broadcasters didn't rip us. The ACC didn't screw us with calls. I mean, and you blew out your rival. I mean, it's a perfect day. It's a good day. Isn't that Ice Cube? It was a good day.
Yeah. Today was a good day. Yeah. Ben, all right, who do we have to thank? I'm sure we have a few people to thank here on the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits viewer chat. Remember, everybody, that you can go to ABC. Ooh, Timothy. ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. We're taking it slow. I've got a tea time tomorrow before 9 a.m., so I'm taking it slow.
I'm not taking it slow. I got the good stuff. Well, you got vodka. I mean, you're not taking it that slow. You're going to sip it.
It's a sipper. I know. It's delicious, so I've just got to contain myself here and sip it. But remember, folks, ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, order online, show up, pop your trunk. You're good to go to your tailgate or to the party for next week's game at Syracuse. Timothy Dangerfield, I'm so happy for all the coaches and players. He says, we are going bowling. I can't wait for the Florida game. Excuse me. I will be there with a fractured ankle. Oh, my goodness, Timothy.
He's playing through it. Attaboy, Timothy.
How'd you do that? Well, they have elevators up to Hotel Indigo, Timothy. We'd love to see you. My son, 4 grandsons, and a friend. It's going to be a great Friday night. We hope to see you at Hotel Indigo.
Yeah, come visit.
Come visit us. We'll buy your first round is on us to help you with the pain of the ankle. Thank you, Timothy, for supporting us. Logan, earmarked for the keg stands at CP. All right, so Gene's talking about the funnel. He's in for a funnel.
I'm in for a funnel. I don't think I can handle the keg stand. I can do a funnel. I will do the funnel.
Jeff and I would do a keg stand.
All right.
We're 3 wins away from making this dream a reality. Marcus Dudley, thank you very much. They weren't raised on Wu-Tang, but we were. I love you, boys. Thank you, Marcus. We appreciate you.
Marcus.
And that shirt you gave me is perfect for today. Island Chief says, Gene, how close to a 4-quarter game we played in 5 years? You are excused because the number is 0. Island Chief is always in your corner. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Island Chief.
All right.
But
next.
they did it. They did it when it counted.
John. Oh, thank you, John. I remember you from last week as well. Don't you love how even the announcers had to finally give up as though they're that partisan, but yes, and say something good about Norvell and FSU. I hope it was a 20-minute infomercial. I hope it was.
That whole second. The best infomercial was when they would show the stands. They were empty except for FSU fans.
100%. Never lose your nerd. He wants a little bit of Jim Beam with a Shiner Chaser. He's getting after it. He is getting after it. I hope you. Hey, FSU fan 93. The World Meteorological Organization, I think I nailed that, has just released a statement saying as of November 5th, hurricane season has officially ended. Go Noles, 40 burgers and Jack and Cokes all night.
I will drink to that, FSU fan 1993.
40 burger. I love it. Eric Gavitt has as complete of a game as we played all year. Correct. Great for recruiting. Correct. Another step in the right direction. Correct. Proud of everybody. Correct. 52-10 to 45-3 on the next visit to Hard Rock. Keep composure. Beat Syracuse on their senior day. Great roundup of thoughts there, Eric. Thank you.
I will eat it. I used to have a crow. I'll take a bite of this freaking.
Ed,
I don't have crow, but yes, you're right, Ed.
That's a great last name, Ed. Next time you donate, I will do an opera voice with your last name. So there you go. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Drew. I agree.
Yep.
That is all. We love you too, Drew. Thank you very much. John again.
Wow.
Thank you, John. Burger. Held them to a field goal. The U is back, right back in the trash heap where they belong.
Can we do as good as Jared Versett was? What did he do? So that in the break, is that what what the Duke player did that last week, a couple weeks ago? There we go. There it is.
Way to go.
Well done.
Good job, Ben. And you know what? They threw a flag immediately, but it was for an offensive hold. I was like, Jesus, the drive was going to.
It would have been worth it if he got flagged for that.
It would have been. Chris Klein. Hey, what's up, my boy? How you doing? Great job with the coaches from start to finish. I know, Chris. Yeah. We play golf together. Nice guy. Winston, great win for the program. If JT comes back next year, we could be scary. Good. Agreed. Hey, help out those collectives. Help out those.
Yes, let's
make sure that
our friends at Rising Spear. I'm just saying, you guys want to help out. That's how you do it.
Retention bonuses are a thing, and they are now a thing in college football. They have been for Dabo for a while. Certainly, you've seen those defensive lines stay intact. Make it happen here in Tallahassee. Noel Buck 83, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Marlo Mikes, FSU wins big. Jimbo lost. Clemson lost. Bama lost. It's a beautiful Saturday. Time for another Yingling. I disagree with the beer, but I agree with the sentiment. Thank you, Marlo.
Yingling does have a they've got a porter out right now that's really good. It's a peanut butter porter, I believe. That's actually pretty tasty. So
as long as
that is not bad.
Traditional Yingling is a no-go for me. Go Bucks, Marlo. Jeff Hill, it's always fun to watch your team blow out your rival. Now let's do it again against Florida. Hey, this is
the thoughts of doing something like this to Florida, but let's beat Syracuse first. We'll wait on that one.
This is helping ensure that the atmosphere, though, tonight helped ensure the atmosphere the day after Thanksgiving. Yep. People will get in their car and come to Tallahassee now.
Jim brings up a good question here, Tom. If you run the table to get to 9, I think the Gator Bowl is in play because they know they've seen FSU fans are excited. They will travel. They will fill up the Gator Bowl.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
You got an SEC opponent in there. I mean, that's the matchup.
I think that's a likelihood, especially now that Clemson's not going to make the playoff, right? So because it would slot down from the Orange Bowl. I don't think the Orange Bowl is.
So Orange Bowl, they go to the Orange Bowl.
Yeah. So we could have gotten potentially to the Orange Bowl for the draw if we had won out and had some other teams in the ACC lose. But now that Clemson lost to Notre Dame, I think it's probably the Gator Bowl or maybe Duke's Mayo. Kendall Cook, thank you. Well, we beat a team that beat Bama. That's true.
Right.
That is a fact, Kendall. There are times when people say facts and they're not actually spitting facts. They're saying opinions. That is a fact. Florida State has beaten a team. And Brian Kelly learned from the mistake, Gene. In overtime, he went for 2. He went for 2 to get the 1-point win. If he did that back in September, forget it. Who cares? The Noles won. No. And the Noles win again tonight, 45-3. Look at that. Just look at that.
Yeah, we just keep that score up there the whole time. That is glorious.
Oh my goodness! It's about that time, I would say, where we're going to open up to the phone lines.
We want to hear from you. What do you got to tell? You got something to say about this?
I'm sure you all do. So
I bet our friend Eric Angel, who was picking in the 40s the whole time for
he
the
did.
blowout win.
Eric
You
was
may
the
hear from
first
him.
person. So Jeff called for the blowout. I called for the blowout. Eric was the first person to do it. It was on the post-game show here
last week.
So what we're going to do is we'll step aside. It's going to be about a 2-minute or so break. When we come back, the phone lines will be live, and we'll be talking to all of you celebrating a humongous rivalry win over Miami. He's Gene. I'm Tom. You're watching Zaxby's Warchant Game Day. We'll be back in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number.
All right, Gene, we are back here on Warchant Game Day's post-game call-in show. Unfortunately, I'm having a couple of issues right now. So here is what we're going to do. Gene, if you don't mind, Ben, I'm going to have you pull up the game stats. Gene, if you can go through the game stats for a little bit, see some things that stood out to you. What I will do is I will continue to work on the phone call-in system, which is down at the moment. I'm trying to bring it up because we want to hear from all of you here on Warchant TV, but we can't have dead air for too long. That's just not good for business. So
Get those callers on. We want them. We're trying, guys.
Yep.
Let's run through these real quick, guys. So I want to take some of your comments too on some of the stuff. First of all, look at, Jordan Travis This is crazy. 12 passing attempts in a game, 10 out of 12 for 202 yards, 3 touchdowns on 10 completions. Now I'm looking at one of these things. The thing on is we got a different stat thing than Ben is showing you right now. His rating, it says 290 is his QB rating, which is pretty awesome. And now tomorrow, if you're tuning in, I will be in the morning going through Pro Football Focus, puts out the grades for the players and the team, and I'll have a rundown of that. If you tune into warchant.com, if you're a subscriber, we'll have those for you in the Tribal Council in the morning. But Jordan Travis, 10 out of 12. We talked about it earlier. Trey Benson, 128 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, 8.5 yards per carry. An incredible performance by him. Really not a whole lot of the receivers. In the first one, I was thinking about, Tom, you say we're all sitting in the calls, that first touchdown pass, and I think that kind of loosened up the defense because then they realized we got to respect everything. The first one to Pokey Wilson, it was the exact same route that Mike Evans dropped 2 weeks earlier against Carolina, and I was thinking the same thing. But our boy Pokey made the catch and took it in, and Miami knew they were in for a long day after Pokey got that post route.
Yeah, the thing I'd say about Miami defensively is they were in good position for those first 3 plays. They cut off the pass on 3rd and 11. It was in triple coverage. It looked like it should have been intercepted, but they were guilty of a pass interference. Totally unnecessary pass interference, but a legitimate call, and that kept the drive going. Then Dominic Robinson was actually calling for it, and I was proud of him because it was before the game was even kicked off. He said, once you get your first down, you're in a position to take a deep shot, and that's what I would do. So not only did Florida State pick up its first down after that penalty, but then there's an offsides on Miami that puts Florida State in a 1st and 5, which if you're ever going to call a shot, 1st and 5 is a great situation to do so, and that's what sets the stage for that.
Beautiful throw, great catch by Pokey, finished, and that's the thing. You got to finish, and he did. And there's been some issues with drops in some other games, but not on that one, man. He reeled it in, and I think that kind of love that sends the early signal of Miami. This is going to be a long night for you.
Yep. And it was. It
a very long night.
Even down to like the last 2.5 minutes when they have a targeting review, I was like, good. Let them just sit here.
Yes.
Doing
it. And then our boy CJ getting a touchdown at the end. That was also glorious.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it was. And he had a couple of chances. There was one where he's one-on-one with the safety, and he couldn't quite get there. So I was glad to see that they kept on pounding the rock. They went for it on the 4th down. I was wondering, that's kind of a no man's land. Do you kick there? Would have been a 40-some-odd yard field goal. They threw it to Brian Courtney, which was good to see him make a catch. And then C.J. Campbell.
And you don't think. I mean, I get Mike seems like a nice guy, but I mean, he understands the value of running it up, and embarrassing them in their home stadium because we're playing the long game here. And like I said, there's a lot of recruits there, and the whole thing Cristobal's trying to do is build momentum. Hey, he's a new exciting guy from Oregon. We got all this NIL money, and look at me, and I'm all cool, and all this stuff. And you just got embarrassed, and all your fans left during the stadium, and you had suffered the biggest blowout loss on the road in the series history. So maybe you're not all that. And I think in Mike Norvell's head's going, I got my foot on the throat. I'm going to push it down and let this guy never get up.
Well, I mean, and you've got a walk-on at center. You've got a backup at all the backups in it on the offensive line, but a couple of guys that I think are just going to remain backups. It's like, stop us. Come on. Stop us. And Miami was unable to do that. But we do have the phone lines active. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I've never had it fail 6 times. It might have been 7 by the time we got it to work.
Wow.
I guess our guy, the phone voice, was also enjoying the.
I'm sure it's all Terry's fault, right? So let's blame Terry.
Oh, God. Now I'm going to get 5 texts about that. We go first. We will go far across the United States, as far as we possibly can go. Out west.
How's it?
At Spartanol. That's who it is.
Yes.
Spartanol Ralph from Hawaii. He's got to be happy. It's not yet it's not yet 7:00 out there. Ralph, welcome to the program on a day in which Miami absolutely kicks the crap out of Florida State. Kicks the crap out of Miami. Welcome.
Aloha, guys. How's it?
Aloha.
It's going great.
I cannot put into words how freaking fucking awesome happy I am right now. I'm 7.
Wow, Ralph dropping the F-bombs. That never happened.
With our man Hawaii. Hooked up with our man Hawaii No from the Big Island, who happened to be on, introduced me to the Seminole Club. I was just watching in Waikiki with about 20 Seminole fans. Oh, man, the place was rocking. We were so happy. I wish we could have scored more. The hell with Miami.
How do you really feel, Ralph?
If beers were money, this is what Ralph's doing. He's making it rain.
Yeah.
So talk to us about the game, Ralph.
I don't normally do this. But it was my day.
It's all of your days out there. It's Mike Norvell's day, it's the players' day, it's the fans' day. Ralph, we've been waiting for something like this against a rival. Like this. I mean, last year was
I was going to say, I don't remember such a complete game. I don't remember any egregious drops. I don't remember any stupid play calls. This was the complete game against a Power 5 opponent on the road we've been waiting for. Syracuse be damned. We're coming.
All right, let's go, Ralph.
Ralph, you got any more thoughts before we let you go?
No, you better let me go before I get y'all kicked off the airways. This is us, baby. This is us. 10 wins this year.
All right, there we
Hawaii
go.
Noles.
Ralph.
Hawaii. There's Hawaii Noles in the background. Hello, Hawaii Nole. Ralph is Spartan Nole. That's awesome. He's calling for 10. He's saying they're going to run the table through the bowl. That's what Ralph is calling for. Hey, our callers call for things that actually happen. Like Eric Angel. He said there was going to be a blowout last week in the postgame show against Georgia Tech. He said, I'm calling it. We're going to blow out the Miami Hurricanes, and he was correct. We now go to my man for the 27th time on Warchant TV. We go to Long Island. Josh, we've had conversations before on this postgame show, Eugene and myself, that weren't so happy. This one is not one of those. Welcome to the program, Josh.
Tommy Tom and Dino! We are here! I'm so happy. I was sitting next to my cousin, who is the biggest Miami fan. He talked to me the whole pregame about how Jordan Travis is just a runner. Obviously, he has not checked the videotape of 2022. He was out there just complaining and talking so much trash. And then the first drive happened, and he was quiet, and he washed himself away in his 1800 tequila. I'm so happy about that. Second thing, oh, man, the fact that Miami respected Jordan enough as a thrower that they let us run all over them. All over them was big time. That was big time, number one. But the most important play was, in all seriousness, I thought was that PI in the first quarter. Because their crowd, as soon as we scored, they were like, uh-oh. Now, we've seen this before. And then they shut up for the rest of the game. But the best play, and Mike Norvell, I love you for this. The best play was throwing the ball with 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter on fourth down. That put the stake in their heart and twisted it. And I loved every single second of it. I've been waiting for a Miami beatdown for a long time. I mean, since Jameis was the last time that I saw one that I absolutely felt good about. This is the best I felt since, I would probably say, that day. But and now here's my question with all that. If we win out, what bowl game would you predict us playing in? Because now Clemson got knocked down a notch, and apparently Notre Dame is used in the ACC spot as I was looking up the predictors of the bowl. So what spot do you think we'll be in? I love you guys. So if you don't subscribe to Warchant, I swear to God, you all are doing something wrong. Do something better with your life. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, Josh. Man, I love Josh bringing the passion, man. That's what we love about this. You know, you said about your cousin, one of the best things you can do when you're in a rivalry, you're arguing with a friend or a relative on something, like the best thing is silence. When you they shut the F up, and they just shut up. And that's the best thing right there. When you shut them up, when you beat that ass, and they have to do that. So I love the passion, Josh. Thank you so much, buddy. We talked earlier about the bowl game. You know, it's so complicated. I'm not even sure, because there's like how many wins you have and where you're ranking and all that kind of stuff. I do know that Gator Bowl wants Florida State if they run the table. The question is, you know, you got Clemson, you got Notre Dame, Wake lost to NC State. That complicates. I don't know how that's all going to play out at the end of the day, who goes where. I know they want Florida State. If they can get Florida State That's where I'd like to see him, because I know the FSU fans would fill up. What is it? It's not Alltel Stadium. I don't even know what it's even called anymore. But whatever the hell it's called, they will be in Jacksonville in force if they can go to that one.
Yeah, I think the rotation, we had a question about it earlier in the chat. I think your three candidates are the Duke's Mayo Bowl, in Charlotte, the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, and the Cheez-It Bowl, which is in Orlando. It's one of those three, I would think, are the likely candidates.
I would think Orlando or Jacksonville, if they can go to those, because the Carolina one, Mayo Bowl, which is up in North Carolina, they can take one of those, NC State or someone like that. They can
or
take
Notre Dame.
Will travel there.
Yeah.
They don't need to take, because a Florida State at one of those two Florida locations will fill up those venues.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It's just the pecking order will be solved at that point, but there's a lot of moving parts right now. North Carolina is an issue. NC State's an issue. Wake Forest could still route. Who knows?
Had we not blown the NC State game, I'm going to keep saying that. I'm still mad about that, and I will go to my grave saying that. Where would you be right now if you would have just not shit the bed against NC State?
You would have had a completely different feel in that Clemson game, and who knows?
You'd be 7-2. You'd be like number 16 in the nation right now.
Yep. Yeah, there's no doubt. I got to catch up on one thing real quick, and I'll do so with this right here. I don't think they're going to mind that I don't have their graphic up on screen. Although, Ben, you can wipe their logo in the top right corner. Pre-game, post-game, or after a blowout, anytime is the right time. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's on me. Anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters. Now, let's go back with the fans. Just put the fans up. I know there's no Zaxby's logo. That's my fault. That's not Director Ben's fault. But we'll go back with those sad Miami fans because I want them to be on screen for the Zaxby's read. Danny's going to love this. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or boneless fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter, and don't forget the world-famous Zax sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. These guys need Zaxby's in their life. That will make them feel better. I don't want
Zaxby's bad.
I don't want him to feel better, so I hope he doesn't go to Zaxby's. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. If you buy from Tallahassee Zaxby's the next time you're in town, these men will cry again, whether it's the Hugh Bain, the guy with the mask, or just the outright crying Kane fan. Go Noles, says Zaxby's, and we thank our sponsors at Tallahassee Zaxby's. Thank you, Ben, for navigating that with me. So we go from the 516 to, well, it looks like back to the 516 in Queens, New York. Another caller from New York. We're going to Paulie. Hiya, Paul. How you doing tonight? Welcome to the postgame show.
Tom, thank you. Listen,
Paulie.
I'm sorry. I'm loaded, but I got a call because all week I said, what are we going to do? How big are we going to win, or are we going to squeak it by? And then today, I decided. I said, if we don't win this game, I am done. I love Coach Norvell, but I said, if we don't win this game, I want Coach Norvell. I want him out of here. But my man came through, dominating performance, came through. I got to say, that's it. I'm with him. Coach Norvell, he's our guy, number one. Number two, I got to say, nothing tastes better than Miami tears.
Oh,
because
take them out, Tom.
A lot of them.
There you go.
So that's it. Listen, I'm in. Are you in? I'm sold. I'm also loaded.
Yes.
And I got to mention, Tom, also, listen, I love you, Tom, because you suffer with my Mets as well.
There we go.
But that's it. We're not going to talk about the Mets because they suck. But my Noles, 94 alum, let's go from the thoroughest borough. Tell me, am I wrong for being sold on Coach Norvell? That's what I want to know. I love the guy. I love him forever. You tell me. I'm gonna shut up and hang up.
Thank you,
Thank
Paul.
you, Paulie.
We appreciate you. No, I mean, that's the thing. I agree. The way this game was setting up, Gene, with everything that happened even through pregame warm-up for Miami. I know Van Dyke was going to be active, but they lost an offensive lineman. They're starting left tackle in pregame warm-up.
I saw that, and I'm like, oh, my gosh. This is one of those. It was just lining up.
Yeah.
You had a one-arm quarterback they tried to start, and then you had when they brought in old Shaky Jake. Also, and then a true freshman out there who could do nothing but run the football. That was just a mess.
Yeah, Shaky Jake Garcia. I like that nickname. That's a great nickname.
I've coined that one. I said earlier I was watching the first half of my boys, and I said, "Here comes Shaky Jake," and he throws the pick. Because he looks nervous when he gets out there. Watch that Virginia game. He's shaky, man. He gets nervous.
And can we note really quickly, I saw this in practice 2 weeks ago, and listen to me, the accent's coming out because we're talking to two New York College back-to-back. But
Hey,
I saw
I
this.
think of Rocky and Paulie.
That's old Paulie. They passed off a zone coverage just like that in practice. If it wasn't this week, it was the week before, and Greedy Vance picked off a pass ticketed for Lawrence Toafili. Same exact coverage, same exact thing, where it looks like it's man at the snap and they switch in the zone. Holy crap, Gene. They ran zone. They ran it well, and it caused an interception. Like that
took advantage of an inexperienced quarterback, and you ran that kind of thing, and that's why you do zone and you do those kind of changes like you mentioned. And can we give a shout-out? We've not mentioned it once, and Paulie's right. And we've been in some of the losses and some of the other stuff, and there's been people that have gotten on Mike Norvell and wanted him fired and talking about Dion and a bunch of nonsense. First of all, that's why we're talking about Mike Norvell. He's got the program headed in the right direction. You saw some of that tonight. But how about Mike Norvell? Let's give him some props tonight. You just mentioned that, some of the stuff he's done, holding Miami to 3 points in Miami.
Yeah.
And he's been dogged a lot on our message boards, on social media, on the show. He deserves some props. That defense has gotten better. Just like Mike Norvell, it's gotten better and better every year as he's brought in more talent, as they've grasped the system. So he deserves as much props as anybody tonight.
Yeah, talking to Adam Fuller. Yeah, absolutely. It was a big night for him. They didn't quit, too, when they were rotating in backups early in this game. We got a question on the watch along in the third quarter when you're seeing Miami go down the field. It may have been the fourth as well. But they were saying, why are all these backups in? Well, Gant was in early. Amari Gaynor was in early.
Yeah.
So was Patrick Payton. So was Farmer. Some of that is the depth they've built up as they've had these injuries, and they've had to deal with them. Farmer's a much more veteran player, if you will, because he's had to play for Fabian Lovett being out. Patrick Payton the same way with Jared Verse. But at the linebacker level, I took note of that, Gene, that Gant was in there, and so was Gaynor early in the game. So it wasn't just something that happened in the third quarter, and it was great to see that when Miami got down close to the goal line for their only real touchdown bid of the night, that you make a stop on 2nd and goal, and then you get the crazy snap on 3rd and goal, and Ja'Cory Brown can't even fall on the ball. And so Jared Verse gets it, which is his just reward, because I think he's a short-timer here in Tallahassee. His stock is going through the absolute roof. But good. I want people to come here and succeed. That's what I want.
We had Jermaine Johnson and Verse, and every defensive end that wants to go in the portal goes, go to Florida State. I'm going to be a first-round draft pick.
Yes.
Come on down.
Yeah, this is the kind of win that helps you recruit at the level that you keep your job. Plain and simple. That's why tonight, I agree, Paul. You asked, Paulie, about Norvell. Are you sold? Tonight, I'm sold.
Yeah.
For moments more than just the game plan, it's the Deuce Spann moment. It's at halftime. He looks pissed off. He's staying in the moment, and he's staying in character for the whole game. He's not letting up. So I loved everything about what I saw from Coach Norvell tonight. This is a home run. Good for him. He deserves it. I'm glad. He's put in so much damn work. But if they had blown this game tonight, Gene, I don't know. I don't know that they recover, because then you've got a group that's not motivated going up to Syracuse or not sure of themselves.
Lose to a down-and-out Miami team like this. You absolutely could not lose this game. We talked about that before, and they answered the bell, and they freaking broke the bell. I mean, that's just really impressive to go down there. This is obviously it's the most impressive win in Norvell's. I mean, you could talk about the wins against North Carolina, which were kind of fluky because North Carolina was massively overrated and all that. But this was the most impressive win by far.
Yep. Oh, there was one coach that looked like a clown tonight, and that was the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. That group had sideline issues, communication issues, pre-snap penalties during the game. They shot themselves in the foot.
Could he be their Willie Taggart down there and just absolutely destroy the program?
Maybe that's what Oregon does, is they just ship coaches to the state of Florida.
Destroy other programs.
All right, you know what? When you fire Billy Napier, Gators, go get Lanning. Maybe it's just something about Eugene. I don't know what's going on up there, although Oregon does look really good this year. We now go to our next caller on the list. He is Navy Nole, and he's calling from Washington State. And, Gene, what you were just saying about Florida State's defensive coordinator, I believe, is on the docket.
All right.
Our man, Navy Nole. Welcome to the program, Navy Nole. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, fellas. Go Noles.
Go Noles.
Go Noles. What you got?
I think we can call this one the Adam Fuller statement game. How y'all feel about that one?
I'm fine with it.
I'm with you, Navy Nole. Someone brought that up today or the other day, and I was talking about the defense, and I said, you're right. Before going into this game, Florida State ranked 21 in total defense. So after today, obviously they're going to be ranked in the top 20. And I don't think any of us going into this season thought that was even a realistic possibility to be top 20 defense. So, yeah, again, props for Mike Norvell. All right, and Adam Fuller.
I mean, number 5 makes it pretty easy for him to be considered a top 20 defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and quarterback issues.
Yeah,
and quarterback issues as well. But yes, go ahead.
Exactly. I don't really have much for you today, fellas. I just think it was an all-around great coaching game, and it's really nice to see us beat up on the little brother of the ACC now. You know what I mean?
There you go. Well, they've never even won a title. It was supposed to be the
I think they're the little bitch of the ACC, but, call them what you want.
It's not the All-Canes Conference. It never was, and it never will be. Hopefully we're out of it before they have a chance to make it the All-Canes Conference. Thank you, Navy Noel. We appreciate that. Call back soon. For the 110th time on Warchant TV, we now go to the 757.
Oh,
and
yes.
we welcome in the one, the only, Gator Kirk. Come on, Gator Kirk. Bring it. What you got?
Let's go!
Oh, he yelled so loud. It's muting him out.
Eligible, baby.
He broke the phone. Go ahead.
Gator Kirk.
What's up, gentlemen?
I like how he brings it back down.
What a great job of collecting yourself there, Gator. So first of all, you broke the volume in your phone, and now you're back, and you're feeling good. Talk to us, Gator Kirk. What you got?
I'm just happy with the win. Not really happy we didn't cover the over because my girlfriend changed her bet on my advice, and now I got to pay her.
That's Miami's fault.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, well, it's FSU's defense's fault because they held them to not a that one field goal, and when they were in scoring position, they just stepped it up. So, that's a good thing. So, it was a very impressive night. So, I mean, that's a good thing. And I promised not to call back until we got bowl eligible. So now we are.
We're bowling, baby.
Oh, saw my name start blowing up in the chat, and I'm like, well, hell, I guess I better call before I go to sleep.
Gator Kirk, we had to hear from you. We've missed you.
Yeah, Gator, that the win had to be worth having to pay a couple of bucks back because your girlfriend changed the bet to the wrong place. It has to be worth it. You would trade it every day of the week, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, especially over the Coral Gables team. I can't. I know Aslan hates the Gainesville, but there's nothing good I can say about the U. I would like to destroy them. I was kind of disappointed when there was 2 minutes left and we got the ball back. Norvell didn't call timeouts and try to score again. I mean, that's how much I hate the U.
You can run it up, but I don't think you want to be obvious on running it up. That wouldn't play well. But I get it. It would have been nice if someone could have busted off a run at the end, and maybe you got one more.
Gator, so the adrenaline's crashing, huh? It's been a ride tonight.
Oh no, no. There's no adrenaline crashing. It just, the roughest game we're going to have is Florida. I mean, it's hard to tell how good they are because A&M really is a dumpster fire. So, but I mean, if we win our next two, and I'd hate to lose the last one to Florida, but it'd be a good season. Be 8-4, should have been 9-3, but based on what Vegas said, we're ahead of the curve.
Come on, Gator Kirk, we're beating that Gator ass. They're coming to Tallahassee. We're going to stomp them. Come on now. They can't stop the offense.
I hope so. Defense. I really, really hope so, because tonight the defense did really well and how they switched off coverage and how they played the run, and so it's showing improvement. So
yeah, if you got a healthy verse and a healthy Lovett, I think they got a good shot of at least. Now Florida's going to score some. That's a really good offense, but I think you can hold them enough in check. And you put up a lot of points against them. So let's not get ahead. Let's FSU win the next two, but I like their chances against the Gators right now.
And it was nice that we could hold out T Ward tonight and
let him rest.
Because I mean he was dressed, so it looked like he was available. So next couple games maybe he can be on a pitch count, and then he can come out
against Florida and really run it up.
I think FSU's okay with Benson. I think he's serviceable.
He'll do okay. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was all right tonight.
He's all right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he there's always room for improvement, but I'm just joking. You guys are awesome. I appreciate everything you do. Looking forward to the next 3 games. Let's go 3-0. Go Noles. Support everything that Warchant supports. Let's go!
Cheers, Gator Kirk.
5-7.
There you go. There he is. He's Gator Kirk. We appreciate you, Gator Kirk.
I love how he could just raise it up to a level and then come back and be very calm. He's very It's hard to do that, but he could do it.
If his girlfriend was sleeping, she's not anymore. She thinks that we're being invaded or something. We go from the 7. What is this? This is the weirdest thing. So we've gone from the 516 to the 516 in New York. We now go from Virginia Beach to Virginia Beach with Noles 757. Is this Gator Kirk's
Are we
girlfriend?
like circling around to the different areas of the United States and
No.
doing one at a time?
Who are we talking to tonight?
This is 757 Noel.
All right, 757 Noel. Forgive me. Welcome to the program, 757 Noel. Bring it. What you got?
Well, you know what? I got a lot because you know what you talked about earlier. If Norvell blew on this game, but he didn't.
No,
he kicked butt. He had a perfect game. We dominated, which was awesome. Remember last year when we beat the Miami last year? They fired Garcia because we beat him. Maybe we should fire. No, we don't want to fire the Miami coach because he sucks.
No, we like him. Let him stay there. That was like Al Golden, and they fired him too soon. I was hoping he'd stay.
Exactly. We need to keep him there. And you know what? This is really awesome. You know what? And I gotta connect with Gator Kirk because we're in the set, both in the 7x7. We got to get together and watch some games. So you know what? This was an awesome victory all around, top to bottom. You know, and I hope that some of our players come back next year because I think next year we can dominate. You know what? And here's the other thing. You know, I was kind of mixed. You know, I was hoping Norvell did good, and then again not because maybe get Dion, but I don't know about it anymore. I think I'm on the Norvell bandwagon. I think he's a really, really good coach, and they talked about it when he was coaching that player on TV, right? They talked about it, you know. So I think we got a lot of upside potential, tremendous upside potential.
Oh, we appreciate you, 7570. It sounds like a mind has been changed tonight.
Yes,
and
like I said, that was the best coaching because for 4 quarters, they were coached well on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
You didn't see 4 penalties in the whole game. You didn't see substitution issues. Guys were getting lined up correctly. They were executing. They were lined up right. The play calling, you know, in crucial situations, situationally, that's the one thing I think situationally. Sometimes you kind of question what Mike Norvell does, but in this case, there's just nothing to point out. I mean, he coached a great game. The guys played well. They played inspired. They played within themselves. When you had a little adversity with the Deuce Span thing that 757 brought up, he coached him up right in the sidelines and let him come back in the next offensive play and gave him the ball, kept him engaged. It's exactly what you want out of your head coach. So Mike Norvell showed a lot of growth. And showed a lot altogether tonight. So props to him.
Yeah, and also to special teams as well tonight. The punt coverage unit was outstanding.
No kick returns. This is my favorite. Do not return the kicks.
No kick returns, but Benson was back there to return kicks anyway. So it wasn't. I like that. That's a good change. The punt coverage unit was there twice to down Miami inside the 5-yard line. One time they had 3 players across waiting at the goal line. Just so well executed. I called for a change there last week. They got better this week.
They got a lot better. Special teams. All I say, don't lose the game. They actually played better than I expected.
They did. And Gene, old Fitzy. So they were letting the clock run that entire way. That was a live drill, essentially. They did not call a timeout with 2 seconds left to kick it. They let the clock run. They get out there. They execute the kick. And maybe somebody had team total over 30.5 points for the Noles. Maybe they hit it at halftime. I don't know who that would be, but I know that person would be awfully happy.
So he's a big Fitz fan.
Yeah. Well, and ever since he went back to his form from a year ago, he's looked fine. in practice. I'm just glad it's happening in the games because we know kicking is all mental. We've got to thank Z-Chan, by the way. Yeah,
I saw that coming earlier.
Edgar Allan Pokey, he's liking how lit everybody is, and I agree.
Woo!
Z-Chan, jeez, Lou, man. That is unbelievable. That's a dang win. What are you guys most proud of? Okay, Z-Chan, I'll bite. That is a great question.
Yeah.
I am most proud of everybody who has stuck it out for the last 3-4 years and has stayed dialed in as a Nole fan. We've already talked about how much we love it for the players and the coaching staff. I'm saying to all of you that have been watching this program for a couple of years, we've had some lean post-game shows. And for you to stick around with Warchant, to work with us and follow us and still care about a group that you didn't know which way they were going, your faith is rewarded tonight. Your faith is rewarded tonight. That's what I'm most proud of. There are so many Z-Chans out there, not many the pillar style that Z-Chan is, but there's so many of you out there that love the hell out of this program, and you're just looking for something good to happen. And you got it tonight. You got it, and then some. This has never been done before in the series history, this big of a win on the road, ever, by either team. That's what you get. I'm so happy for all of you tonight. Gene, what are you most proud of?
Yeah. First of all, Z-Chan, thank you so much, man. You're unbelievable. You are a pillar. You're a huge pillar for us. Thank you so much for doing that. And, I said it before, but Mike Norvell, because I'm proud of Mike Norvell, because what he's put in place for the last couple of years, it has come to fruition. We've seen it slow. It's painfully slow, sometimes slower than some of us wanted to get to this point for him to do that. And I'm proud of him because I think he's growing as a coach. A lot of people forget coaching at Memphis, being an offensive coordinator at Arizona State, being a head coach of a major Power 5 program. It's a different animal. And some guys have their process and I got to do things my way and this, and I'm not going to get away from that. But no, I think he has the ability to adapt. If he makes mistakes, he self-scouts, he improves things, he adapts around his players. He's grown this system around Jordan Travis and his strengths and weaknesses. So I'm so proud that he's got a head coach and he does things the right way. You don't hear players getting in trouble anymore, it seems like, at all at Florida State. There's no controversy. So I'm so proud of what he's done for this program and how he's coaching and how he's handling basically everything associated with the program.
Troy Noles says, and this is funny. He says, Teabag in the U is so satisfying. We're going bowling. Troy Noel was listening and watching on Warchant TV. He was watching
Troy.
He was watching the JCS this week, Gene, from a hospital room.
Oh, Troy, I hope you're all right.
Yeah, he's returned home, but we love Troy Noel, who had visited us for, I believe it was the Duquesne game, but it was either that or the second game of the season. But it was great to see you, Troy Noel, on the deck at Hotel Indigo. I hope you're doing well, my man.
Good health to you. Hope you're better.
And thank you. Yes, I agree with that sentiment. Dane, thank you very much, Dane. Low and slow is the way to best results. This has been a slow build, but it is
those are the best. The ones that take time.
Yeah, the climb is his term, but the journey is always more fun.
Yeah.
Than the post destination. Was 2013 more fun or 2014? Simple answer. 2013 was a hell of a lot more fun.
Of course.
Corey's gallbladder is back. Welcome back.
Gallbladder.
What a game, gang! I love the intensity from Norvell and the team tonight. Sucks to be you. Yeah.
Like you, yeah.
Yeah. Bowl bound, and I couldn't feel any better. Only because I'm live in Duval. I want us to go to the Gator Bowl. Yeah. I mean, it's a destination.
I want the Gator Bowl. I would love that.
There you go, Mr. Gallbladder. Totally Noel. Thank you. A proper. You must be from England. A proper beatdown.
A proper.
Yeah. One more try, Gene. What you got? Say it again.
Nah, I'm not doing it again.
Okay. A proper beatdown. We go to Amarillo Tech. Oh, Tim Thomas.
One more.
Thank you, Tim. Great win versus the Candy Canes and Mario Cristobal. LLL. Jeffrey Batts.
99 cents. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Batts. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. We appreciate you. JC, bring on the recruits. This win is going to get the recruiting back.
Yeah, all those, they're all leaving. I hope the recruits left the stadium with the fans at halftime.
So I believe
they're on their way to Tallahassee.
If you're Cedric Baxter and you're watching Trey Benson tonight, you don't think this is an offense made for me.
Ooh, wait a minute. I might be able to, especially now Trey, the NFL's going, oh, look at this guy. Cedric.
He heard the name of his town, Amarillo. Out to Amarillo, Texas. We're talking to Wilson, one of my favorites that I've met over the years at Warchant events. Wilson, welcome to the postgame show. Bring it. Let's go.
So we got Mean Gene and old Trusty Tom out there tonight. How are you boys
Doing well,
Hey,
Wilson. How you
Wilson.
doing?
doing? Well. Okay, guys. So I'm calling from the Sheraton and Boston, America, Boston, Massachusetts tonight. We were up here on a job for Top Golf, shooting some stuff out at Fenway, and I reached out, and this is the big reason I wanted to call. And Gene, this is to you, but this is kind of the entire Warchant crew, right? So I reached out on Twitter earlier this week and was like, hey, I'm in Boston. Where's a good Florida State bar to watch the game? Seminole Headlines retweeted it, and within seconds, I was hooked up with a bar. I went and watched the entire game with a bunch of Noles up here in Boston. It was a rowdy experience. And Gene, man, as a small business owner like you, as someone that owns a media company, I just want to let you know, man, what you've built with Warchant over the last 20 plus years, it makes a difference. And it's done a lot for me. And in a year that's not been necessarily all that kind to me and my family, it's been really good to know that I can count on you guys to get me through kind of the hard parts. And just really, first thing I wanted to tell you guys, from Gene, Tom, to your entire Warchant crew, you guys have done a great job. And it was so fun to watch the Canes get just destroyed up here in Boston tonight. So I wanted to start off with that. And then, my next question is, I guess, really out of Syracuse and Florida coming up in the next few weeks, which game do you think is actually going to be harder? Do you think that we'll wall up Syracuse in the same way that we wall up Florida? Or do you think that Florida will put a big fight and go right after Thanksgiving?
Well, Wilson, thank you. First of all, great words. I appreciate that. Means a lot to you. I hope you're doing all right. But it's been remarkable what's happened with Warchant the last few years, and hiring people like this that are fantastic. Tom, Jeff, Aslan, Ira, Corey, Michael, Austin. We just have such a great staff, and these guys are incredible. So that's the biggest tip as a business owner, just hiring really good people. It makes a huge difference. So thank you. I'm glad you recognize that, and I hope things are going well for you. I think Tom and I agree. I don't want to speak for Tom, but I really think I think the slipper's been broken a little bit at Syracuse. There was all the hype early.
Yep.
I just don't think they're all that. I know their quarterback got hurt. I don't know if we have any update on that, if he's going to be able to play in the FSU game or not.
Yeah, he didn't play today, so I don't know yet. Yep.
Yeah, but either way, I just think, look, you could lose, but what I saw tonight, if they play a complete game, I like their chances against Syracuse. I think Florida is the game that I've kind of got circled. That's going to be the tougher one. They showed a little fight today, obviously. Now, I know Texas A&M, I saw one stat out there. They had 31 players that were out between injuries and the flu.
Yep.
So they played basically the Texas A&M JV team. So I don't know how you take that, but they looked. I mean, Richardson's a dynamic athlete. He's going to be hard to defend and much of a defense. But I think that's the game. I really think Florida State wins the next two. And at this point, I think I like them against Florida, but I'm nervous about that game. I don't know. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, I agree. I think, the thing I loved about tonight's game, and Miami was daring Florida State to do it, but just the philosophy of it, the way you ran the football, that'll travel next week, even if you're not up for it with the same level of adrenaline. And how could you be? It's not a rival, and it won't live in lore if you beat Syracuse by a margin like this. It will if you beat Miami. This has never happened before, this margin of victory. But I just love the way they were physical tonight. Trey Benson continues to emerge. I think that's a style of play, Gene. And if you get Trayshawn Ward back, you keep everybody fresh. That's a style of play that travels, even when you might not be as in tune as you are for a rivalry game. So I think that's the easier of the two, but we shall see. If they take care of business next week, then it gets real fun because keg stands are on the line on that Black Friday game.
I don't know. Will the slacker in our green room, you think, join us for the keg stand / funnels?
Let's ask what he would perhaps take part in. There he is. His name. Let me bring this up real quick because this is what it says underneath as he signed in as Corey Effin Clark.
Amen, baby. Amen.
Amen to that. There he is. It's Corey Effin Clark from.
We got them both.
Oh,
it's the dream team.
Who was calling in when they lost to Wake Forest? Who was calling in?
Yeah.
Here he is.
I want this one. I want this one. I want a Miami game.
And guess who takes it?
Yep. All right, get out of here, man. This is my second.
So the managing editor calls him a front runner, but we call him a winner. He's here for wins. Corey, take the wheel, man. Where do you want to go to start? What a night.
We'll hand it over to you, Corey. Tell us your impressions.
I mean, I would have liked them to get 50. I'll be honest with you. I was a little disappointed. They only got to 45. They left some points out there. No, man, I thought that was clearly the most complete game they played. I know Miami isn't, but I don't want to qualify it too much.
Yeah.
Miami isn't. They were 7-point favorites. They weren't 42-point favorites. I mean, Florida State played exceptionally well against a team that actually had a crowd here. I mean, it was a legitimate crowd. It was mostly full, almost all full, a lot of Hurricane fans, and it was loud at the start. And then Florida State did what Florida State seems to do almost every week. They took the opening kickoff, Martin went right down the field and scored, and it seemed to take the crowd right out of the game. Also, they started to see what was going on the field, and why would you be excited about what you're seeing on the field? And most of them left at halftime if they weren't beating up or trying to beat up Florida State fans. So there was some of that we saw.
Oh, really?
But, man, I was really impressed with, like Tom was saying, the physicality of the offensive line, man. It is crazy. Like, we always talk about, like, this offensive line is decent, it's average, it's okay. And it's like, yeah, I get it. They don't have Walter Jones or Jamie Dukes or people like Trey Thomas. But, man, they're putting up 250 yards on everyone they go up against. It really is remarkable what they're doing with this offense right now.
Corey, now since you were in the press box, we get to see only a limited amount of what's actually happening during a game in the stands. But, they showed some of the fans leaving. And I'm curious, so in the press box, you could see the whole thing going on. If you're a recruit sitting there, Miami had over 100 recruits at this game. What kind of impression are you thinking all these people leaving the stands, your team's being blown out? I mean, what does this say for Cristobal's? Is this going to be a huge blow to him trying to build this program for them to have their biggest home recruiting of the year?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's so different now, Gene, in 2022. Number one, he is the first-year coach, so he could always explain, look, we knew this was going to happen. We were going to take our lumps. We didn't want to lose that badly. But also, there's NIL. So look, if everything's even or close to even, and Florida State and Miami are the last two on a kid, I would think what happened tonight would really matter. I think what would happen 2 weeks ago really matters when you look at this stadium and what it usually looks like every other game except for the one every 2 years that Florida State plays in. And then you go to other schools and you see, oh yeah, man, this is a real college atmosphere. These fans really do care. They show up. I don't know how you would want to come here and if you just saw that, but recruiting's weird. And especially now, I know they got some benefactors, but yeah, they started, most people left, or a good portion left at halftime. And then as soon as Florida State scored, they didn't even score in the third. Oh, it was with the fumble. Like when the fumble at the 5 and shoots back to the 35, that's when the people that were just holding on to see a score were like, yeah, let's get out of here, man.
Go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to say just about the crowd one more time. What would you say the split was between Miami fans and Florida State fans? It was hard to tell on TV.
I would say 70-30, right, Ira? 75-25, 70-30. At the end, it was it was 90-10 Florida State fans. But I would say probably 70-30. But it was at least there were a lot of Florida State fans here for sure. But Miami fans, I mean, trust me, walking through the tailgates to get to the stadium, it was, you were dodging a lot of stuff in Jeff's better at talking about it than I am, but you were dodging some dodgy characters on the way into the stadium, just like a normal Miami.
I was going to say like any other Miami game, but the one thing we talked about, and we talked a lot about Mike Norvell and the growth of the program over the last few years and the TV broadcasters. Really, the second half of the game was a whole promotion for Florida State, how well they did. But in terms of coaching for 4 quarters and a complete game and being clean, I think there's only 4 penalties in the game. The execution, guys getting lined up correctly. Was this the best? I mean, in the Mike Norvell era, I mean, they beat a top 5 North Carolina team, but was this the best game he's coached?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think it's certainly the most complete win they've had. It's not even close. And I wrote about that in the column that'll be up on the site too soon about, it really was all 3 phases. The defense gave up gave up 3 points on the first drive and nothing else. And then Fitzgerald's money at the end of halves, gang. He might just be money in general, but at the end of the first half, he is straight cash. And then Mastromanno had 2 punts after not punting at all yesterday or last week. He had his first 2 punts were both down at the 2. I mean, that's good stuff, man. That's really good stuff. And then Fitzgerald boomed all his kicks through the end zone. So when you look at what the offense did, almost, I think it was like 240 to 230 in the balance, 470 yards total, and whatever it was, 45 points. It's hard to even keep track how many points they scored. They just kept stacking up what the defense did in the special teams. And you're right. Also think about the red zone. Every time they got in the red zone, they scored.
Oh, and I've been critical of that, and they
did a really good job there. Really good job there. And then we'd seen them run that play a few times, that little pass to Lundy. That's a really nice play, man, because everybody's expecting him to get the ball. They run that a few times in practice. That thing was wide open. But, yeah, what they did in the red zone, what they did on third down on offense and defense, man, I thought that was all of it. The details, the situational details was as good as they've been since he's been here. He picked a good time for it.
The other one I asked you about is your brother from another mother, and that's your bald buddy, Adam Fuller there. And to hold Miami to 3 points. And I don't know if you realize this, going into tonight, Florida State's total defense was number 21. So they're going to be in the top 20.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us thought this was a top 20 defense going into 2022. So tell us about the defense and what you saw today. Or is it just Miami is completely inept? I don't know.
Well, look, I'm still mad about the Clemson game, especially after seeing what happened tonight with Clemson and Notre Dame. But yes, man, Adam Fuller, that defense is solid. It's not. I don't know that it's a top 15 defense, which it very well might be when the rankings come out. They did just play Georgia Tech and Miami, who are literally two of the worst offenses in the country, and they got NC State, who's also a bad offense. When they've faced good offenses, they haven't been very good at all. I guess that happens. That's part of the deal. But, yeah, man, I thought they didn't give up anything. They didn't give up any big plays. They didn't have any busts other than a 45-yard run when Miami had the ball at their 2-yard line. And when that happened, they were up 31-3. They just kept everything in front. They didn't make any mistakes. No dumb penalties. I thought it was – I mean, the Jarian Jones pass interference or holding call that he earned it. He just grabbed that kid twice, but I think he thought he was going to be beat for a touchdown. So I just thought they played exceptional against a bad defense, but that team has scored on everybody it's played, and they don't get shut out. So for them to only get 3 points, I thought, again, good for him, man. Good for Adam Fuller and good for that defense.
And Corey, they did the thing you said, you're allowed to do that too. What did they do at least 3 times today?
They got a turnover.
They got, 3 turnovers, right?
4. I think they recovered 2 fumbles. They recovered 2 fumbles.
Oh, the one at the end. Yeah, you're probably right.
And then they had the interception, Azaria Thomas with his first interception, man. Yeah, they won the turnover battle 4-1. And look, man, I know you never want your quarterback to throw an interception. That will be by far the best interception.
Oh, you're going to throw it down to the 2-yard line. Yeah.
That was perfect. That you could not throw a better interception. Even when my man makes a mistake, he's getting Florida State points because they punt 3 plays later. It's a 30-yard punt. You're right back in their field, right back in their territory. I'd like to apologize. I'm holding the phone. I think I'm probably making people motion sick. It's hard to hold with my left hand, but when I do this, when I try to hold it sideways,
don't do that.
So yeah, I'm just going to do that, but I apologize, gang.
No, I love it. It's almost like a Blade Runner-esque dystopian look with the Miami video behind you. I like that. It's got its own artistic flair to it.
This is where we had to record the post game, the Warchant rap. We wanted to do it in the stadium, but the PA saw the music blaring, like the game.
They're still running the music?
Yeah, Drake was playing.
Oh, my gosh. Only at Miami.
About those press conferences, though, what was the tenor? I mean, they had to be, elated, but was there anything notable there? Because there was also a moment, and I'll tie this to it. There was a moment that TV got really good coverage of. I don't know if you saw it, but the Deuce Span interaction with Mike Norvell.
Yeah.
An outstanding sequence. D-Rob and I could hardly speak. We're like, this is unbelievable television. This is really good stuff. And Dominic was effusive in praise of Mike, saying that's just who you are. You don't make that split decision unless that's what you're about. And then it's capped off with the next offensive play. Deuce Span makes a catch.
Yeah, first catch of the month.
Right. So can you speak to maybe just in general what the press conferences were like, if that came up, and then also your thoughts on that moment? I guess I pack in a few questions in one.
That did not come up because it was just, if Deuce would have scored a touchdown, I think that comes up, but just the 10-yard catch, he wasn't asked about it, and it was a pretty quick press conference anyway. Yeah. Overall, man, I would say the tenor was, what's really cool about Mike Norvell, I think, is that he does not shy away from this game. It means a lot to him, and he is not afraid to say it. He doesn't sit here and pussyfoot around and say, oh, it's just another game. We're just concentrating on ourselves. It's a faceless opponent. No, man, it's Miami. And he preaches that. He says this is a really big win, and this is a really big game, and I know it's a big game, and I don't shy away from that. So I liked it that was the message. But he said Two things that stood out is he said in the locker room, Josh Storms came up to him and said, yeah, these boys are ready. And they weren't going crazy. They weren't pounding fists in the locker room. They weren't the cliches you see in movies, screaming each other like they're going into battle like it's Braveheart. It was just a laser-like focus that he said that he really liked because they've been in moments like this before. His program has at Florida State, and they've let the emotions get the better of them. He thinks they've been
like Florida last year.
Yes, they've been too hyped up. They've been too passionate. He's like, look, I promise you, they were passionate. There was a lot of passion in that locker room, but they kept their poise. And he goes, that's what I was most proud of. They kept their poise. And then he definitely talked about how they're going to celebrate this win tonight. They'll get back to work, but they're celebrating the win all the way back to Tallahassee. And yeah, I thought Tatum Bethune talking about, watch the videos because I can't sum them all up, but Tatum Bethune was great talking about growing up 3 minutes from here and what it meant to him. Trey Benson came in and talked about going up against Cristobal, the guy who signed him out of who he played for last year and got 6 carries for the whole season. So all those things were really interesting. And Jordan Travis was good too, man. Talked about the offensive line and how much crap they've taken for so long, ever since he's been here. And they just mauled a pretty good Miami defensive front. They just kind of mauled them. And he said, look, the one sack they had, I should have thrown it away. That was on me. He goes, they were great. My offensive lineman was great. So just all of them were great, but they weren't doing cartwheels. They weren't chest bumping. It was a matter of fact post game, like they expected it. And Tatum Bethune even said as much when he was asked, "Did you expect 45-3?" And he's like, "Honestly, yeah." So I mean, they expected to win. They expected to win big, and they kind of acted like it afterwards.
Good stuff, Corey, and look forward to Safe Travels back and Wake Up Warchant. You can listen to on the Warchant podcast system. You and Aslan, that should be fun. And man, good stuff. Look forward to reading your column, Corey.
Oh, who's that? Let's see.
What do we got there?
Peace, guys.
See ya, Ira. That's a lovely lobby area. There they go.
And I love how, look, the Warchant guys, the only ones left in the lobby working. That's what we do. Those two guys are grinding.
Yep.
Ira's working on stuff. Corey's got his column going out. You got the Warchant wrap. So if you subscribe here to the channel, you get Corey and Ira doing the Warchant wrap from Hard Rock Stadium.
As Brad says in the chat, it's all business. That's what we're about right here. That's what the Noles were about tonight in a 45-3 win.
I love Corey's point about how they were psyched, they were focused, they were into it because it's a rival, but they didn't let it get to them. Because I had a friend of mine brought up the point and he brought up the fact that Florida got Florida State's head last time down in Gainesville. They kind of rattled him. They pushed him around. They got him emotional, and they lost composure in that game. And I think you see, again, we talk about the growth of the program, the growth of the coaching staff. They went in with, like you said, a business-like attitude in this. They want to win. It's passion. It's a rival. But you know what? You're the better team. Play within yourself, and good things will happen. And that's what they did tonight.
Get down or lay down. He's right. Yep. Miami got the business. Last few callers here on the Warchant post-game show. I see you all. You've been waiting now for nearly a half an hour, and I love you for it, Z-Chan. Welcome.
Oh, that's a boy.
It is Zach in Thomasville. It's Z-Chan, the official DMD of Warchant TV. Welcome to the program, Z-Chan. Enjoy the moment. What you got for us?
Let's go! Man. Tell y'all what. I can't believe what I just saw. That was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And I'm watching from a sports bar in Phoenix, Arizona. I've never been to Phoenix, Arizona in my life. And Ms. Z-Chan and I are sitting in that bar watching this with a Michigan fan. Cannot believe what I'm watching. That was surprising, but also not at the same time, because I feel like, and y'all can tell me what y'all think, I feel like that's the team that we feel like we've had for quite a while, but they just hadn't shown it that they could do that. But we felt like they could, they just hadn't done it. Is that how y'all feel?
I think that's a good point, Z-Chan, because, I mean, Tom, there were stretches against LSU. There were stretches against, all Wake Forest, Clemson, where they showed, like, they're really freaking good, but they would always have they'd screw up in the red zone. There'd be penalties. There'd be a weird call here or there. You're like, man, that's why I went on a rant last week against Georgia Tech, because there was so much potential on this team. And I thought they could be great, but they're making some mistakes and some stuff that's limiting them tonight. And we saw that potential actually come to fruition when they played 4 quarters of basically clean football. Yeah, we're going to go back to that NC State game, how good this season could have been, except for that screw up in that one game. But still, that's in the past. Relish what happened tonight.
Yeah, Z-Chan, I'd say this is the team we thought existed. They do for stretches, but then also Miami sucks. I mean, just say it. Miami sucks. I did a project that came out today on Warchant.com, just looking at what Miami was and what they weren't. And they've got so many problems at so many different levels. I thought their defensive front was a little overrated. Like, they're good, but they're not world beaters like the Clemson front that Florida State saw, or some of the things that NC State or Wake Forest brings to the table. Certainly not LSU. They were weak in the back seven. They didn't block it up on the offensive line even before they had an injury. They dropped passes. Their quarterback play was uneven, even if Van Dyke is healthy. Miami's terrible. So those two things combined led me to believe that this would be a runaway. I didn't think it would be this big of a runaway, though, and that's where I'm just so thrilled. So were you the only two Noles at the bar in Phoenix?
That's it. It was just me and my wife, and that's it. There was some bunch of people watching the World Series. There was the guy beside us was a Michigan fan. He and I and Cassie talked for a long time just about the difference in SEC football and Big Ten, and he thought we were full of crap that football in the South was better, and tried to convince him that it was. And I mean, it was we were by ourselves, but it was good. My wife had to reel me in a couple times when we were just running big run plays, or that touchdown early on. What was it, the second touchdown where that long bomb? I about lost it. It was unreal. But y'all were talking about it. We didn't do this to Georgia Tech, and we didn't do this to Boston College, who were, I would argue, equally as bad. So, it was just nice to see them put together a complete game, start to finish. There was very little about this game that you could argue with or find fault with. The coaching was really good. Play calling was fantastic. They executed. People caught passes. I couldn't believe that. Overall, I was just really impressed. The only other question I have for y'all is, what are the chances that we're ranked after today? Because I feel like with the losses in the top 25, that there's a pretty good chance, with as dominant as this win was. What do y'all think?
Well, that's a good question. I think there's a chance. I know now again, say what you want about the ESPN FPI and some of the power polls and the computer stuff. FSU is a top 25 teams in those because they take strength of schedule and a lot of the other factors into consideration. So you think it just depends, but I think there's a chance they might be ranked. What do you think, Tom? Do you think other receiving votes? Do you think they're going to crack the top 25?
I think if a dancing Richard Simmons appears on the screen, they're going to be ranked.
Oh, there he is. I guess so.
I guess, yeah. I guess they're going to be ranked. I think so.
All right.
Now the clarion call of that win over LSU is too strong, combined with what they've done and some of the losses.
That's true. If somebody looks at that, like the LSU team that just beat Alabama.
Yep. Yeah. Who did they lose to again? Oh, Florida State and Tennessee. Oh, okay. Wow. Florida State, really?
One team was just ranked number 1 in the playoff, and the other was Florida State. So.
Yep. Exactly. We now go to the 813 Lakeland, Florida, not too far from where I grew up. We go to Andrew. Andrew last talked to us, well over a year ago.
Andrew, you're due.
All right, Andrew, welcome to the program. Bring it for us. It's been a good night. What you got to say?
It is always a great night when you beat the Kings. You can never go wrong with beating the Kings.
Cheers to that.
So, very good night. Just a quick comment and a quick question. So, comment is, I know everybody likes to give Mike Norvell a rough time. I know it's been a slow grind. But if you look where we were, his first year, beat Miami 52-10, and now you're winning 45-3. You look at Georgia Tech last week. I know it wasn't perfect, and there was a lot of issues, but that's certainly a lot better than the first time we played them, for sure. So I just think that even though he has not been perfect at all, for sure, I think he does need to get some credit for. I mean, we're a lot better team than we were when he first came here, for sure. And then my question is, because you guys will be real with me here. When we play Florida, like, what's our realistic chances of beating them? And that's all I got, guys.
Okay.
Go Noles.
Thank you, Andrew.
We appreciate it.
I can almost tell you right now, assuming things go chalk and Florida State wins the next couple games and Florida does okay, I think FSU, my guess is Vegas will favor Florida State being at home.
Yes.
I think that's fair, but it's probably three, I'm guessing like a 3-4 point favorite. So there will be a slight favorite is my guess in the game. So I think they got obviously a better than 50-50 shot of winning that game. Like I said, I mentioned this earlier. They beat A&M today on the road. So that's impressive. But at the same point, take that with a grain of salt. A&M is reeling. They had 31 players that missed the game because of illness, or flu is ravaging that team, illness or injury. So you kind of go, well, is it really? We don't know. Florida's had some stretches where they look really bad. I think they're better. They're better in Miami. They're better than some of these teams, but they're probably in the Louisville, kind of, in that range where they're decent. They're probably better than average. If you play a 4-quarter game like you did today, I think you win the game. But they're good enough that if you play a bad game, they're going to upset you.
Yeah, I think tonight's win helps you and your chances of winning that football game, because if they were not engaged, they wouldn't be ready for the challenge that Florida's offense is going to bring to the table, because Florida will just be physical. They'll run right at you. And you've got to make a choice if you're going to be engaged to try and stop that. And I'm not saying they wouldn't have been if Miami had beaten Florida State tonight. Now they will be 100%. I think that game is going to be somewhere closer to maybe a touchdown, Gene, but 6-3, it's right there.
Yeah.
I think there's a very good chance that Florida State wins that football game for the reasons.
Well, a healthy Lovett, a healthy Cooper, a healthy,
Yes.
Verse. Makes a huge difference. Like you said, that team, they're going to try to, if you can slow down that running game, you put yourself in a good position there. So no, I agree 100%.
I also love how Florida State got a lot of film against a quarterback that is close-ish to the Anthony Richardson style of runner, because he's tough. That's a young player. It's a freshman, but that's a tougher style of runner, not just a very slender, fast quarterback who can scramble. It's somebody who can also run over you if you're not careful. And they made some mistakes tonight against the quarterback run game. That's why Miami was in position to score a touchdown. So I like Florida State's chances even better.
Well, they played a lot of elite running quarterbacks, Cunningham, LSU. They played several of them. So this won't be a shock that they're playing an elite dual threat quarterback.
Correct. 100%. No, so all those things lead me to believe that they've got a real good chance of winning that game. Our final caller tonight is from New Jersey. So we start out on our second call was Long Island. We now go to Ben in New Jersey. Ben, we haven't talked to you since last September. Welcome back to the fold. And go for it, man. It's been a fun night. You are our anchor, so you have the floor.
Yeah, so hopefully I bring this call 360 to, kind of where we've been and where we are now. I thought we played a very solid game. I don't really, there's a couple plays I thought were good, but it was the first complete game we've played in how many years. And I think that unto itself was a win. But my question is this. I was watching Miami, and they look like us under Taggart, like nearly to a T.
Exactly.
So my question is this. When we've whiffed on recruiting on a big recruiting weekend, which we did under Taggart, what happened to the recruits that were at that game? And I think the other thing is too, we actually expect to benefit from whiffing on a big recruiting weekend.
Yeah. That's a great point, Ben. Yeah, that's what I asked Corey about that, because he was out there kind of reaction. Like, if you're sitting there seeing your team being blown out, you're on a visit, and seeing the fans leave the game can impact you. Now, and Corey made the point too, this is a different world than just a couple of years ago during the Taggart era, because you got the NIL stuff. It may not matter, because if Ruiz wants to come in there and pay some 5-star recruit $1 million to come play for Miami, well, he may go, well, I don't like this team. Their fans suck. The program's on the way down. This coach is a moron, but I'm going to put some money in the bank, so I don't care. So it's a different world right now for recruiting. But those guys who are on the borderline, it's not a good look for Miami at all if you are at that game. If you're at that game and Florida State or Georgia or some other team is in the ballpark in NIL, you're probably going, I don't want to be a part of this guy's program.
Right. That's the key, Gene, is a lot of these, top tier players just got a whole lot more expensive for Miami. That's the best case for Miami, is that we're just going to have to spend more to retain these guys because they see how much we suck. So, let's just say that they're offering 300,000 units, fake units, of course.
Yeah, units, whatever those are.
And Georgia was offering 250,000 fake units. wouldn't you be thinking longer and harder about going to Georgia after today?
Because that might get me in the NFL where there's a couple thousand units down the road. Now that's a great point on that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Anybody who leaves Miami is good for Florida State, whether they come here or they don't. Anybody who leaves and decommits from Miami because of what they saw tonight, it's a win for Florida State. So this was a whiff. I'm sure they were thinking about South Beach at halftime if they weren't already en route to South Beach in an Uber XL, whatever the case was. The percentage of recruits that stayed to the end of the game had to be really, really low. Besides, Gene, if you're going to go check out the campus tomorrow, you got to commute 30 to 45 minutes away to get there. So you might as well get a head start to go back to the hotel in Coral Gables.
Am I thinking also at some point, you've heard some rumblings of this with Ruiz or some of the billionaires who are funding all this NIL stuff. Look, I'm sure he had a luxury box out there with all his buddies, and he wanted to brag tonight about, oh, he's buying all these players. And their buddies are like, screw you, man. This sucks.
Yep.
Like at some point, he's going to pull his money and stop funding the NIL and go somewhere else because he's embarrassed in front of his buddies. He's not going to keep throwing money. Any businessman, if something looks that ugly and is bad, at some point, you just get the hell out of Dodge. This could be good for that, too. He may just say, enough of this. I'm going to stop funding this train wreck and go somewhere else with my money.
Ben, we appreciate the call. You were the final caller tonight on the Warchant Game Day postgame show presented by Zaxby's, and we appreciate your support of the program. One more mention of our great sponsor, because this is the day they live for, too. Danny at Zaxby's and the whole crew over there. It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days. That's true. So how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness, the same way the Noles towered over the Canes tonight. That's Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split-top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. Support Tallahassee Zaxby's next time you're in town, folks. And I'll bet a few more of you will be here on Black Friday because of what you saw tonight. The Miami Duck went home sad tonight, says Brian. He was around since there you go. He was around since the watch along because
I love D-Rob coined him the Miami Duck. That's fantastic.
I mean, that does look more like a duck than the Ibis logo, doesn't it? I mean, he's not wrong. Ben, if you want to rifle through all of the Miami stuff that we have here, these animations,
glorious. Let's relive it one more time.
One more victory lap. There you go. Throw the damn towel. That's Rocky IV. We all know that one. And Apollo Creed was Miami. There's
I see. That's a new one.
Yeah.
I love the Cristobal.
There you go.
That's Spurrier-esque there.
Yep. There's old Jalen from 14. The smoke. That's the smoke uniforms that Miami was wearing that night. Real special. Real special. Yep. There's this is my favorite. I love this one. Look at
this. Has got to be. There's got to be Monday's press conference. He needs to come out like that. Have his shirt off.
That's the kind of shape Mike's in. I hope he does that in the maybe the one player or Mr. Toafili, if you're still here. Tell Lawrence to have Mike do that at the end of the season if they win out.
He can come do a cake stand with us.
Oh, Jameis is somewhere in an NFL hotel right now saying, oh, yeah, we ate the W tonight. There's no doubt about it. Oh, man. Another great job tonight grabbing that. Jared Verse, who was not penalized for that. He made some money tonight. Good job, Jared Verse. Good job, Ben. I feel like my grandma gave me that chain. That's unfortunate. And
I was hoping we'd have like a faux chain to break out when they we got our turnovers to break that out tonight. But
yeah, that's true. I just love that photo. Look at the man in the middle. Look at him.
That got used a lot during the Man Cave shows. That photo right there. That's the best. And I love he's got the cheap little CVS glasses that he got for like $3 at the CVS there. And that's what he's crying. He's like, why have these cheap shades? I'm a Miami fan and I suck.
We've got a few more people to thank before we sign off for the night. And you all are just so generous. Josh, the Sucky Canes. Sorry.
All right, Tom.
It's just a weird. I don't know.
Sucky
Canes have been downgraded to a tropical depression, to one of those misty rains where you aren't sure if it's fog or rain. Go Noles. That's true. That's like they call that a soft
I think the
day.
sun is shining. The Hurricanes are dead.
It is. Chris Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, FSU's tight ends coach, although spelled differently. But
It is. Or FSU's running back. That could be FSU's running back.
well, that's true.
He got hurt in that 2012 game. I'm so glad he had an NFL career. So glad we stopped Miami. Thank you. We are too. Logan, maybe too early, but do we worry about lack of top 10 recruiting? Will this put a ceiling on the program, or do we think Norvell will pierce the top 10 soon? I don't know about this year, Logan, unless a lot of you out there decide that Rising Spear and other collectives like it are fit for your business. But I think top 12 to top 15 is reasonable.
And I think, again, recruiting class numbers are not what they were 5 years ago. It's a different animal. Transfer portal is just as important, if not more important. And I like the adjusted rankings that take the transfer portal into consideration. If you don't believe me, who stood out tonight? All the players that stood out for Florida State tonight, whether it's Jordan Travis, who was a transfer, Trey Benson, Jamie Robinson. I'm just going on and on and on. They're all right. Pretty much everybody. Well, I guess Pokey Wilson's about the only one who made a play tonight that was not a transfer.
2 of your starting guards. Fabian Lovett wasn't here out of high school. I mean, these are it's all over the place, Gene. Everywhere you look, Tatum Bethune, everywhere you look, every segment group has been touched by the transfer portal, whether it was Coach Norvell or not. Just keep hitting it, because if you come to Florida State, you will be paid.
Yeah, they're all going on. They're being successful here. They're going on to the next league. So the next stud defensive end, you can't, whatever, you're not getting enough playing time at Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. Yes. Come on to Florida State.
The Florida State collective budget needs to be increased. So go help out your friends there and help out the program, because we'll be doing more shows like this if you help out with that particular part of the program. It's the world we live in now, and I'm all for it. JC, thank you. Bring on the recruits. This win is going to get the recruiting back right. Go Noles, he says, and I agree. Gene, some final thoughts before we sign off for the evening?
It was a great win. It says so much for the program, how far they've come. Like you said, I mean, the great analogy is where the game, Mike Norvell's first year, which he wasn't at the game technically because of COVID, that blowout, embarrassing loss at Miami. And honestly, if you compare, was that Miami team really that much better than this one? They've been shitty for 3 years.
Yeah, they have.
And but the difference is Florida State has grown dramatically over the 3-year period, which speaks volume to this program.
Yes.
Look how far they've come. So I'm just impressed. I'm proud of this team and how far they've come. I'm proud of Mike Norvell's put together in this team and come in totally focused and just put the beat down on the rivals and embarrass them in their home place. Glorious.
This is how you build a program. It is through victories. It is through blowouts, if you can get them over your rivals. Mike Norvell has scored a blowout in the series against Miami. We love that. To everybody who contributed to the program tonight, whether it was the pregame show that we did around 6:30 this evening with me and Jeff, thank you very much for your contributions in the chat, whether or not it was a super chat or not. We just thank you for being a part of the conversation.
Clocks back. Let's do a little PSA here.
That's right. Still, for the people that were in the Warchant watch along with me and D-Rob, thank you for those of you that advanced the chatter there. You asked D-Rob some excellent questions. He went to the grease board once to explain the rail route touchdown. Well, the rail route big completion to Lawrence Toafili. It was the play they scored a touchdown on against Clemson last year. But other things that he explained to, it's because of all of the conversation that you guys are fostering. To the pillars, like Z-Chan, who is just a monster.
Man.
And Dane, thank you so much for being a big contributor tonight.
Shout out to, I hope Eric Angel's okay. This is the first game I don't think he's called in, and I hope he's probably so inebriated and celebrating so much he couldn't find his phone. But Eric, we hope you're okay, buddy, because you called this game.
Yes.
First one to call the blowout, buddy. Hope you're doing all right.
Yes. To the CP, those who are at the CP, make sure Eric's okay.
Make sure Eric's okay.
If he needs a water, get him a water. To Kimba and Jess Little way back, Z-Chan in the pregame show as well. Everybody in between. Caked, happy birthday. It was your 30th birthday. We appreciate you.
Happy birthday.
To everybody who contributed to the show, we really do appreciate it. To Terry, who screened the calls, awesome job. To Ben, who's been directing since 6:30 Eastern, we really appreciate all the work. You did a great job of grabbing those animations too tonight, Ben.
Oh, those were the drops were fantastic, Ben.
To our friends at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, I didn't do too bad.
The duck. One last appearance by the angry duck.
There he is. D-Rob's duck one more time. It's ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. I didn't do
Thank
too
you,
bad. I still got a
ABC.
beverage going. I got past the neck at least. Thank you so much to ABC Fine Wine and Spirits and, of course, to Zaxby's, who brings us the entire presentation on a Saturday. Without Zaxby's, we don't have something like D-Rob working through the watch-along. So thank you to everybody for supporting the businesses that support us. For Gene Williams, for Ben, for D-Rob, for Jeff, for Corey Clark and Ira and Aslan, the whole team at Warchant, for Terry, who was screening the calls. My name is Tom Lang. Head to warchant.com for more content right now. Sunday Smash tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Wake Up Warchant coming
Jeff
up
Cameron,
Monday.
I guarantee, is going to give at least one suck it, Miami.
Oh, my goodness. No holds barred for Mr. Cameron tomorrow night. We can't wait for it. Good night, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. 6-3. Miami can't have this one back. Suck it, Canes. Have a good evening.